program. Knowledge has a beginning but no end. Knowledge is love and light and vision. A warm good morning to one and all gathered here for the HR and Nursing Healthcare Conclave 2021, first of a kind in the district. Let's begin this event with blessings from the Almighty. I welcome Staff Nurse Mrs. Madhura for the prayer song. I kindly request you all to stand for the prayer song.
Shambho, Shiva Shambho, Swayambho, Bho, Shambho, Shiva Shambho, Swayambho, Shiva Shambho, Swayambho, Shiva Shambho, Swayambho.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Lamps reflect our rich tradition and cultural heritage and also embark the ceremony. Light is knowledge, knowledge removes ignorance. May I request the dignitaries to light the Kuthuvilakku. I kindly request our Managing Trustee, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Dean cum Medical Director, and Chief Nursing Officer to light the Kuthuvilakku. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I request our Chief Nursing Officer to lead the dignitaries onto the dais. eminent, dedicated, and well-qualified personality with 34 years of clinical experience both in India and abroad. She has received Best Nurse Award for Excellence in Nursing Services. She has received Nursing Excellence Award for Best Nursing Administrator from IMA for the year 2021. She is also NABH Principal Assessor. I request our Chief Nursing Officer Dr. J. Karpagam to welcome the gathering.
A very good morning to one and all gathered here. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this HR and Nursing Healthcare Conclave 2021. The very essence of success is that you must have a vision. It's indeed my pride and honor to extend a warm welcome to our most respected Managing Trustee, Shri D. Lakshminarayana Swami, whose passionate effort and vision make him outstanding. Sir, your presence is our motivation to attain ever-increasing challenges. I welcome you, sir. We have with us today a multifaceted personality who is always ambitious and charismatic leader, our Chief Operating Officer, Srimati Swati Rogit. Ma'am, it is an honorable moment for us to have your prestigious presence in today's event. You are truly an inspiration to all the women. I welcome you, ma'am. It's my privilege to welcome our respected CEO, Mr. C.V. Ramkumar, whose responsible actions speak out his greatness. Sir, your guidance, encouragement, and easily approachable nature are our constant stimuli. I welcome you, sir. It's a great honor to welcome a versatile personality who is a great leader, mentor, and a great human being. He is a fascinating individual. He has always shown keen interest in the professional development and all our academic activities. I welcome our beloved Dean cum Medical Director, Dr. P. Sukumaran. I extend my welcome to our RMO, Dr. Suresh Kumar, who is silent yet lively and energetic. He speaks through his works. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome our Head of Operation, Ms. Purnima Raja, a person who is energetic and committed towards her work. I welcome you, ma'am. I welcome all the eminent leaders from HR and nursing who have accepted to be the resource persons for today's conclave. I'm sure that the participants will benefit from listening to and learning from very distinguished panel of experts. Finally, it's always a pleasure to welcome our doctors, all the participants from various institutions. I end my welcome address with a prayer to the Almighty for the success of this flagship of HR and Nursing Healthcare Conclave 2021.
I kindly request the dignitaries to inaugurate the HR and Nursing Healthcare Conclave 2021. Today's function is a knowledgeable expert, a good motivator, and an enthusiastic, passionate leader. It is my honor and privilege to welcome our respected Managing Trustee, Shri as a Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, the leading industry chamber of the textile and clothing sector of India. Sir was also a member in Spinners Committee of the International Textile Manufacturers Federation, one of the oldest non-governmental organizations having its headquarters established in Zurich, Switzerland. This federation represents and promotes the interests of textile manufacturing industries of the world. He is a past chairman of Textiles and Garments Subcommittee of the Southern Regional Council of the Confederation of Indian Industry. Sir is a keen sportsman and nurturing 3 cricket teams. Sir is a managing trustee of Sri Ramakrishna Cricket Trust. He is a past vice president of the Tamil Nadu Cricket Association. He is a president of Coimbatore District Cricket Association. Being an avid golfer himself, his contributions to the Coimbatore Golf Club is very significant, and he is the immediate past president of the Coimbatore Golf Club, one of the first privately owned golf courses in the country. Also, Sir is a founder trustee of Coimbatore Golf Trust. Sir is a managing trustee of SNR Sons Charitable Trust, which provides health care and educational services to the needy and the downtrodden. The SNR Sons Charitable Trust manages a 1,009-bedded NABH accredited multi-speciality hospital with philanthropic principles and a 230-bedded modern state-of-art green hospital. He is also a member of trustee in PSG and Sons Charities. Respected Sir, I kindly request you to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning to all of you here. I'm really happy to be here amidst you all this morning at this HR and Nursing Healthcare Conclave 2021. Mankind must make heaven before we can go to heaven in this world as in any other. These are the words of Lady with the Lamp, Florence Nightingale, mark the vision of the day. On behalf of SNR Sons Charitable Trust, I welcome the other guests here, persons, delegates from all the hospitals all around, located in different parts of the country, and to this HR and Nursing Conclave. Let me first appreciate the organizing team for being a pioneer in organizing this significant conclave in this region. Sharing knowledge, networking, and updating are the 3 areas we always focus to enlighten the people in HR and nursing healthcare. Keeping pace with the rapidly changing healthcare landscape is not an easy thing to be achieved. And I hope these sort of conclaves will provide a better platform to the HR managers and nurses to tune themselves to the needs of the future, which is changing every day. Like they say, nursing is not for everyone. It takes a very strong, intelligent, and a very compassionate person to take on the ills of the world with passion and purpose, and to work to maintain the health and well-being of this planet. This was said by Donna Cario, the career guru for nurses. Ask a group of nurses this question: what is a day like in your profession? You'll receive a plethora of answers, so diverse that you'll be flabbergasted. Yes, this is the reality of the nursing profession. No 2 days are alike. No 2 minutes are the same. Each day, a nurse sees people come and go. People who are sometimes at their most vulnerable, and people who are full of high spirits, having recovered. Each day in their life is a roller coaster ride for the great souls of this noble profession. Good quality nursing care is the backbone of any healthcare organization. The role of the nurse is incomparable and inimitable. The entire world celebrates and salutes the nurses for their selfless service and sacrifice. Like we all witnessed the recent pandemic, COVID has turned the nurses into warriors. Throughout these very hard times, They were in the front line, selflessly serving the society. We salute their dedication and tireless service. Nursing is also one of the oldest professions in the world. Even long before we had registered medical practitioners and doctors, we had nurses everywhere. Since nurses are required in cases of emergency on a daily basis, being prepared at all times is the key in saving lives. In a very hectic working environment, you need to look at new training methods also. Now, positive business culture is no longer a nice thing to have. It drives employee engagement, job satisfaction, staff retention, and it also defines business success. HR plays a very key role in developing, reinforcing, and changing the culture of any organization. Pay, performance management, training and development, recruitment and onboarding, and reinforcing the values of business are all essentials of business culture, which is covered by HR day in, day out. Getting the culture right in any organization is not easy at all. It requires a multi-pronged approach and needs constant nurturing. Essentially, HR plays a significant role in setting right tone when it comes to organization's culture. Any organization you take requires effective communication, which is very important, and this is defined by HR. Good communication always mitigates misunderstanding, increases employee engagement, and forms the basis of better client relationships, and also encourages innovation and creativity, and above all, it helps build a very positive culture in any organization. For any institution or an industry or an organization, employees are the most valuable assets, and they have to be well taken care of by the human resources management. These managers play a very crucial and major role in the performance of every employee and also their well-being. In healthcare industry, the HR team plays a very significant role in maintaining budget and profits, hiring and promoting clinical and support staff, ensuring credential updates, providing trainings, taking care of the benefits of employees, and also at the same time monitoring performance of each and every employee. The standard of the functioning of the hospital relies on how well the HR department functions. Assisting the nursing and healthcare community to grow bigger is the motto of this conclave today. I hope very sincerely that this conclave will also explore the following areas: refining the talent sourcing to meet the rapid industry growth, balancing the shrinking talent pools, mastering new HR technologies, and identifying the tools suited to the workforce, developing skillful and very skilled up things to fulfill patients' needs, keeping up with the emerging development trends all over the world, training, employee retention, accreditations, and converting HR as a visible business partners in the growth of this healthcare industry. Since 1975, we here at Ramakrishna Hospital have been rendering yeoman service in offering quality healthcare to the masses. We give our very best to build a better society through quality healthcare. We have pioneered a number of procedures initially, like kidney transplantations, complex congenital surgery on children, knee surface replacement, in vitro fertilization, transnasal, endoscopic pituitary, and many others. Presently, we are also doing liver transplants and bone marrow transplantation. The best possible investigation, maximum care, and excellent treatment are the characteristics of our hospital. When all these characteristics are added together with our nurses' courtesy, politeness, and empathy, and our HR's effectiveness, efficiency, and excellence, they turn into hallmarks. We here are very aware that the best growth in healthcare is not possible if it is not driven by nurses who act as a ray of hope for all the patients, and HR personnel who act as a guardian angel for all the stakeholders. I hope that the deliberations to be carried out in the sessions of here today, this conclave, will address all the leading problems of the HR and nursing healthcare. Also, I firmly believe that the expert talks and panel discussions that are coming up will guide the entire nursing community and HR personnel to realize their potential and strength to overcome the challenges that we are going to face in the future. Wish and trust all of you will get a lot more educated by the end of today with these deliberations and give the best in your jobs wherever you are. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational speech. Now I welcome our beloved Dean cum Medical Director, Dr. P. Sukumaran, a passionate individual, a great human being, a veteran who imparts new knowledge every day. Sarah has always been a motivational force for us. Sarah has received Lifetime Achievement Award twice from Indian Medical Association Tamil Nadu and the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. He has performed free cardiac surgeries for 810 children from 4 districts of Tamil Nadu during 2002 to 2006. He has performed over 5,000 open heart surgeries in Government General Hospital, Chennai and Sri Ramakrishna Hospital, Coimbatore. Sir has been Joint Medical Director of Medical Services for Coimbatore from 2010 to 12. Sir, I kindly request you to felicitate the gathering.
எல்லோருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கம். Respected Managing Trustee, SNR Sons Charitable Trust, Sri D. Lakshmi Narayana Swami, Chief Operating Officer, Madam Swati Rohit, Dr. J. Karpagam, our CNO, Mr. Seher, our HR Manager, our Chief Executive Officer, Head of Operations, HR Managers and personnel from various hospitals, Principals, Dean of Colleges of Nursing, Chief Nursing Officer, Nursing Superintendents, and other nursing professionals of various hospitals in and around Coimbatore. I thank all of you for attending this conclave and making it a success by way of registrations. More than 450 registrations have taken place for this conference. I think it's a huge success for this conference because it has been started by our HR and various HR managers of all the hospitals around 20 days ago. And I think this is a tremendous response. And because all of you delegates, this conference has become possible and it is lively. இது வந்து ஒரு கான்க்ளேவ் அப்படிங்கிறத விட இது ஒரு கொண்டாட்டமாக தெரியுது. நான் வந்து காலையில் பார்க்கும்போது அவ்வளோ ஒரு ஆர்வத்துடனும் பஞ்சாக வந்து எல்லா டெலிகேட்ஸ் வந்து உள்ளே வந்தாங்க. அண்ட் மெயின்லி திஸ் இஸ் டியூ டு தி நர்சிங் பர்சனல், ஐ திங்க், பிகாஸ் they have taken participation in large numbers and to enlighten the delegates with strategy updates of human resource and nursing is the aim of this conclave. I feel strongly that human resource department has gained strength day by day, especially after the software has come in and the HR has become more in strength in software industries first, and then slowly in other institutions also HR department has taken its strength. And today being the National Law Day, today is the National Law Day, and all the lawyers are celebrating. And I think the HR department is the law and order enforcing department in almost all the institutions. So it fits correctly today. And I wish the HR departments of all the hospitals to be more employee friendly and also at the same time enforce the discipline among employees. And it is the fulcrum of any organization around which every section revolves. Similarly, the nursing specialty has become the pillar of any hospital. And patients, their attenders, even doctors and other paramedical staffs will get the ultimate satisfaction only when the staff nurses work to their maximum potential and to their own satisfaction. Only then the patients get satisfied, the attenders get satisfied, and even our own employees and doctors, everybody gets satisfied. I hope today's topics of deliberations, I went through all the topics, and they're all important topics, and it will be useful for the lastly, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to felicitate, and thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Gratitude bestows reverence. I kindly request Mr. Shekhar HR, SNR Sons Charitable Trust, to give vote of thanks.
Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. So very good morning, one and all gathered here. It gives me an immense pleasure and gratitude to deliver the vote of thanks for this HR and nursing healthcare conclave event. First, I would like to thank all the dignitaries assembled here. I would like to thank the managing trustee who honored this function with his inspirational thoughts. And also, I would like to thank our joint managing trustee in his absence, the Chief Operating Officer, Madam, Chief Executive Officer, Dean Medical Director, RMO, all the consultants, doctors, HODs of all the departments, organizing committee members, PRM and his team, Head Marketing and his team, IT Manager and his team, Chief Electrical Engineer, Civil Engineer, Mandapam in charge, Biomedical Engineer, HOD Laboratory, Purchase Manager, Designer, all our DNOs, team leaders, nursing excellence coordinators, all our sponsors, volunteers, resource persons from various hospitals and educational institutions, student participants, and last but not the least, the HR and nursing professionals from various Coimbatore hospitals function as a great and grand success. Once again, I thank one and all present here. I hope your participation will empower you. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you, sir. I thank all the dignitaries for your valuable presence, and I thank you all for joining us for the inauguration. Thank you all once again. I request all the delegates to settle down. Let's move on to the forenoon sessions. I would like to welcome our first speaker of the day, a postgraduate MBA holder in HR specialization and a postgraduate degree in hospital administration. He started his career as a teaching faculty in GRD Civil Service Coaching Center, handled subject classes on public administration, management and Indian politics for the IAS, IPS aspirants. He has 19 years of HR experience and an exclusively 15 years of service in the hospital HR administration. He is a member in all the HR forums and groups in Coimbatore and also closely associated with all the government labor and all the other statutory bodies in Tamil Nadu. I welcome Mr. Shekhar, HR, SNR Sons Charitable Trust for a practical talk on how to recruit the right person for the right job. I kindly request the delegates to maintain silence. I request the panelists, Mrs. Gauri, HR, Karpagam Medical College and Hospital, Mrs. Sheila Priyadarshini, HR, FIMS Hospital, Mrs. Sheba, HR, Hindustan Hospital, and Mrs. Uma Priya, HR, Arvind High Hospital to join Sir on stage.
Good morning once again. So welcome to the HR Conclave first. So first half of today's session is exclusive for HR. The general instruction I'll just give you. So this will be a discussion conclave. So each and every resource person will give a small narration about the core HR topic, followed by there will be a discussion with the hospital panelist, and open discussion also available, provided so will not permit any questions against any of the hospitals directly, and also against any government orders like minimum wages and all, right? So the discussion should be only based on the topic, not against any of the hospital or any banners. We'll start with the session. So I'll just start with this beautiful quote by Steve Jobs. It doesn't make sense to hire smart people and then tell them what to do. We hire smart people so they can tell us what to do. How to recruit the right person for the right job. So it will be a very challenging question to all the HRs, how to recruit a right person for the right job. So these are the points that I have noted for today's discussion. I'll just touch up what is recruitment, the sources of recruitment, and why it is vital in all the establishment, not only in the healthcare, and do's and don'ts while recruiting a people, tips to choose the right candidate, and an open discussion. So human resource, it's from recruitment till the retirement, we have to take the entire responsibility. Before hiring a candidate, before selection, so we should finalize whether the selected candidate can able to train, if it's a fresher, or if it's an experience, whether the person will take over the job directly without any training support in initial days itself, or can we motivate the person to retain to the longer period. So these are the questions that will arise while recruiting a person. So general recruitment process starts with the manpower planning. So every establishment should have a clear manpower planning in all the areas, especially in the nursing side. So it's maybe sometimes based on the bed occupancy, for the nursing side I'm just telling you, and other areas based on the requirements. So while finalizing the manpower planning, so it's required to define the job description and job specification for all the designated areas. designations in each and every department. So stage 1 is define the requirement. It consists of the job description and job specification. The stage 2, attract the potential employees. It comes with job advertisement in social portals, medias, newspapers, employee referrals, any sources. And after that, you have to shortlist the candidates among the defined job specifications. Based on that, we have to conduct the job interview. That will be the final stage. And based on the psychological testing, ability testing, you have to freeze the candidate for the job. You have to position the person. So these are the sources available to get the applications. First, it's my practical experience to give maximum importance for the employee referrals, internal referrals, so that the employee retention that will be there when we get referrals from the internal side, especially if we get reference from the HOD side. It's easy for us. Even we can close the half of the screening process from the HOD level itself. And manpower consultancies, placement cells and campus interviews from various colleges, especially in the nursing colleges, social medias and job portals, experience and accomplishment. It's an internal promotion areas. Whenever we get a vacancy, first we should consider to promote the existing employees for the hierarchy and to consider the new one as a fresher in the bottom line. Always try to fix the newcomer or experienced person from the outside in the second or third hierarchy, if it's possible. Compromise with the credentials, that's an academic qualifications. Work decentralization. Whenever we don't have the right persons or selected persons, shortage of manpower, like the areas like housekeeping, securities, laundries, we can outsource. So these are the sources where we can get the applicants. Why it is vital? It's a very big question for all the HRs and establishments to get the end result. என்ன பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கோமோ அதை கிடைக்கிற end result-க்கு it's more vital to get the right person other than the positioning the person for the designation. For the growth of each department, to retain the employee, it's vital. To fulfill the accreditation norms, nowadays all the hospitals must follow ICA, NABH, Nursing Excellence Accreditation, JCA accreditation. There are a set of standards and elements which is mandatory. So to fulfill the standards and elements, it's more important. Take to the next generation of strategy updates to the next level. And to reduce the work redos, it's more important. So these are the do's as while recruiting an employee. Have a clear job specification and job description for all the category of employment. Spend enough time for the interview process. At least it's suggested to have at least 15 minutes to 30 minutes to have a face-to-face interview. So recruit on right time. So even sometimes we used to get 1 month notice period. So sometime due to the demand of the candidates, we'll recruit the person on the last minute. So there is no time to give handovers or to give the training for the fresh one in the defined designation. So recruiting a person before the relieving date of the ex-employee, it's more important. Evaluation of psychological strategies other than face-to-face interviews. There are certain patient-related areas that we have to fit. We can get help from professional psychologists for that. Pay attention to the candidates' words. So give more importance or more attention to the candidate to speak about our own institutions, right? Rather than explaining about the institution by ourselves. It's foremost thing. Avoid getting 24 hours notice. It's always be a challenge, and sometimes without any change, we are getting the 24 hours resignation. Try to avoid 24 hours resignation notice. Give more number of job rotation, job transfers, incentives and welfare benefits. So these are the don'ts I suggest. Don't compromise with recommendations. Sometimes the recommendations will come whether we are willing or not. We have to question the person. Otherwise, if it's the person is suitable for that vacant position, we can consider. Rather than recommending, accepting the recommendation, which will be a very big problem while ensuring the productivity. Don't go with the academic qualification and achievements. Sometimes the candidate will have more experiences rather than the documented qualification. So we may consider, or we should consider for recruiting that experienced hands. Don't go with past negatives. Sometimes the past achievements will go off when they have only one negatives. So don't blow with the negative users and experience certificates. They may come up with a small negative things or an personal revenge from fellow workers. They'll come out. So while recruiting the person, don't see the only one negative users from that previous establishment. Give more importance and more. This is also a very good area where we can give an opportunity for that person to prove himself in this new area. Definitely the productivity will get more. Try not to outsource any of the job workers because the ownership from the employee that will get reduced. So try not to outsource any job works provided if you have the sufficient ground level skill sets. Don't compromise with the remunerations. Getting an employee for 15,000 by giving 20,000, if you get an employee for 15,000, don't compromise. If an employee wants 20,000, if your authorized amount is 20,000, give 20,000 or give a more amount. So don't compromise with the person who is not directly 100% fit for the job, or they can ready to compromise with the salary to come for 15,000 rather than 20,000. Don't forget to evaluate their interpersonal skills. Sometimes the individual performer, they may have a very good achievement records, but he'll not be a good team member. So try to identify, or during the probation period, evaluate the person for further proceedings before confirmation. Don't elaborate about the organization. Let him speak first. So these are the tips to positioning the right person for the right job. First, judge their body language, most important, about their attitude. Give more importance for their experience and accomplishment. The learning level, if he is a fresher, you should have a very strong training team, and you should know whether before positioning the person to assess the learning level of the newcomer, new entrants. Candidates' patience in their life, problem solving skill sets, always the second level or third level category people, they should not depend the heads, even some crisis situations. They should not expect the command from the superior side. They themselves should handle the situations. That kind of person that we have to select while recruiting a right person. Get questions from the candidates while having the face-to-face interview. Don't go with the job description fully as well as the specification side. Try to extract questions from the applicants so that you can easily evaluate how they are interested for the defined designation and the description what we are looking for. Always think before finalizing a candidate. Can the candidate do this job, the job description? Are they motivated to do the job? Is he or she is interested to learn the new skills? When we get a new recruits or a minimum experienced person for the maximum experience work category, is she or she is coachable towards our vision, fit for our culture, whether sometimes the corporate employee may not fit for the trust institutions. So that kind of things that we have to judge before finalizing an offer letter. So this is the last quote of Steve Jobs that I like. Hiring the best is your most important task. It's a HR first task, I can say. Thank you so much, and I'm just opening the session for the panel discussion. Hand mic.
Before finalizing the candidate, we should wait. Before finalizing the candidate, we should vet them appropriately, sir. So before finalizing the candidate, we should vet them appropriately by doing the background verification.
See, the question is before finalizing a candidate, what are the areas that you look over? First, about the background verification, whether the candidates come from very good credential place, their accomplishments, their experience, background. Then lastly, the pay part. So these are the areas that we look for, and it's mandatory for the NABH documentation side also. Sometimes we'll compromise with the credentials, like for the nursing side, even we are facing, most of the hospitals are facing shortage of manpower. It's mandatory to have the registration for the staff nurse designation. Even though if we get a fresher without registration, we'll recruit them under the training period, we'll compromise with the credential part, and we'll take them for full-time employment.
And also skill assessment. We are actually India we are not doing, but abroad recruitment they are doing skill assessment also.
I'm not.
Skill assessment, sir.
So skill assessment, I can say it's based on the job description. So the requirement that will define before finalizing the job description of each designation. For example, a HR assistant manager level, the requirement is at least a minimum of 10 years experience with an MBA, with a reputed institution as a day scholar. At least he handled minimum of 200 workforces in the previous establishment, and the core HR areas that we used to define. So these are the areas that will give more specification while finalizing the skill set of an employee.
And assessing the candidates' learning, upskilling levels, sir.
Learning level, we should give an at least a minimum of 3 to 6 months as probation period, because in a day one we cannot judge. So they may be very good in their resume, but while fixing that person in the working environment after joining, so the learning level that may go as per our expectations or sometimes below par level. So it's based on the time duration that the new entrant in our establishment. So we can fix up the scale in the appraisal, initial level of appraisal. In the probationary periods, we can fix up the time limit for designation, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, or whenever it's necessary, or 360-degree or 180-degree appraisal that we can do. We have a separate session for that. Anything else, ma'am?
Sir, how to retain the employee instead of new hire? What are the factors to retain the employee?
See, to retain an employee, the job satisfaction plays a vital role. So without job satisfaction, there will not be a retention, and I can say the stress-free working environment. Even the crisis situations, the nurses, the healthcare workers, they played a very major role, right? Even the COVID duty workers. So you should give a maximum welfare facilities, privileges, monetary benefits, on-time recognition and appreciation that gives more weightage to retain the employee. So recognition on the right time, I can say. So timely recognition that plays a vital role to retain even a ground level employee.
I have 2 questions, Shekhar. One is when you do the referral check, and what is the weightage you give? How do you assess the antecedent verification? And the second question is like, is pre-employment health checkup is mandatory, and if so, what is the significant areas we need to assess in the pre-employment health checkup? Basically, different cadre of staffs.
Very important question. When you do the reference check, so previously it was must and mandatory to know the antecedents verification for all the employees as per NABH now. So nowadays it's not 100% mandatory, but we can do certain key areas, as not for all areas. As nursing side, we cannot get the criminal negligence certificate from the police department. That will create a very big issue between the parents and the nurses. It's like a passport வீட்டுக்கு ஒரு போலீஸ் வந்துட்டு போற மாதிரி criminal negligence ஒரு police person வீட்டுக்கு வந்து verify பண்ணிட்டு போறவங்க they are not accepting. So now in the revised 5th edition it's removed. We can do the antecedents verification only the key result areas, and it's our HR decision whether it should be done before or after the recruitment, right? It's based on the necessity. But I don't think it's mandatory always before recruiting the person. Sometimes the person will be joined even through the top management for that position. After that only we used to do the documentation part. So in those scenarios, we cannot do. And the second, the pre-employment checkup as per NABH and JCI norms, it's mandatory for all the cadre pre-employment, even the support services, and annual health checkup is mandatory only the patient-related areas. The testers based on the gender, age, that can be fixed in coordination with the infection control or laboratory team and the gynecologist. So because we cannot have the common testers for all categories, so that we can define the age group less than 25 to 30 and above, 40 and above for both male and female. And there are certain areas like cooks, we require a stool test. It's mandatory. And for the designated areas like drivers, it's required. And so there are some areas that we have to check the ophthalmology test. So it depends on the designation and requirement. We can fix the list of tests to be covered in the pre-employments as well the annual checkups. But annual checkup is only the patient-related areas, and pre-employment, it must, I can say it for all categories, especially in the healthcare industry. Yes,
Okay, Shekhar, see, recruiting right person in right place is one of the principles of administration. See, one of the principles of administration, I do accept. So you are recruiting right person in right place, that also I accept. Then what about their package? So you are telling us that we assess this competency assessment, skill assessment, all the assessment has been done. But what about the salary? Based on the assessment, are you doing salary?
As per
No,
institution
based on
norms.
the assessment, do you give salary, you tell us.
I think this question is not from the SPART side, a pre-planned question.
Then why do we assess competency assessment, skill assessment and all? Why do we waste our time, you tell me?
Ma'am, we have a set of government norms for minimum wages for all categories. We are waiting for the final amendment from the Tamil Nadu government. Once the amendment comes, all the HRs, no option, they all will follow. So there is a pay disparity between one hospital to another hospital is based on their own institution norms. As I said initially, government is regulating these salary patterns, especially for the nursing category. Mr. Tamalan is here. I am also there. We both are part in that revising committee from the labor department. It's going well. Already we have given the recommendation in discussion with the Tamil Nadu Nursing Associations, and the final decision is with the labor department, and we are waiting for the amendment order from the Tamil Nadu government. So once as per the order comes, no other go, all hospitals will follow.
Then otherwise, how are you going to recruit right person in right place then?
Salary is not the only criteria.
Definitely then wrong person in right place then.
That's what, ma'am. Salary is not the only criteria to position the candidate.
No,
There
no,
are
the
certain
salary is
places
a
you
must,
can.
not. Salary is the must.
That's what, ma'am. There are certain places where you can give an additional allowances for their working nature. It's meant with the department HOD and the HR. That can be decided after having the discussion with their own management. An additional allowance that can be compromised for the salary requirement in certain key areas like COVID workers. Most of the hospitals, they are giving quarantine as well the COVID allowances, and they are offering the medical insurances also for about 5 lakhs, right? And all their health and wealth needs that they are taking care. So that the assurance that can be given based on the necessity, but that cannot be framed as a rule for all categories. The rule that will be finalized by the government and will follow. We are ready to follow.
Okay. I'm happy you raised that question because most of them wanted to ask that question in the audience. I could see the lot of vibe in the group when you stated this question. More than a salary, I think you have been working in healthcare field for a very long time. More than salary, what is satisfying you mostly? What is the satisfying things in the healthcare sector other than the salary? I know I am taking that question in a different direction purposefully. Job security?
Work recognition,
Which one, ma'am?
job security.
Job security, job satisfaction,
Okay. What is
expected
most close
salary.
to your heart, madam?
pardon?
What is most close to your heart? That
See, not
making
only my heart, everybody's heart is a salary.
salary. I
Yes.
totally agree. I totally agree with you, madam. I totally agree with you. And also, I parallelly understand the job satisfaction and security makes us to belong to the nursing fraternity. I think that is the reason you have been stood for a very long time in the nursing career. That is the reason I wanted to compliment you more than a salary. The satisfactory work, what you do, makes you feel proud of the profession, what you do.
So we are valuing each and every individual. So we are not seeing the employee as a nurse or a attender or a technician or a doctor. For us, from the HR side, all are equal. So we are trying to get maximum pay recognition from the management side. Sometimes that may give 100% satisfaction for you all. Sometimes that may not. But HR is not only the person for taking all the decision. So there are certain criteria to decide your expectation. So that we cannot give it in an open discussion. This is what, this is what, this is what, right? So I can say we are valuing all the designation. We are ready to recognize you and we are ready to appreciate you. And whenever the time comes, when we get an opportunity, we are ready to give to the maximum as part of remuneration side and as well as the career upliftment side.
Shekhar, I have a small suggestion. You said equal salary for all the employees in the hospital, yes?
Equal value for all employees.
Equal value equal value. But I feel you must regard the nurses at a higher stand because we are the ones saving the patient. The patient outcome depends on our care, okay? And invariably, every HR in every hospital, because of the number of personnel working in the hospital, you are hesitant to increase the salary of the nurses. Okay? Now, Ramakrishna waits for PSG to increase the salary. PSG waits for GKNM. GKNM waits for KMCH. I think that should not be the way it should go on. Since you got nursing excellence here, maybe you should have the nurses at a higher rank. Then definitely you get the manpower. And believe me, nurses, all of us are paid much lesser than what a sales girl gets in any shop. I know we are the ones saving the life, and at a tender age, at 21, a nurse who's qualified looks after somebody else's relative. Of course, we have came in for this profession. There's so much of responsibility, so much of accountability. That is not valued, and our care is not measured. It is not valued. I'm really sorry to say, and we are still fighting. I only hope the recommendation what you have made to the government, I hope it is at a higher stand. Only if you make it at, say, around 30, they'll come to 25. But if you say 25, it will only be 20. And if you say 20, it will be only 12, and it will be the same. So please, with those of you who are representing on behalf of the nurses, make sure, because at the TNEI, I am holding an executive position, and the Supreme Court has ordered that you pay 25,000 basic salary, which is not implemented in Tamil Nadu. I'm very sorry to say that. You must take some action, and please refer to the Supreme Court order. If you need one, I will give you. Thank you.
Supreme Court has given a suggestion to all the state governments that I accept, and we are working towards that. We are not saying that we are not valuing the category. We are giving more values to that category, and we are working towards that. Right?
Shekhar, I too accept what Jaini madam said. See, nursing, 4 years nursing, BS nursing, MS nursing. Same, other discipline, BS nursing, you are giving more salary, 20 plus, 24 plus, 25 plus. Whereas our nurses are getting only 12,000. Doing all 3 shifts, 24 hours duty. Why that?
We are working towards that, ma'am.
Working towards and till the retirement, we say this the same thing.
When I get the paper, I can declare. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for joining. We'll go with the second session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and the panelists.
Now I welcome our second speaker. He is a senior HR professional cum advocate from Royal Care Hospital, Coimbatore. Sir did his MBA from Annamalai University and LLB from Bangalore University. I welcome Mr. Thamaran to the stage to give a talk on recent challenges faced by the HR professionals. I request the panelists, Mr. V. Kannapanayanar, HR, PSG Hospitals, Mr. Chinnadurai, HR, NG Hospitals, and Mr. Ram Prakash, HR, Kumran Hospital, to join on stage.
Good morning once again to all. So I am Thamayan, Head of HR from Royal Care Hospital. So, and we have our team. The topic is the recent challenges faced by HR professionals. This is not general, it is specific to hospitals, so healthcare hospital. So hospitals only, the challenges, what is the HR people are dealing. It's a very, very practical topic as given to me. See, I'm basically from industries, long experience with the industries, and then consultancy like Big Four, E&Y, and then last with the hospital. So combination of all. அதில் இருந்து challenges. So எப்படி challenges? So industries-ல என்ன challenge? Other services-ல என்ன challenge? Hospital-ல என்ன challenge? ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கம்பேரிசனோட வருது. இந்த கம்பேரிசனோட பார்க்கும்போது ஸோ once again the experience with the public sector, government. I have government experience of around 10 years. Worked in a corporate sectors like India Cements and all, it's corporate decision-making bodies. And then with the, now with the hospital sectors. So in the all segments, இதில் பார்க்கும்போது challenges அப்படின்னு ரியலாக பார்க்கும்போது with my own experience, I hope my other partners will also agree with this. Challenges are more in hospital sector, healthcare. So fast over 5 years, it's Royal Care is a greenfield project right from the startup. So ABCD-லேருந்து கிரவுண்ட்லேருந்து பில்டிங்லேருந்து ஆரம்பித்து இன்றைக்கி வந்து இந்த ஒரு லெவல் வரும்போது டோட்டல் challenges, everywhere challenges for the HR. Not only HR, so the given topic for me to present on the HR, but it is a challenge in healthcare in all aspects. So it is not only for HR. Now the topic given is HR, so I am presenting on my part with all my colleagues are all from hospital sectors. So they will also agree and hope you will also agree with this. So then, next. Brother, next. Okay. See, I have my panel members. Mr. V. Kannapanayanar is a GMHR from PSG Hospital. Mr. Chinnadurai, Manager HR from NG Hospital. And Mr. Ram Prasad is Manager HR from Kumran Hospital. Thank you, members. So the presentation time changes. Slowly it was late by 10 minutes, no issue. Next. Here, this HR and nursing conclave, healthcare conclave. Really, our dean and medical director of Ramakrishna Hospital said it is not conclave, it is a mela. So I fully agree with him. This is really a mela. So initially we thought around 400, 500. Now it is, the hall is full. And when we had a pilot visit to this hall, we said it's a big hall, whether we'll get full of audience to cover the total hall. Now there is no place to sit. We are struggling. And it's one way, it is very happy to see the HR healthcare people have assembled here. It's a real challenge. And also it is a mela, not conclave. And I take first opportunity to sincerely thank the Ramakrishna Hospital management, because without the support of the management, it would have not come. So it's really their participative. Right from the speeches of our chief guest, he's a managing trustee, he said knowledge sharing. It's an underlining word, knowledge sharing. So everywhere, anywhere, knowledge has to be shared. So that's how why we are gathered total numbers here. We want to learn something out of this conclave. So we want to learn, we want to hear something new. So that's why we all gathered. So that importance as management is given, they have that in their mind. Because of that, they have extended all the facilities. Of course, facility means it goes with finance. So they have extended it, and also with their help, it was very nicely arranged. It is better than any conclave, even in any 5-star hotels. And then coming to special appreciation, really it is an appreciation to my own colleague, Mr. Shagar, and his medical team. In Coimbatore, just imagine 4 or 5 years back, all hospitals were functioning, all HR people were there, but there is no interaction between HR people. Our and the hospital in the hospital, nobody knows. Who is who, nobody knows. So with our initiative, with Sagar and our colleagues, we slowly started with WhatsApp group. Think of it, it's a WhatsApp group. Hospital, Coimbatore, Hospital HR group. That is the name. So we slowly started with the hospital HR group. Now, just imagine, we are landing here with a huge conclave and total number of it will be more than 600 people. So it's a major achievement, and without saying it goes, our Sagar is the admin of that group, and once any HR person joins in the hospital, immediately we will call and we will include in this group. So it is only for a coordination. So it resulted in seeing the total group. I am happy, personally happy, and my team will also be definitely happy. And special thanks to Sagar, who has taken more effort. எல்லாரும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹெச்ஆரில் ஐயோ இன்றைக்கி போனதுலேருந்து வெளியில் வர வரைக்கும் ஒர்க்குன்னு சொல்கிறோம். அந்த ஒர்க்கு அவருக்கும் இருக்குது. ஸோ இன்ஸ்பைட் ஆஃப் தட் he is coordinated and he has organized, and அதனுடைய ரிசல்ட் இப்போ நம்ம மறுபடியும் பார்க்குறோம். ஸோ sincerely I thank Sagar sir. Yes, again now only I am going to the topics. Challenges. So challenges I just divide into 4 areas in the hospital sector. So challenges faced by the HR people on the employees perspective. So employees. So I go by other one is the government side and management side. So and other challenges with 4 areas. First we will take it from employee side. So employee side, non-availability of qualified, experienced and right people. I hope this question has already been deliberated fully with recruitment the previous session, and Ms. Shagar has explained well, and there are many questions on that. So I think it is really a challenge. Getting a right person to the hospital is a real challenge, but still HR is achieving it. அது எவ்வளோ பேர் வேணுமோ அதை எடுத்து அவங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக அந்த நேரத்தில் கொடுத்து நர்சிங்கை சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை பண்ணி அதர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டையும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை பண்ணி கொடுக்கலன்னா சீட்டில் உட்கார முடியாது. அது எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும். ஸோ இட்ஸ் எ பிக் சேலஞ்ச் அண்ட் he has deliberated correctly. So I go to the next point. This attitude and behavioral. adjustment. So adjustment is a challenge. So newcomer has come. அவர் வராரு, புதுசாக வராங்க, மேடம்லாம் சொன்னாங்க ஃப்ரெஷராக வராங்க, பிஎஸ்சி 4 years முடிச்சுட்டு. Again and again we are taking the example of only nursing. So for positive side and for other side also. ஸோ ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக வராங்க, டிஃப்ரெண்ட் கல்ச்சர்லேருந்து வராங்க, டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பேக்ரவுண்ட்லேருந்து வராங்க. ஸோ வி காண்ட் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் எல்லாருமே ஒரே மாதிரி பிஹேவ் பண்ணுவாங்க, ஒரே மாதிரி ஆட்டிடியூட் இருக்கும், அந்த ஸ்கில் நாலேஜ் எல்லாம் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்குன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. ஸோ இட்ஸ் ஆல் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் வெரைட்டிஸாக வருவாங்க. அவங்கள எல்லாரையும் ஒரு மாதிரி ஒருங்கிணைச்சு டுவோர்ட்ஸ் அவர் ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட், நம்ம ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் நம்ம ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு என்ன வேணுமோ அதை ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணணும். ஸோ தேர் இட் இஸ் அ சேலஞ்ச், இட் இஸ் எ ரியல் சேலஞ்ச். அதோட இன்டர்பர்சனல் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப், ஒருத்தர் கூட ஒருத்தர் பேசணும், சுப்பீரியரோட பேசணும், அவங்களுடைய இமீடியட் லீடர்கிட்ட பேசணும், அந்த அட்டண்டன்ஸ் வந்து கரெக்டாக வரணும், அவங்களுடைய ட்ரெஸ் கோடு கரெக்டாக இருக்கணும், பேஷண்ட்டோட நல்லா மூவ் பண்ணணும், பேஷண்ட் அட்டெண்டரோட நல்லா பேசணும். அந்த மாதிரி அவங்கக்கிட்ட இருந்து எதிர்பார்ப்புகள் நிறையா இருக்குது. நம்மளுடைய எதிர்பார்ப்பு, ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ஹெச்ஆருடைய எதிர்பார்ப்பை விட அவங்க ஃபீல்டில் இருக்கிற எதிர்பார்ப்புகள் வந்து நிறையா இருக்குது. அது எல்லாத்தையும் அவங்க மீட் பண்ணி அந்த ஏஜ், மேடம் சொன்னாங்க 21 ஏஜில் வந்து இவ்வளோ பெரிய ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி எடுக்கிறாங்கன்னா, எஸ் மேடம், ஐ ரியலி அக்ரி வித் தட். தே ஆர் ஆல் மை டாட்டர்ஸ், மை சன்ஸ் லைக் தட். ஸோ அவங்க அந்த அளவுக்கு அவங்க எல்லாம் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது ஐ எம் ரியலி ப்ரௌட் ஆஃப் ஆன் அதர் சைட். பார்க்குறோம், அப்படியே பார்ப்போம், என் பையன் எப்படி பண்ணான், இவங்க எப்படி பண்ணுறாங்க, என் பொண்ணு எப்படி பண்ணிச்சு, அல்லது இவங்க எப்படி பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க, இந்த ஏஜில் இவ்வளோ பரபரப்பாக ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்களே அப்படின்னு மாதிரி அப்படியே ஐ மெல்ட் இட். ஸோ இட் இஸ் நாட் லைக் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்லலாம் எங்கள் வியூ, ஹெச்ஆர் வியூ டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக இருக்கும். ஆல்வேஸ் லிங்க் வித் லீகல் ஷோகாஸ் கொடு, என்கொயரி நடத்து, டெர்மினேட் பண்ணு, இல்லைன்னா டிமோட்டிவேட் பண்ணு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நிறைய போயிட்டு இருப்போம். அது அந்த மாதிரி தான் வி ஆர் க்ரூம்டு இன் அதர் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ். வேற ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் செக்டருக்கு வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் இது எல்லாமே இல்லை. ஷோகாஸ் எல்லாம் மறந்து போச்சு. ஹவு டு டிராஃப்ட் ஏ ஷோகாஸ், என்கொயரி, நோ என்கொயரி. ஸோ அது போல். ஆனால் ஏன் பார்க்குறோம், ஒரு நர்சிங் ஸ்டாஃப் வந்து ஒரு சின்ன மிஸ்டேக் பண்ணிட்டா கூட உடனே சொல்லிவிடுவாங்க, இப்போ ஹெச்ஆரை பாருங்கள், ஓகே ஹெச்ஆரில் வந்து நிற்கிறாங்க. அவங்க மூஞ்சி பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு அவங்களுக்கு வந்து பனிஷ் பண்ணணும்னு தோணவே இல்லை. ஐ ஹோப் அக்ரி ஆல் திஸ் இஸ். அவங்கள பனிஷ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றதெல்லாம் எனக்கு எந்த தாட்ஸுமே வரல. இது கைத்தட்டுறதுக்காக நான் பேசலை, என்னுடைய உள் மனசில் இருக்கிறத நான் பேசுகிறேன். ஏன்னா அவங்கள வந்து உள்ளாரையும் நான் பார்க்குறேன், வார்டில் பார்க்குறேன், எமர்ஜென்சியில் பார்க்குறேன். ஸோ நான் மெடிக்கல் பர்சன், நான் ஹெச்ஆர், அப்புறம் அதை விட்டுருவோம், ஐ எம் நாட் ஏ மெடிக்கல் பர்சன். ஸோ ஒரு பர்சன் பார்க்கும்போது ஒரு எமர்ஜென்சி, ஒரு க்ரைசிஸ், ஒரு இது அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்னு அங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பரபரப்பாக ஓடுன்னு ஓடி அவங்க வந்து அந்த பேசிக் லைஃப் சப்போர்ட்டெல்லாம் வந்து ஆண் பெண் அப்படின்ற பாரபட்சம்லாம் பார்க்காம எல்லாரோடையும் முட்டி மோதி ஒன்லி கோல் வந்து டு சேவ் தட் லைஃப். ஸோ அந்த ஒரு கண்டிஷனில் அவங்கள பார்க்குறேன். அதை வச்சு பார்க்கும்போது அவங்கள பனிஷ் பண்ணணும்னு தோணவே இல்லை. ஸோ அவங்கள வந்து அப்படியே அவங்கள பார்த்தா எனக்கு சிரிப்பு தான் வருது. ஹெச்ஆருக்கு அனுப்பிட்டாங்களா, வாங்க அப்படி தான் டீல் பண்ணுறோம். இட் இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச். ஐ மைண்ட் மை செல்ஃப். என்னுடைய அந்த லீகல் அந்த அதெல்லாம் எடுத்து ஓரமாக வச்சுட்டு ப்ராக்டிக்கலி அப்போ தான் வந்து அதை மீட் பண்ண முடியும். வந்துட்டியா, வந்து சிக்கன் இன்றைக்கி வச்சு செஞ்சுக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன்னா நாளைக்கு என்ன வச்சு செஞ்சுருவீங்க. ஆல்ஹெச் நர்சிங் பீப்புள் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவீங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். அதனால் வந்து சேலஞ்ச், டெஃபினெட்லி இட் இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் ஃப்ரம் மீ. நான் தான் என்ன மைண்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன், என்னுடைய ப்ரெஷர், என்னுடைய இதை எல்லாத்தையும் குறைச்சி அவங்களுடைய லெவலுக்கு போயிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அந்த இஷ்யூவை நம்ம டீல் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ இட் இஸ் எ ரியல் சேலஞ்ச். அண்ட் கோயிங் பேக் டு தி நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன், மொபைல். ஹெச்ஆருக்கு ஒரு பெரிய வில்லன் யார் அப்படின்னாக்கா மொபைல் தான். ஐ ஹோப் யூ ஆல் அக்ரி வித் மீ திஸ். பர்சனலாக அக்ரி பண்ணிக்குவீங்க, அல்லது ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் இருக்கும்போது அக்ரி பண்ண மாட்டோம். ஓகே எனியோ, ஆனால் இது எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும், மொபைல். சாப்பாடு டிஃபன் கூட எனக்கு வேண்டாம், ஆனால் மொபைல் வேணும். மொபைல் இல்லைன்னா தூங்க கூட முடியாது, ஒர்க்கு கூட பண்ண முடியாத சூழ்நிலையில் இப்போ நடந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்குது. ஸோ இது வந்து இன் டர்ன் இட் அஃபெக்ட்ஸ் தி டோட்டல் எஃபிஷியன்சி ஆர்கனைசேஷன். இப்போ மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து பார்க்கும்போது மொபைலே இருக்கக்கூடாது. How to separate the mobile with the employee. Quality of education imparted by the institutions. So it is another challenge. All the institutions are not equal. சில நான் ஐ எம் வெரி ஷேட் ஸோ நோ ஐ ஷுட் நாட் பட் நோ அதை சொல்லாமே இருக்க முடியல. சில இன்ஸ்டியூஷன்லேருந்து தான் வராங்க, தே டசன்ட் ஹாவ் எனி ப்ராக்டிக்கல் எக்ஸ்போஷர், அதை நேரடியாகவே நம்ம பார்க்குறோம். இருந்தாலும் ஓகே, ஆட்டிடியூட் இஸ் ஓகே, தே வில் பிக் இட் அப். 4 years படிச்சுட்டு வந்திருக்காங்க, பரவாயில்ல அப்படின்னு சொல்லி தான் எடுக்கிறோம். ஏன்னா எகைன் ரெக்ரூட்மெண்ட் இஸ் அனதர் சேலஞ்ச். எடுக்காமல் எல்லாத்தையுமே விடவும் முடியாது. அதனால் கொஞ்சம் காம்ப்ரமைஸ் பண்ணி, சேகர் வாஸ் யூஸிங் திஸ் வேர்ட் காம்ப்ரமைஸ், ஸோ கொஞ்சம் காம்ப்ரமைஸ் பண்ணி எடுக்கிறோம். எடுத்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தியரிட்டிக்கல் நாலேஜ் கூட இருக்காது. ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக சொல்லணுன்னா நிறைய நானும் இன்டர்வியூவில் பார்க்குறேன், ரைஸ் டியூப் வந்து எவ்வளோ லென்த் அப்படின்னு கேட்டாங்கன்னா முழிப்பாங்க. ரைஸ் டியூப் எவ்வளோ லெவலுக்குள்ளே விடணும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டால் கூட அக்ரி வித் மீ, அதுலேயும் பார்ப்பாங்க. ஸோ இது இஸ் ஆல் ப்ராக்டிக்கல். அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு 6 months நம்ம நர்சிங் டீமு, நர்சிங் எஜுகேட்டர் தான் காலேஜ் நடத்தணும். ஸோ காலேஜ் நடத்தி அவங்கள அந்த லெவலுக்கு கொண்டு வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் நம்ம வந்து அவங்கள வந்து வார்ட்லேயோ ஃபீல்ட்லேயோ இண்டிபெண்டன்சி கொடுக்கணும். ஸோ கிரேட் ரோல் டு தி எஜுகேட்டர், நாட் தி இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ். ஸோ அந்த பீரியடில் ஜஸ்ட் இமேஜின் வி ஆர் பேயிங், த ஆர்கனைசேஷன் இஸ் பேயிங். ஸோ நம்ம வந்து அதுக்காக நீ 4 மாதம் உனக்கு அன்பெய்டு வா அப்படின்னா ஒருத்தரும் கிடைக்க மாட்டாங்க, ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் கிடைக்காது. ஸோ இட்ஸ் அ சேலஞ்ச். ஓகே, ஐ வாண்ட் குவாலிட்டி. ஸோ நம்ம எஜுகேட் பண்ணி அவங்கள ரெடி பண்ணுறோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அவங்கள ரியலாக இண்டிபெண்ட்டாக சார்ஜ் கொடுக்குறோம். இட்ஸ் எ ப்ராப்ளம் ஆஃப் தி இன்ஸ்டியூஷன், இட்ஸ் அதர்வே குளோபல் இஷ்யூ. அதுக்கு நம்ம எதுவும் பெருசாக பண்ண முடியாது. ஓகே, உங்களுக்கு செலெக்ஷன் பண்ணும்போது நீங்கள் நல்ல ப்ரீமியம் இன்ஸ்டியூஷன்லேருந்து எடுக்கலாம். அடுத்தது ட்ரைனிங் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட். ஓகே, ட்ரைனிங் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் இட்ஸ் ஆன்கோயிங் ப்ராசஸ். இப்போ NABHல வருது, எல்லா இடத்துலையும் வருது. ட்ரைனிங் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் கண்டிப்பாக இருந்தே ஆகணும். இப்போ எஜுகேட்டர்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து கிளாஸ் எடுத்துக்கிட்டே தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. ட்ரைனிங்க்குன்னு ஒரு பெரிய நோட் புக் கொடுத்துட்றோம். ஸோ எந்த ட்ரைனிங் அட்டன் பண்ணாங்க, என்னைக்கு அட்டன் பண்ணாங்க, அது யார் ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சன், இண்டிவிஜுவல் கையெழுத்து, HR கையெழுத்து, குவாலிட்டி கேட்டு எல்லா கையெழுத்தும் ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகும். இது ஸ்டாச்சுட்டரி NABHக்கு வேணும்னு. ஆனால் அதிலிருந்து எவ்வளோ லேர்ன் பண்ணாங்க, நான் சேலஞ்சு, நான் சொல்ல வர்றது அதுதான். ஸோ ரெக்கார்ட் இஸ் ஃபைன், பேப்பர் ஒர்க் எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் ஓகே, சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை தி ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட். ஸோ ஹவு தே லேர்ன்ட் இட். இப்போ இன்றைக்கி ஒரு கிளாஸில் வந்து 50 பேர் இருக்காங்கன்னா 50 பேருமே அதே பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவில், அதே பெர்செப்ஷனில் வந்து ரிசீவ் பண்ணாங்களான்னா நோ. இப்போ நாளைக்கு வருவார் NABH அசஸர், நம்ம மேடம் இருக்காங்க, அசஸர்லாம் வந்த உடனே 2 கேள்வி கேட்பாங்க. ஹேண்ட் வாஷ் சொல்லுங்கள், வாட் இஸ் த ப்ரொசீஜர் ஃபார் ஹேண்ட் வாஷ். எல்லாருமே நிற்போம். அப்போ என்ன, அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஹேண்ட் வாஷ் வந்து ப்ரொசீஜர் ஹைஜீனிக் சொல்லி கொடுக்கலையா? சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்கோம். HR உடனே கேட்பாங்க, என்ன கிளாஸ் எடுத்தீங்க, இதெல்லாம் கூட சொல்லி கொடுக்கலையா அப்படின்னா, எஸ். நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ரெக்கார்டை எடுத்து எஸ் என்னைக்கு அட்டன் பண்ணாங்க, எந்த டேட்டில் அட்டன் பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னு காட்டுவோம். அவ்வளோதான் செய்ய முடியும். பட் த பெர்செப்ஷன், ஸோ ரிசீவிங் கெப்பாசிட்டி, அது இட் இஸ் ஏ சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ வி கேனாட் அவங்க மைண்டில் நுழைஞ்சி இதெல்லாம் வந்து உங்கள் இதில் நீங்கள் தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க அப்படின்னு இல்லை. அப்போது அதர் சைடு ஆல்சோ ஷுட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் எதுக்காக சொல்கிறாங்க அப்படின்றத ஃபுல்லாக கிராஸ்அப் பண்ணி அதுக்கு ஈக்குவலாக வரணும். அதை வர வைக்கிறது தான் ஒரு சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ எகைன் ரீக்ளாஸ், ஓகே நாட் அப் டு தட், உடனே இன்னொரு கிளாஸுக்கு வாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அந்த ஒரு சேலஞ்ச். டேலண்ட் ரீடென்ஷன், நெக்ஸ்ட் பாயிண்ட். ஸோ இந்த டாப்பிக்கில் நிறைய பேசினாங்க. ஹவு டு ரீடைன், சேலரி கொடுக்கணும், சேலரி தான் மெயின் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நிறைய டிபேட் எல்லாம் வந்தது. எஸ், எல்லாருக்குமே சேலரி மெயின் தான், இல்லைன்னு சொல்லலை. ஆனால் ஹவு டு ரீடைன் அப்படின்னும் போது அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் இந்த டாபிக் நான் உள்ளே போகலை, சேலரிக்குள்ளே போகலை, திஸ் இஸ் நாட் மை டாபிக். ஸோ ரீடைனிங் த பீப்புள், ஒவ்வொரு இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், ஒவ்வொரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல், தே ஹாவ் ஏ டிஃப்ரெண்ட் டைப் ஆஃப் ரீடைனிங் த பீப்புள். ஸோ கம்மிங் பேக் டு மீ ஆஸ் எ பர்சனல், ஐ எம் பேசிக்கலி an advocate ஆல்சோ. ஸோ அதில் பார்க்கும்போது ஃபஸ்ட்டு திங் நான் எலிமினேட் பண்ணது வந்து பாண்ட். ஐ டோன்ட் வாண்ட் பாண்ட். With bond, I don't want to retain my employees. So this is the first thing. நிறைய கேள்விப்பட்டது. குட் ரெஸ்பான்ஸ், தேங்க்யூ. ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட்டு கேள்விப்படும்போது பாண்ட், நாங்கள் 4 years, 2 years, 3 years பாண்ட். இஃப் தே ஆர் நாட் கம்ப்ளீட்டிங் பாண்ட், தே ஹாவ் டு பே திஸ் மச். எல்லாம் கரெக்ட், ஓகே. ஸோ பாண்டை வச்சு தான் ஒரு எம்ப்ளாயை ரீடைன் பண்ணணுமா, இல்லை அது ரீடைன் ஆகுமா? இட்ஸ் மை ஓன் கொஸ்டின், திஸ் இஸ் மை கொஸ்டின். ஸோ ஓகே, ஐ கேன் புட் ஏ டிராஃப்ட், நான் பாண்டு போடுவேன், நான் வந்து அக்ரிமெண்ட் போடுவேன், எல்லாம் போடுவேன், ஈவன் ஐ வில் டேக் இட் டு தி கோர்ட், எல்லாம் செய்யலாம். பட் அதெல்லாம் ரீடைன் ஆகுமா? ஆகாது. த டிஃப்ரென்ஸ், கேப்பு தான் வைடன் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கும். ஸோ தட் இஸ் தி ஃபஸ்ட் திங். அந்த பாண்டெல்லாம் ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகாது இப்போ இருக்கிற ஜெனரேஷன் பர்டிகுலர்லி. ஸோ பாண்டு கண்டிஷன்னாகவே ஓடி போயிடுவாங்க. அட்வைஸ் அப்படின்னாவே காணாமல் போயிடுவாங்க. ஸோ இதுதான் வந்து இன்றைக்கி இருக்கிற ஜெனரேஷன். ஸோ யூ கோ வித் த ஜெனரேஷன். நான் படித்தது அப்படி தான், ஹெச்ஆர் நான் படித்தேன், லீகல் படித்தேன், நான் இப்படி தான் பண்ணுவேன் அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் தான் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கணும். அங்கே ஒரு ஆள் தான் இருப்பீங்க, யாருமே இருக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ரீட்டைன் பண்ணணுன்ற அவசியம் இல்லை. இப்போ இருக்கிற மோர் யங்கர் ஜெனரேஷன் தே ஆர் வெரி மச் ஃபெமிலியர் வித் சோஷியல் செக்யூரிட்டி, சோஷியல் மீடியாஸ். ஸோ சோஷியல் மீடியா இன்றைக்கி என்ன வேர்ல்டில் நடக்குதுன்னு அவங்களுக்கு எல்லோரும் தெரியும். அஃப்கோர்ஸ் சப்ஜெக்டை விட்டுட்டு அதில் நிறைய போகக்கூடாது, பட் இருந்தாலும் தே ஆர் வெரி அவேர் ஆஃப் தி கரண்ட் சினாரியோஸ். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரிலாம் இருக்கும்போது அந்த ஆட்டிடியூடில் போயிட்டு அந்த வேல போய் ரீட்டைன் பண்ணணும். அவங்கள வந்து பர்சனல் டச், அப்ரோச், அவங்களுக்கு உண்டான ஒரு டச் தர் ஈகோ இன் ஜென்ரல், வாட் எவர் மேபி தர் ஏஜ் குரூப், அவங்களுக்கும் அந்த இது இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அப்ரிசியேஷன், கோ வித் அப்ரிசியேஷன், அந்த ஒரு அப்ரோச், அந்த ஆட்டிடியூடில் தான் நம்ம வந்து ரீட்டைன் பண்ணணுன்றது தான் என்னுடைய பர்சனல் கான்செப்ட். அண்ட் ஆல்சோ ஐ ஹோப் மை பேனல் மெம்பர்ஸ் ஆல்சோ அக்ரி. ஏன்னா நாங்கள் 4-5 தடவை இதை டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணிட்டோம். ஸோ அந்த ஒரு பார்ட்டில் ஹெச்ஆரை கொண்டு போகிற சேலஞ்சில் அது ஒரு சேலஞ்ச். அதை வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியாகவும் நம்ம எடுத்துக்கூடாது. ஹெல்த் கேர் எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் வந்து ஓகே இவங்க வந்து ஒன்றும் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க அப்படின்னும் எடுத்துக்கூடாது. அதர் பாசிட்டிவ் வேலை எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் ரீடென்ஷன் வில் பி ஹாப்பி. நம்ம ரீடென்ஷனுக்கு பேசின அந்த ஜாப் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் வாட் எவர் எல்லாம் பண்ணலாம், அதில் மீட் ஆகும். ஸோ ஆஸ் ஏ ஃபேமிலி மெம்பர்ஸ், சன்னுக்கும் ஃபாதருக்கும் என்ன அக்ரிமெண்ட்டாக போடுறோம், வரும். அது ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ் பின்னாடி வரும். அது எப்போ பிரேக் ஆகும்போது வரும், அது இப்போ இல்லை. ஸோ வி ஆர் ஆல் கோயிங் ஆஸ் ஏ ஃபேமிலி. தட் இஸ் வாட் பாயிண்ட். லாஸ்ட், very frequent mobility and of employees, attrition, very frequent mobility, it's a challenge. இப்போ தான் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க, 3 மாதம் 4 மாதம் கூட ஆயிருக்காது. அந்த எஜுகேட்டர்கிட்டருந்து வெளியில் கூட வந்திருக்க மாட்டாங்க கிளாஸில். அதுக்குள்ளே என்னை வந்து சவுதியில் ரெக்ரூட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க, என்னை வந்து அங்கே ஃப்ளைட்டு 2வது நாள் ஃப்ளைட் நிற்கிது, நம்ம டவுன் பஸ் மாதிரி ஃப்ளைட் நிற்கிது கூட்டிகிட்டு போகிறதுக்கு. ஒரு ஃபார்மாலிட்டியும் இல்லை. விசா வந்துடுச்சா? வந்துருச்சு சார், அவ்வளோதான், டேக் ஆஃப். நீங்கள் ஏதாவது சொல்லி அவங்கள நிறுத்த முடியுமா? நிற்பீங்களா யாராவது? உங்களுக்கு பாருங்கள் எவ்வளோ தலையாட்டுறாங்க பாருங்கள். யாரும் நிற்க மாட்டாங்க. ஏன்னா அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அட்ராக்ஷன் இருக்குங்க. அதோடு சேர்த்து 1 இயர் ஒர்க் பண்ணிவிட்டு சர்டிஃபிகேட் வாங்கிட்டு நான் போகணும், அந்த மைண்ட் செட்லேயே கரெக்டாக வருவாங்க. அதெல்லாமே நல்லா தெரியும். ஓகே, அந்த 1 இயர் ஒர்க் பண்ணுங்கள், வாங்க, பரவாயில்ல. அப்போ தெரிஞ்சு தான் நம்மளும் அலோவ் பண்ணுறோம். அங்கேயும் ஒரு சேலஞ்ச் இருக்குது. அதுக்கு அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த 1 இயருக்குள்ளாரியே நான் ஐஇஎல்டி படிக்கணும், ஓஇடி படிக்கணும். ஸோ என்னென்ன படிக்கணுமோ அதெல்லாமே நான் படிக்கணும். நான் அதனால் இங்கே எங்கள் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டில் சொன்னாங்க, இங்கே கிளாஸ் நடத்துங்க ஈவினிங்கில் 1 ஹவர் அப்படின்னு. எதுக்கு அவங்க அங்கே கிளாஸுக்கு போகணும்? எப்படி இருந்தாலும் போகிறேன், இங்கேயே அந்த கிளாஸ் நம்ம ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு கூட நாங்கள் திங்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி அந்த மொபிலிட்டி. அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இதெல்லாம் வெரி ஃப்ரீக்வெண்ட். ஐ ஹோப் எவரிபடி வில் அக்ரி வித் மீ. நான் ஒன்றும் தியரிட்டிக்கலாகவோ புக்கில் இருந்து அசைன்மெண்ட் காப்பி அடித்தெல்லாம் எதுவும் பேசலை, ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக தான் பேசுகிறோம். அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மேரேஜ். அந்த ஏஜ் மேடம் சொன்னாங்க 21 வயசில் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணாங்க, பிஎஸ்சி முடித்தாங்க, வீட்டில் பார்த்தாங்க, 2 வருஷம் பொண்ணு வந்து வேலைக்கு போச்சு, சம்பாரிச்சிச்சு, ரைட் மேரேஜ் பண்ணிடணும், அவ்வளோதான், நமக்கு பிரச்சனை வேண்டாம், கண்ணுக்கு தூரமாக இருக்குது, ஹாஸ்டலில் இருக்குது, மேரேஜ் பண்ணி வச்சுட்டா நம்ம கடமை முடிஞ்சிச்சின்னு அவங்க நினைக்கிறாங்க. மேரேஜுன்னு ஃபிக்ஸ் ஆகிட்டு ஒரு நோட்டீஸ் கொண்டாந்து கொடுக்கும்போது என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? அதெல்லாம் முடியாது, இப்போ நீ மேரேஜ் பண்ணிக்காத அப்படின்னா சொல்லணும். ஒன்றுமே பண்ண முடியாது, எக்ஸப்ட் டு அக்செப்ட் இட். அட் தி மேக்ஸிமம் வாட் வி கேன் என்ஃபோர்ஸ் 1 month நோட்டீஸ் கொடு, 2 month நோட்டீஸ் கொடுன்னு கேட்கலாம். எப்போ மேரேஜ்? மார்ச் 2022. மார்ச்சில் தானே, பரவாயில்ல நீ 2 months நோட்டீஸ் கொடு. இல்லை டிசம்பர், பரவாயில்ல நீ 1 month நோட்டீஸ் கொடு. டிஸ்கிரிஷன் பாலிசியில் இருக்குது, இருந்தாலும் டிஸ்கிரிஷன் இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ வி கோ வித் தம். அவங்களோட சேர்ந்து அது வரைக்கும் அவங்க நல்லா ஒர்க் பண்ணணும், ஃபுல் மைண்டோட ஒர்க் பண்ணணும். ஃபாரின் போகிறவங்களையோ மேரேஜ்லையோ நம்ம எந்த காரணத்தில் மொபிலிட்டி, அதர் காரணமெல்லாம் ஓகே. நான் இங்கேருந்து ராயல் கேர்லேருந்து ராமகிருஷ்ணா போகிறேன், இல்லை கேஎம்சிஹெச்லேருந்து, இதெல்லாம் நவ் இட் ஹஸ் பீன் சம்வாட் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்டட்னு சொல்கிறத விட நாங்கள்லாம் ஒரு ஃபெர்டர்னிட்டியாக ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் மொபிலிட்டி கொஞ்சம் குறைஞ்சிருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் நான். ஏன்னா ஒருத்தர் வரும்போதே நாங்கள் எல்லோரும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, எக்ஸப்ட் எம்ப்ளாயீஸும் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸும் இருக்கீங்க, அடுத்தது வரும்போது ஒருத்தருக்கு ஒருத்தர் நாங்கள் ரெஃபர் பண்ணிக்கிறோம். அந்த குரூப் வந்து எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது. அதனால் அது ஓகே, தட்ஸ் அ டிஃப்ரெண்ட் இஷ்யூ. ஸோ மொபிலிட்டி, அட்ரிஷன் இவ்வளோ தான் இருக்கணும்னு ஸ்டாண்டர்டெல்லாம் இருக்குது. ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் ஹெல்த் கேருக்கு வந்து அட்ரிஷன் இவ்வளோ தான் இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லி ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இருக்குது. அந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்டுக்குள்ளே வரணும், அதுதான் இஷ்யூ. ஏன்னா ரீப்ளேஸ்மெண்ட் இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச். எகைன் மறுபடியும் ஃபஸ்ட்டு பாயிண்ட்டு போய்டுவோம், ரெக்ரூட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு போய்டுவோம். Okay, this is the challenges from the employee side. Okay, next we'll go for the challenges from authorities. So this is a government, challenges from government side. So government side la hospital ku HRPP, what are the challenges? So adha paakrom. First vandu pathina, it is a minimum wages. Yes, the minimum wages modalim பேசியாச்சு. தமிழ்நாடு GO on minimum wages. So minimum wages பேசும்போது சொன்னாங்க, மேடம் கூட கேட்டாங்க, சார் மினிமம் வேஜஸில் 25-30 இருந்தால் 25 இருந்தால் 20, அப்புறம் 12 தான் ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக கொடுப்பீங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஸோ மினிமம் வேஜஸ்ன்றது வந்து இட் இஸ் ஒன்லி கைட்லைன்ஸ். ஸோ என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும், எங்கள் டீமை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இட் இஸ் ஒன்லி கைட்லைன்ஸ். ஒரு இடத்துல ஒரு கைட்லைன்ஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஸோ அந்த கைட்லைன்ஸ் தான். ஆஃப் டிக்கெட் வாங்கணும்னு பஸ்ஸில் ஒரு கோடு போட்டிருப்பான். அதனால் வந்து அது கரெக்டாக அதுக்கு வந்தால் தான் நான் ஆஃப் டிக்கெட் வாங்குகிறேன் அப்படின்றதுக்காக அது ஒரு கைடன்ஸ், அது கொடுத்துருக்கிற ஒரு கைடன்ஸ். அந்த கைடன்ஸ் தான் வந்து நமக்கு சாசனம் அப்படின்றது இல்லை. ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது, ஒய் மினிமம் வேஜஸ் அப்படின்னா, அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் லீகல் பர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ் ஐ எம் ஸ்பீக்கிங் ஆன் ப்ராக்டிக்கல் சைட். அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் இப்போ ராமகிருஷ்ணா இருக்குது, KMCH இருக்குன்னா, தேர் ஆர் சம் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் அவங்களே பிரிச்சிருக்காங்க, கிரேட் 1, கிரேட் 2, லெவல் 1, லெவல் 2, லெவல் 3. அந்த லெவல் 1, லெவல் 3 எல்லாம் எப்படின்னா பெட்டை வச்சு பிரிக்கிறாங்க. 20 பெட்டு இருக்கிற ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் இருக்குது, 50 பெட்டு இருக்குது, 100 பெட்டு, 200 பெட், அப்படி தான் பிரிச்சிருக்காங்க மினிமம் வேஜஸில். ஸோ 20 பெட்டு வச்சுருக்கிறவங்கள கூப்பிட்டு நீ 200 பெட்டு வச்சுருக்கிற ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் சம்பளத்தை கொடுன்னு சொன்னால் முடியுமா? முடியாது. டெஃபினெட்லி நாட் பாசிபிள். ஸோ சேலரி, மினிமம் வேஜஸ் இஸ் ஒன்லி கைட்லைன்ஸ். ஸோ எவ்ரி சேலரி வேணும், இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல. மேடம் கேட்டாங்க, அதுக்கு சரியான ஆன்சர்னால் இதுதான். இட் இஸ் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் தி பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் and earning capacity of the institution. So institution நல்லா வந்து இது பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்குது, ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் நல்லா போயிட்டுருக்கு அப்படின்னா there is no bar in giving above the minimum wages. We are giving in so many areas. Now itself we have extended above the minimum wages. So minimum wages we take it as a guidance and based on the paying capacity of the management. ஸோ அந்த லெவல் எப்பயுமே இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த அந்த வேஜஸ் அப்படின்றது, அந்த மினிமம் வேஜஸ் வந்து கைடன்ஸ். ஸோ அது இருக்குது. கவர்மெண்ட்டில் GO போட்டிருக்காங்க, GO வரட்டும் போகட்டும், டீம் எல்லாம் ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணட்டும், வாட் எவர் மேபி. ஸோ இட் வில் கோ வித் தி பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் ஆஃப் தி ஆர்கனைசேஷன். நெக்ஸ்ட், இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் அண்ட் அத்தாரிட்டி. ரைட், இந்த இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் எல்லாம் பேசும்போது கொலீக் ஆல்ரெடி ஹூ ஆர் ஒர்க்கிங் வித் HR அண்ட் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ஸு புரிஞ்சுக்குவாங்க. ஸ்டூடெண்ட் சைட் நிறையா வந்திருக்கிறதுனால நான் ரொம்ப கொலைக்கலாக இதாக சிம்பிளாக சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ இப்போ வந்து முன்னாடியெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உடனே லேபர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்லேருந்து இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் வந்திருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ உடனே பார்த்திங்கன்னா எல்லாம் பரபரப்பாவாங்க, எல்லா ஏரியாவிலையும் உடனே ஒரே பரபரப்பாக இருக்கும், இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் வந்திருக்காங்க அப்படி. இப்போது கவர்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து அந்த இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷனே பேன் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அவங்க வந்து தெர் இஸ் எ ரூல். ஸோ நோ இன்ஸ்பெக்டர், ஒரு லேபர் இன்ஸ்பெக்டரோ அல்லது கமிஷனர், லேபர் DCL, ACL, ஓவர் மேபி, டைரெக்டாக வந்து எந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷன்லையும் போய் இன்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்லி ரூலே இருக்குது. ஸோ ரூல் யார் டிசைட் பண்ணுவாங்க? அவங்க சென்னையில் அவங்களோட ஹெட் ஆஃபீஸில் டிசைட் பண்ணுவாங்க யார் என்றைக்கு இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் போகணுன்னு சொல்லி. அப்படி தான் ஆக்ட் சொல்கிறது அந்த மாதிரி. பட் ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இருக்காது. அப்படியே போனால் உள்ளே வந்தேன் அப்படின்னு வருவாங்க. ஏன் சார் உள்ளே வந்தீங்க, எதுக்கு வந்தீங்க அப்படின்னு நம்ம கேட்க முடியுமா? முடியாது, ப்ராக்டிக்கலி முடியாது. சேலஞ்ச். சரி வந்துட்டிங்களா வாங்க அப்படின்னு மறுபடியும் நம்ம பழைய மாதிரி ஏதாவது ஒன்று காட்டி அதையும் காட்டி அதை மீட் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். ஸோ ஆக்ட் இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் அண்ட் ப்ராக்டிக்கலி இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். நெக்ஸ்ட், சாஃப்ட்வேர். இப்போ எவ்ரிவேர் சாஃப்ட்வேர்னு சொல்லி எல்லாம் இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்போ கவர்மெண்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்லேயும், லேபர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட், இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் ஆஃப் ஃபேக்ட்ரிஸ் எல்லா இடத்துலையுமே சாஃப்ட்வேர் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் ஆகிடுச்சு. ஆனால் அதெல்லாம் எந்த லெவலில் இருக்குதுன்னு பார்த்தா தான் ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக தெரியும். இட் இஸ் எ ரியல் சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ இப்போ நான் ஒரு லைசன்ஸ் அப்ளை பண்ணுறேன், அது வந்து உடனே டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் சொல்லுவாங்க யூ அப்ளை ஆன்லைன், பே ஆன்லைன் அப்படின்வாங்க. அங்கே ஆன்லைன் போர்ட்டிலே ஓப்பன் ஆகாது. நான் 3 மாதமாக உட்காந்துருக்கேன் ஒரு லைசன்ஸுக்கு. என்னுடைய ஆஃபீஸர் வந்து 4 தடவை டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு வந்துட்டார், அவங்களுக்கும் ஓப்பன் ஆகலை. அப்போ என்ன ஆன்லைன்? சரி ஓகே, எனக்கு பழைய மாதிரி ஹார்ட் காப்பி அப்ளிகேஷன் நீங்கள் வாங்கிக்கோங்க, நான் NABHக்கு வந்து லைசன்ஸ் ரெனியூவல் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும். தட் இஸ் மை சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ எப்படி கொடுக்கறது? நோ ஆன்சர். சார் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க சார், அங்கேருந்து சென்ட்ரல்லேருந்து கிளியர் பண்ணுவாங்க. இப்படி தான் போயிட்டுருக்கு. ஏன்னா அது வந்து தேர் டேக்கிங் அட்வான்டேஜ். அங்கே இருக்கிற பீப்புளை வந்து நம்ம குறை சொல்லலை. அது சேம் திங், ஓல்டு கல்ச்சர்லேருந்து புது ட்ரெடிஷனுக்கு வரும்போது அந்த சேஞ்ச் ஓவர் not taking fully. So அதனால் we are facing HR people. I hope all people working in HR will agree with me. ஸோ அது மாதிரி நிறைய இஷ்யூஸ், சாஃப்ட்வேர் இஷ்யூஸ் எல்லாமே ஃபுல்லாக கரெக்டாக வந்துருச்சுன்னா நல்லா தான் இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறோம். பட் அது எந்த பீரியடு, அந்த பீரியடை நம்ம ஜெனரேஷன்லேயே பார்ப்போமான்றது என்னுடைய கொஸ்டின். தென் ரீசெண்ட் அமெண்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் எகைன் இஸ் லீகல் இஷ்யூ. இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஆஃப்டர் சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் ஹேஸ் அமெண்டட் அவர் லேபர் லாஸ். லேபர் லா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 56 லேபர் லா இருக்குது. டோட்டலி 56 லேபர் லாஸ் இருக்குது. அது எல்லாத்தையுமே 4 கோடில் கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. சிந்தசைஸ் பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு ஜூஸ் புளிஞ்ச மாதிரின்னு சொல்லி 4 கோடு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. அதில் நான் ரொம்ப எலாபரேட்டாக போகல, தட்ஸ் எ வெரி வைட் டாபிக். ஆனால் அதில் என்ன ப்ராப்ளம்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, சரி ஓகே நீங்கள் அந்த கோடில் கொண்டு வந்துட்டீங்க, அதனுடைய இம்ப்ளிகேஷன் என்ன, வாட் இஸ் தட் அப்படின்னு போனால் ஒவ்வொரு இதுலேயுமே வந்து அப்படியே போய் ஸ்ட்ரக் ஆகுது. எல்லா இடத்துலையும் போய் ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரக் ஆகி நிற்கிது. ஸோ இட் இஸ் ஏ சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ அது வரும்போது என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றது ஒரு பெரிய சேலஞ்ச். அது இதை பார்க்கும்போது பார்த்திங்கன்னா அது ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள், பில்டிங் அண்ட் அதர் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் ஆக்ட் அப்படின்னு ஒன்று இருக்குது. பில்டிங் அண்ட் அதர் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் ஆக்ட். ஸோ இட் அப்ளைஸ் டு எனி கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் இன் தி ஹாஸ்பிட்டல். ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் நீங்கள் ஒரு பில்டிங் கட்டணும் அப்படின்னா அதுக்கு நீங்கள் அப்ரூவல் வாங்கணும். ஓகே, இதுதான் இது வரைக்கும் இருந்தது. ஸோ ஹெச்ஆரில் போயிட்டு நாங்கள் பிளான் போட்டு அதெல்லாம் ட்ராயிங்கெல்லாம் கொடுத்து அதுக்கு உண்டான எல்லா ஃபார்மாலிட்டியும் பண்ணி நாங்கள் அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி வச்சுக்குவோம். ஓகே ரைட். ஸோ இப்போ என்ன பண்ணுறது, இந்த கோடு BOCWன்றது இந்த 4 கோடுலேயே இல்லை, ஆக்ட்லேயே இல்லை. 56 ஆக்டில் இருந்தது, இந்த 4 கோடில் இல்லை. இப்போ நான் வந்து பில்டிங் இப்போ எனி மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டில் ஒரு பில்டிங் கட்டுறாங்க, பில்டிங் அப்ரூவல் எப்படி வாங்குறது? நோ ஆன்சர். அது வந்து இப்போ ஒவ்வொருத்தரோடையும் பே பண்ணும்போது அதில் ஒரு பர்சன்டேஜ் வந்து கட்டுமான தொழிலாளர் வாரியம் அப்படின்னு ஒரு அமௌண்ட்டு போகும். நம்ம வீடு கட்டினா கூட அதை கொண்டு போய் பஞ்சாயத்தில் கொடுக்கும்போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு பர்சன்டேஜ், 1%ஓ 2%ஓ கட்டுமான தொழிலாளர் வாரியத்துக்கு நீங்கள் டேக்ஸ் கட்டணும்னு இருக்குது. சரி ஓகே, அந்த அமௌண்ட்டெல்லாம் எங்கே போகுது, எங்கே இருக்குது, இப்போ என்ன பண்ண போகிறாங்க? நோ ஆன்சர். இட்ஸ் அதர் சேலஞ்ச். இப்போ எனக்கு அதெல்லாம் கூட விட்டுருங்க, நீங்கள் வாரியம் மணி எது வேணாலும் எங்கேயோ வச்சுக்கோங்க, எனக்கு லைசன்ஸ் கேட்பீங்களா கேட்க மாட்டிங்களா? திஸ் இஸ் மை கொஸ்டின், திஸ் இஸ் மை சேலஞ்ச். நாளைக்கு வந்து ஏதோ ஒரு இஷ்யூ ஆகிடுச்சு, இப்போ கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷனில் மேலே ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கான், ஏதோ தவறி விழுந்து ஏதோ ஒரு இன்சிடெண்ட், ஒரு ஃபேட்டல் கூட ஆகிடுது. வாட் ஐ ஷுட் டூ ஆஸ் எ HR பர்சன்? ஓகே, ஸோ தட் இஸ் தென் கீ ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட்ஸ், KYC ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட்ஸ், அது ஒரு கீ ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ ஆதார் சொல்கிறோம், அதுக்கப்புறம் பேன் கார்டு, பேங்க் அக்கௌண்ட், இதெல்லாம் சொல்கிறோம். ஸோ ஆதார் சொல்கிறோம். ஆதாரில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இயர் ஆஃப் டேட் ஆஃப் பர்த் வந்து அதில் இயர் மட்டும் இருக்கும். அதை வச்சுக்கிட்டு PF ESல லிங்க் பண்ணவே முடியாது. ஸோ who is to do? இட் இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச். மறுபடியும் ஆதாரை கரெக்ஷன் பண்ணிட்டு வா. பேன் கார்டு வந்து பேன் கார்டெல்லாம் நிறைய பேருக்கு அட்டெண்டருக்கு என்னத்துக்கு பேன் கார்டு வந்து நம்ம வந்து ஸ்டாஃப் லெவலுக்கு வந்து ஒரு மேபி அந்த ஹையர் மிடில் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் லெவலுக்கு பேன் கார்டு தேவைப்படலாம். பேன் கார்டு வேணும். இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஆக்டில் கேட்கு. பேன் கார்டு இல்லைன்னா PFனுடைய KYCயை நம்ம அப்ரூவ் பண்ண முடியாது. எல்லாருக்கிட்டையும் நம்ம பேன் கார்டு கேட்குறோம், நம்ம என்ன டேக்ஸ் அசஸியா? இல்லை. ஸோ தட் இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச். தென் லேபர் வெல்ஃபேர் ஃபண்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இது வரைக்கும் எம்ப்ளாயிக்கிட்டேருந்து 10 ரூபா தான் பிடிச்சாங்க. இப்போ இந்த மாதம் வரப்போகிற மாதம் எல்லோரும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, டிசம்பரில் வந்து 50 ரூபா பிடிப்பாங்க உங்ககிட்டேருந்து. ஒவ்வொரு எம்ப்ளாயிக்கிட்டேருந்து 10 ரூபா பிடிச்ச இடத்துல 50 ரூபா பிடிப்பாங்க. இட் இஸ் அனதர் சேலஞ்ச். நெக்ஸ்ட் லாஸ்ட் சேலஞ்சஸ் ஃப்ரம் கான்ட்ராக்டர் சைட். அடுத்தது கான்ட்ராக்டர், வி ஆர் என்கேஜிங் கான்ட்ராக்டர்ஸ். ஸோ கான்ட்ராக்டர்கிட்ட என்னென்ன சேலஞ்ச், அதே மாதிரி நான் அவைலபிலிட்டி ஆஃப் மேன் பவர். கான்ட்ராக்டருக்கு மேன் பவர் கிடைக்கிறதில்ல, அது எல்லோரும் இதே ப்ராப்ளம் அவங்களுக்கும் இருக்குது. அப்புறம் கல்ச்சர், குவாலிட்டி, ஆட்டிடியூட். இப்போ கான்ட்ராக்டர் கொண்டு வர்றது எல்லாமே ஃப்ரம் நார்த் இந்தியா. மைக்ரெண்ட் எம்ப்ளாயீஸ், புலம்பெயர்ந்த தொழிலாளர்கள்னு சொல்லுவோம். நம்ம ஸ்டேட்டை விட்டு வெளியிலேருந்து ஸ்டேட்லேருந்து தான் கொண்டு வராங்க. நீங்கள் எல்லா இடத்துலையுமே பார்க்குறீங்க. ஸோ அவங்களுடைய கல்ச்சர், அவங்க ஜென்ரலாகவே சொல்லுவாங்க, அவன் வந்து பான் பராக் போட்டு எல்லா இடத்துலையும் துப்புவான் அப்படி. இது ஒரு காமன் சேலஞ்ச். துப்பக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறது, அவன் பின்னாடியே 4 பேர் போகணும். இட் இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச். தென் கான்ட்ராக்டர் வந்து இந்த ஸ்டாச்சுட்டரி கம்ப்ளைண்ட்ஸ், லைசன்ஸ் எடுக்கிறது இதெல்லாம் எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ அதெல்லாம் எடுக்காத பட்சத்தில் அதனுடைய ரிஸ்க் யாருக்கு வரும்? பிரின்சிபல் எம்ப்ளாயர். ஸோ மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு தான் அந்த ரிஸ்க் வரும். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் இன்னும் டீப்பாக போகணும். இட்ஸ் ஜஸ்ட் ஜென்ரலி வி ஆர் டாக்கிங். அப்புறம் கம்யூனிகேஷன். இப்போ அந்த நார்த் இந்தியன்ஸ் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா அவங்களோட ஹிந்தி பேசணும். எத்தனை ஹெச்ஆர் பீப்புளுக்கு ஹிந்தி தெரியும்? வெரி ரேர், எனக்கும் தெரியாது. ஸோ அவனோட எம்ப்ளாயி காஃபி சாப்பிட்ற இடத்துல தான் நாங்கள் உட்காந்து காஃபி சாப்பிடுவோம். நீங்கள் டிஸ்கிரிமினேட் பண்ணுறீங்க, எங்களை ஒதுக்குறீங்க, இந்த மாதிரி சேலஞ்சஸ் எல்லாம் வந்துட்டு இருக்கு கான்ட்ராக்ட் எம்ப்ளாயீஸ். நெக்ஸ்ட். ஸோ லாஸ்ட், ஸோ மீட்டிங் த ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். ஸோ இது சேலஞ்ச். மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் இப்போ இவ்வளோ 3 இதுவும் பார்த்துட்டோம். இப்போ வந்து மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டோட ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட்டை மீட் பண்ணணும். இது ஒரு சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ சேலஞ்சில் பார்க்கும்போது ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து NABH, அப்புறம் JCI, நர்சிங் எக்ஸலன்ஸ், இந்த மாதிரி ஒவ்வொரு அப்கிரேடேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் போயிட்டே இருக்கும். அப்கிரேடேஷன் போகும்போது NABHல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டோட்டல் இதில் 30% ஆஃப் தி ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட் ஃப்ரம் HR. அக்ரி வித் மீ மேம்? 30%, 100%ல் 30% ஹெச்ஆருக்கு தான் அதில் ரோல் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அவ்வளோ டாக்குமெண்டேஷன்ஸ், எல்லா டாக்குமெண்டேஷனையும் கொடுத்து NC இல்லாமல், NCன்றது நான் கன்ஃபர்மிட்டி, ஸோ NC இல்லாமல் இருக்கணும். அப்போ தான் வந்து NABH கிடைக்கும். அப்போ அந்த NC இல்லாமல் பண்ணும்போது இட்ஸ் எ ரியல் சேலஞ்ச். த்ரூ அவுட் டே அண்ட் நைட் எல்லாம் ஒர்க் பண்ணணும். அதுக்கு உண்டான டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் எல்லாம் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணணும். அடுத்து ஹை லெவல் ஆஃப் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அண்டு மல்டி டாஸ்க் எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் ஃப்ரம் தி மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். ஸோ பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் தான் எனக்கு வேணும். நம்ம இப்போ இவ்வளோ நேரம் பார்த்தோம், கல்ச்சர் என்ன இருக்குது, குவாலிட்டி என்ன இருக்குது, எஜுகேஷன் எல்லாம் ஒரு சைடு இருக்கும்போது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் திடீர்னு வந்து பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் வந்துடும், ஃபுல்லாக வரணும் 100% பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ். ஸோ 100% பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸுக்கு அவங்கள ரெடி பண்ணணும், தயார்படுத்தணும். அடுத்து எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் ஆஃப் தி டாக்டர்ஸ் அண்டு HODs. ஸோ டாக்டர் திடீர்னு ஃபோன் பண்ணுவாங்க, இது வேணும் அது வேணும்னு கேட்பாங்க. அவங்கள யாரையும் கன்சல்டன்ட், சீனியர் கன்சல்டன்ட், நம்ம ஏதாவது மாற்றி சொல்ல முடியுமா, இல்லை ஏதாவது இது பண்ண முடியுமா, அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய சேலஞ்சஸ். அதே மாதிரி மிடில் லெவல் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், டாப் லெவல் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், HODs அவங்களுடைய ரெக்குயர்மெண்ட்ஸை மீட் பண்ணணும். எம்ப்ளாயி காஸ்ட், அது முன்னாடியே நம்ம சொன்னோம். எம்ப்ளாயி காஸ்ட், ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுடைய காஸ்ட், டோட்டல் காஸ்ட், டேர்ன் ஓவரில் எம்ப்ளாயி காஸ்ட் எவ்வளோ இருக்கணும்னு ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்டுக்குள்ளே தான் நம்ம சேலரி ஸ்ட்ரக்சரை நம்ம தான் டிசைன் பண்ணணும். மினிமம் வேஜஸ் இஸ் ஒன்லி கைடன்ஸ். ஸோ எம்ப்ளாயி காஸ்ட் ஓகே கொஞ்சம் ஜாஸ்தி இருக்குன்னா எஸ் வி கேன் கோ அஹெட். திஸ் இஸ் எ ஸ்டாண்டர்ட். எனி ஆடிட்டிங் ஃபார்ம் வில் கன்ஃபார்ம் இட். அடுத்தது பேண்டமிக் சிச்சுவேஷன். ஸோ பேண்டமிக் சிச்சுவேஷன், இப்போ கொரோனா எல்லாருக்குமே நமக்கு தெரிஞ்சால் வந்துச்சு, இல்லை கொரோனாவை பற்றி நம்ம முன்னாடியே எல்லாருமே தெரிஞ்சு வச்சுருந்தோமா? யாருக்கும் தெரியாது, ஒருத்தருக்குமே தெரியாது, உலகத்தில் இருக்க யாருக்குமே தெரியாது. ஆனால் வந்தது, அதை சேலஞ்சாக நம்ம மீட் பண்ணோம். அதில் எல்லாருமே நம்ம சேலஞ்சாக எடுத்து தான், எவ்ரி டே இஸ் எ சேலஞ்ச். அது எல்லாமே உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். அதையெல்லாம் கடந்து 2 வருஷம் பார்த்து இப்போ பழகி போய் உக்காந்துருக்கோம். இப்போ எல்லாமே நமக்கு வந்து தரவு. ஸோ அந்த ஒரு சேலஞ்சையும் மீட் பண்ணி வந்துட்டோம். லாஸ்ட், டிஃப்ரெண்ட் லெவல் ஆஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் ஜெனரேஷன் கேப். இதை சொல்கிறது டாப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். டிஃப்ரெண்ட் லெவல் ஆஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் நிறையா ஹைரார்கி இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த எல்லா ஹைரார்கியுமே நம்ம HR மீட் பண்ணணும். இட்ஸ் அ காமன் டு ஆல். அடுத்தது பார்த்திங்கன்னா மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ஜெனரேஷன். இப்போ ட்ரஸ்டி அப்படின்னா ட்ரஸ்டி மாறி ஓல்டு ஜெனரேஷன் இருந்திருப்பாங்க, இப்போ வந்து யங்கர் ஜெனரேஷன் ட்ரஸ்ட்டில் இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ அவங்களுடைய எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன், அவங்களுடைய வியூஸ், அதுக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி நம்மளுடைய பாலிசிஸ் எல்லாத்தையுமே நம்ம மாற்றணும். ஸோ தீஸ் ஆர் தி 4 ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் சேலஞ்சஸ் இன் HR. எல்லாமே சும்மா சிம்பிளாக இது பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நவ் ஐ போஸ் த கொஸ்டின் டு மை பேனல்ஸ். எனி கொஸ்டின், எனி ப்ராக்டிக்கல், பட் கீப் இன் மைண்ட், நம்ம சேகர் சொன்ன மாதிரி டோன்ட் கம்பேர் ஆர் வெரி ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் டு எனி ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் நேம்.
Thank you, sir. Due to time constraint, only 2 questions are allowed, and I kindly request the delegates to please maintain silence. Please maintain silence.
ஹலோ சார், நர்சஸை எப்படி நீங்கள் ரீட்டைன் பண்ணுவீங்க சார்?
நர்சஸை ரீட்டைன் பண்ணுற சேலரி மட்டும் ஒரு இது இல்லைங்க. நல்ல ஒரு அக்காமடேஷன் கொடுக்கலாம், ஃபுட்டு அவளுக்கு என்ன மதிப்பு அந்த மாதிரி பார்த்துக்கலாம். அப்போ நம்ம வந்து சிஸ்டர் பிரதர்ஸ் மாதிரி எல்லாம் சேஃப்டியாக பார்த்துக்கலாம். மெயினாக சேஃப்டி இருந்தாலே போது, ஸ்டாஃப் நர்ஸ் எல்லாமே எல்லாம் ஹாஸ்டலில் இருந்துருவாங்க. 2 இயர்ஸ் தாராளமாக இருந்துருவாங்க. சேஃப்டி தான் மஸ்ட்டு. அது நம்ம வந்து இப்போ ஒரு சில எல்லா இன்ஸ்டியூட்லேயும் வந்து 1000 கேமரா 2000 கேமரா எல்லாம் போட்டிருக்குறாங்க. அதனால் அது வந்து நம்ம மெயினாக ஸ்டாஃப் நர்ஸ் சேஃப்டி தான் வந்து பார்க்குறோங்க. அதே மாதிரி ட்ரைனிங் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் வந்து இப்போ வந்து எல்லா பக்கமே வந்து நர்சிங் வந்து எஜுகேஷன் செல்லுன்னு ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி அதில் எம்எஸ்சி நர்சிங் படித்தவங்களாம் இருக்கிறாங்க. அது வந்து நீட்டாக வந்து அந்த ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. ஃபாரின் போகிறக்காது இங்கே 2 இயர் மினிமம் இருந்தால் என்ன யூஸு, என்ன பீச் என்ன, அந்த மாதிரியெல்லாம் சொல்லிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அதனால் கண்டிப்பாக ஸ்டாஃப்னஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்க தான் செய்வாங்க பண்ணிட்டு.
Sir, if abroad opportunities, government job and marriage னு போகிறாங்க most of the nurses. That is the big challenges for all nursing administrators. இவங்களை எப்படி நீங்கள் ரிட்டைன் பண்ண முடியும்?
மேடம் கண்டிப்பாக அவங்கள ரீட்டைன் பண்ண முடியாது மேடம். ஏன்னா டெய்லி கத்திக்கு மேலேயே நடக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்குது மேடம் கச்சார் பிழப்பு. டெய்லி கத்திக்கு மேலேயே நடக்கிற மாதிரி வடிவேல் ஜோக்கு மாதிரி இருக்குது மேடம் கச்சார் பிழப்பு. ஏன்னா நாங்கள் வந்து சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டையும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் பண்ணணும், எம்ப்ளாயும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் பண்ணணும், கவர்மெண்ட் சைட்லேயும் பாலிசியும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் பண்ணணும், நம்ம கான்ட்ராக்டரையும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் பண்ணணும். 4 பேரையும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் பண்ணும்போது நம்ம வீட்டில் ஒரு மனைவி 2 குழந்தைகளையும் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் பண்ண முடியல மேடம். அதை பார்க்கும்போது நம்ம ஒரு 300 எம்ப்ளாயி 400 எம்ப்ளாயிட்ட டெய்லி ஃபுட்பால் அடி வாங்க வேண்டியது இருக்குது மேடம். அதனால் அவங்கள நம்ம சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் பண்ண முடியாது கண்டிப்பாக.
So thank you, sir, and the panelists for your valuable points. It's a time for a team break. I request all the resource person and the delegates to join us for high tea. The refreshments are served on the ground floor. I request the volunteers to guide them. I kindly request you all to be back after 15 minutes.
in Coimbatore Cancer Foundation at G. Kuppusamy Naidu Memorial Hospital. She has counseled more than 30,000 cancer patients and family members, trained more than 40 counselors, and she was a mentor for 30 I kindly request ma'am to give a speech on strategic training in healthcare to maximize employees' working potential. I request the panelists, Mr. Abdul, HR Ortho 1 Hospital, and Mrs. Krishna Prabha, HR VGM Hospital, and Mr. Shekhar, HR Esna Sons Charitable Trust to join ma'am on stage.
நான் என்னுடைய உரையை தமிழ் வணக்கத்தோட ஆரம்பிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். வணக்கம். எனக்கு அங்கே இருக்கும்போது உங்கள் நாய்ஸ் கேட்குது. மேபி இங்கே வந்தால் என்னோட ஸ்பீச் கேட்குங்கிறதுனால ஐ டேக் திஸ் as an advantage. I trust that is okay with Shekhar. Shekhar has given me 35 minutes of the session. எங்கள் கொலீக்ஸ் எல்லாம் சொன்ன மாதிரி இட் ஸ்டார்டட் இந்த ஹெச்ஆர் கான்க்ளேவ் வந்து வெரி ஸ்மால் இன்ட்ரோவோட தான் ஆரம்பித்தோம். I am so happy. Budding people who are wanted to develop in their career are here, and some people are already developed in their profession. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. I hope I'll have your attention throughout 25 minutes. Yes? I know very well, being a psychologist, the attention span of the individual is only less than 11 minutes. So I try to make it interesting so that I'll be able to have your concentration. Thank you. So I have my panelist, Mr. Shekhar, the HR manager of Ramakrishna Hospital, and we have Abdul sir from One Care Hospital, and we have Krishna Prabha from VGM Hospital. I welcome them on behalf of you to take over this topic. Thank you. So the topic given for the day is next half an hour I'll be talking about how the strategic training can help us to bring out the potential of the individual so that they will be able to work purposefully in the organization. நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே ஒத்துக்குவீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வித்தவுட் ட்ரைனிங் நம்ம யாருமே இந்த லெவலில் வந்திருக்க மாட்டோம். எஸ்பெஷலி ஹெல்த் கேர் செக்டர். ஈவன் நம்ம எல்லாரும் ஞாபகம் இருக்குது, ஃபஸ்ட்டு நீடில் எடுத்து நம்ம பிளட் எடுக்கும்போது வாட் ஆர் ஆல் த திங்ஸ் வி ஹவ் வென்ட் த்ரூ. ஸோ இப்போ எந்த அளவுக்கு நம்ம டெவலப் இருக்கோம் அப்படின்னா பிகாஸ் எவ்ரி திங் டிபெண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் த ட்ரைனிங். See, this also requires training. So I didn't know how to operate this. Okay, we all agree that patient was the center of attraction in any of the organization, and he is very important. நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க, காந்திஜி சொன்னது, customers are next to God. ஏன்னா அவங்க இல்லை அப்படின்னா நம்ம இல்லை. ரொம்ப க்ரூக்கடாக சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா ultimately patient is paying our salary. That is very true in healthcare industry. So, and management is, again my learning is not up to the mark. So next is the management. Management is aiming to recruit the employee. நீங்கள் ரெக்ரூட்மெண்ட் பேசும்போது நிறைய சேலஞ்சஸ் they have felt. Once we recruit the employee, அதோட நம்மளோட ப்ராசஸ் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுறது கிடையாதுங்க. we recruit and train people. நம்ம கல்ச்சர் நம்மளுக்கு எந்த மாதிரி வேணும் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி அவங்கள ட்ரெயின் பண்ணி we observe them for the different kinds of jobs. So whenever we are recruiting a people, we do an appropriate training process so that we are able to deliver the care in a better manner. I still hear a noise from the students. Can I have your attention, please, all of you, please? Thank you so much for respecting my words. I hope I won't take 1 minute extra from 11:55. I promise you that. Thank you so much for that hearing. So next is the employee. Employees are empowered to perform lot of tasks what is required for the job. நீங்கள் நம்ம Ramakrishna chairman started saying employees are asset of the organization. So training is the investment, it is not the cost. So we always have to remember எம்ப்ளாய்க்கு இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறது என்றைக்குமே வேஸ்ட்டாக போகாதுங்க. அவங்க லைஃப்பில் எனி பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் டைம் நீங்கள் சொல்லிக் கொடுத்த நர்சிங் ஸ்கில் ஆகட்டும், ஹெச்ஆர் ஸ்கில் ஆகட்டும், இட் வில் பி வெரி ஹேண்டி வென் எவர் தே ஆர் ஒர்க்கிங் இன் த ஃபீல்ட்.
I would like to quote a famous quoting of our founder, Dr. Venkateswamy. Ultimately, you don't find people, you build them. This is very true in any healthcare sector because this process enables the people to enable and empower them to be a differently abled people in a healthcare sector. The topic, am I okay? You are able to hear me? Yes? Yes? Still I hear a noise. Can I have your attention, everybody, please? So in the training program, we also have a lot of challenges because any organization, the planning the training program is very, very difficult because we are dealing the learned people and we also need to decide about the topic and the content what we are going to train. And we should have a training policy in hand so that it is a kind of a ready reckoner for all of us to focus on what we need to train for each category of the staffs. And we have a different training phases and process. And also, we need to have a training calendar is ideal. This will help us to plan the training across the system and to all the cadre of the staff. 100% training compliance is very important. That is why we create calendar. But at the same time, the documentation of the training is also equally important. And we feel as a challenge, because I'm going to the stage, your attention is here. So we feel as a challenge, as an employee, we have a challenge. Means they have already, and HR, we also do have a challenge to carry out the training program. As an employee, now most of the time, we recruit most of the people are learned, acquired skills and knowledge. So they may not be interested to come for the training because they have already learned the job. So they may be not interested to come for the training program. And we also train people who are already in the job. So this could be another challenge. And the time is very important because we have to plan the training program during the working hours, and the duration is very important. As I said earlier, 11 minutes is the attention span, so we have to keep it very interactive so that we are able to have the attention and the learning outcomes could be better. And grouping is very important because in each category we will have a senior level, junior level and mid-level personnel. So we have to have a mixture of the group may not help us. So homogeneous group will help us to create a creative, conducive climate for the learning. As a HR, we need to identify an appropriate resource person for any training program. And also, the cadre of the staff is very important. Suppose I'm going to train HIC training for the housekeeping personnel, I have to identify a person who can bilingually will be able to interact. Now we have outsourced people having Hindi, Tamil, different languages. So we have to appropriately choose the resource person. And also content of the program we need to standardize so that we will not miss out any topics that is relevant to the topic. And we have to decide the teaching methodology also. It has to be interactive and participative. And we also need to decide about the frequency, time, and duration of the training program. These are all the things in healthcare. Patient is a priority. Keeping that in mind, planning the training would be the big challenge for HR. And healthcare industry is fast growing, and we need to update our knowledge and skills all the time. And some of the trainings are mandatory. For example, the HR and the nursing fraternity will accept me as per the NABH protocol. Certain trainings are mandatory. Sometimes staffs will get bored to attend the training programs repeatedly. So we have to make it very interesting so that I look forward for the training program. And budgeting is very important because this will help us to fix the venue and the cost of the audiovisual and also the payment for the resource persons. And when you are not documented according to NABH, you have not done. So all the HR training has to be properly documented. So why do we have to have the training? Because we need to ensure the quality and safety all the time. Because if any damage, Srideviyoda amma cooperate panna event, everybody will remember how right side, left side, that everybody remember that incident. So any damage is happen, it cannot be irreversible in the medical field. All the time it may not be. In case if it's occurred, we need to be ensure the safety and quality in place so that we will be prepared enough whenever we have situations. And when we are able to give effective training, the effectiveness of the employees gets improved. They are also able to acquire new skills, and also they are able to fine-tune them. And also they also feel very competent, as my previous colleague mentioned it. When we announce the code blue, they don't think about their life, they think about others' life. So that is how the competency develops in people through training. And also we are able to create a error-free culture is very important in the healthcare sectors. So we all agree, we all come across as administrators, HRs and nursing profile. Whenever we have a happy patient, he will allow inside 6 patients inside. When we have an unhappy patient, he will disallow 26 patients coming inside the hospital. So the employees are the internal social marketers. There could be a HR, there could be a nursing superintendent, or there could be a nursing student, whoever it may be. The employees are the internal social marketers. So the training is very, very crucial for them, so that we are able to give the care what is needed for the patient, and also organizational growth will be increasing. That is the reason we HR emphasize on the training, so that we will have a better work climate in the organization. So the outcome is priceless. So we will not be able to measure the happiness of the patient when they get a different experience in our hospital. So training is priceless, and it also helps people to build people. Suppose some people say, I belong to this organization, or I belong to this institution I have trained. So you also building the brand of the institution. Don't never think training will go waste at any point of time for anybody, because you are building a people, and also you are building the brand of the hospital, whichever institution we belong to. When we go to the other institution, the candidate speaks about your institution. So don't ever think training will go waste, because we build people and we build organizations. So the overview of the training, we need to have certain trainings are very important in the organization. I know how difficult my HR people will cry, how it's difficult to recruit people. So we should have an induction training in proper place, so that we will not lose people as soon as we recruit. In HRs நிறைய பேர் ஒத்துக்குவாங்க, கேட்பாங்க எங்களை, அன்னைக்கு ஒரு பொண்ணை எடுத்தீங்களே காணோம், அதுக்கப்புறம் வரவே இல்லை, என்னாச்சு? HR may not be directly responsible. Many people are responsible for that. So we as HR to have a proper induction training well in advance, so that we will not lose people, because we have spent a lot of time in recruiting. It's very hard. The recruitment is very hard in any of the organization, and retaining them is very difficult. So keep the induction training in hand, so that we will not lose people. And even though they are trained outside, they need to retrain according to our convenience, our culture, our way of working style is very important. That is the reason, as soon as the onboard is started, keep the induction training on hand on the first day itself, and do an evaluation. That's very important. We have to do it for the NABS or any other statutory complaints. It is to develop people and create a error-free work environment is very, very important. And we also do certain training annually and periodically on the job also. I'll be focusing retraining a little bit later. And we also ensure the safety training for all the cadre of the staff. So depending upon their position, we need to train the safety training for the entire workforce. And whenever we introduce a new equipment or new position or new transfer of job, we should not assume that they will be able to perform it. So we need to have a proper scheduling of the training for the individual, so that they will be able to be competent enough to provide that service to the patient. So don't assume once you internally transfer, that doesn't mean the staff will be in a position to handle the equipment or handle the patient also. And the last is, in medical field, every day, every minute, the technology is getting improved. So we need to update our people on their field of knowledge is so important. So எல்லாருக்கும் ஞாபகம் ஒரு வடிவேல் ஜோக்கு, நம்ம எதை பண்ணாலும் plan பண்ணி பண்ணணும். It applies, it's very much, I know it's very jovial statement, it's not really a jovial statement. Planning in training helps us to solve the 70% of our work. So So we should have a training policy. Each institution may have to define what is the training policy they are going to have it, because this will help us to set the standards for training, and also we are able to learn the best practices in the organization, and it also helps to increase the productivity, and also we are able to develop professionally people. And it should be very clearly spelled out, the training policy. And the first phase of training would be the planning, and second could be training sessions, how do we go about it, and assessment documentation, and third could be retraining. The training phase, I would like to quote the Benjamin Franklin's famous statement, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. It's very, very important. Any job we do, we have to plan it. Sometimes we feel very boredom to do this, but we cannot help it. We have to go through this process of planning so that we will not fail whatever act. Because when we fail, it is not reflecting your job, it is reflecting you as an individual. So as a HR, we have to focus on the planning so that we will not fail what we plan. And whenever the organization structure is big and we have a different category of people, we have to group them accordingly based on the group size. Suppose, for example, we have 150 plus doctors, they may not be able to attend the session in one stretch. So we have to group them so that they will not miss out any session. In case if they miss out also, we should be in a position to give a other chance for them to attend the classes. At the same time, we should not miss out any cadre of the staff is also important. Sometimes when we come across the NABH audit வரும்போது தெரியும் கரெக்டாக வந்து ஸ்பில் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் எப்படி பண்ணணும்னு கேட்பாரு, கரெக்டாக அந்த எம்ப்ளாயி ப்ரொஃபைல் எடுத்தோன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தான் ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்காம இருப்போம். ஸோ we have to ensure we document all the training details what we do for the individual, and at the same so that resource person can change but the content will not be changed, so that the training will be percolated to all the level in the same way. I am again hearing a noise. Thank you so much for the attention. I will take another 10 minutes to close my session. And I was very fascinated about the training calendar. Initially when I had an NABH assessment, 2017 வந்த உடனே அக்சஸர் கேட்ட கேள்வி, do you have a training calendar? I looked very surprised. ஓ அப்படி ஒன்று இருக்கா அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி. But when I started creating this, it's really helped us. சில training program வந்து we can do it for the entire group staff. Sometimes same training we need to repeat for all the staff based on the நம்மளுடைய மருத்துவமனையோட crowd வச்சு we need to plan. Sometimes during the festival we may have a less patients. Based on our organizational work nature, we need to plan training programs in such a way we will not miss out. இப்போ நர்சிங்கை யார்ட் ஸ்டிக் எடுத்து என்ன மெஷர் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்க இன்ஃபெக்ஷன் கண்ட்ரோல் எவ்வளவு அந்த மாதிரி. ஸோ ஹெச்ஆரோட யார்ட் ஸ்டிக் வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா எவ்வளோ தூரம் ட்ரைனிங் கம்ப்ளைண்ட்ஸ் இருந்திருக்கு, அது வந்து அவங்க ஒர்க்கில் பர்க்குலேட் ஆகிருக்குதுங்கிறது இட்ஸ் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் எவிடன்ஸ் ஃபார் ஆல் ஆஃப் அஸ். ஸோ வி நீட் நாட் மிஸ் அவுட் திஸ் ஆஸ்பெக்ட். So we can have the fire safety training program for the entire staff, or we can have single training for the entire staff, or sometimes we can mix the training program also based on our convenience. So பொதுவாக வந்து ஒரு ஸ்டாஃப் ஜாயின் பண்ண உடனே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம ஜாயினிங் ஃபார்மாலிட்டி முடிச்சு கொண்டு போய் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் உட்கார வைக்கிறதா நம்ம நோக்கமாக இருக்கும். அது நோக்கமாக இருக்க வேண்டியது இல்லைங்க. இன்கேஸ் அந்த ஸ்டாஃப் ரீடைன் பண்ணணும், நம்ம ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு நம்ம முடிவு பண்ணணும்னா, ப்ளீஸ் ஸ்பெண்ட் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் த இண்டிவிஜுவல் minimum of 3 to 4 days of induction training to inculcate the values and culture of the organization, and also train them what are all the general requirement and also specific to their job. For suppose now ஒரு ICU nurse recruit பண்றேன்னா, they might have trained in a different hospital, but they need to understand the work protocol followed in that particular institution so that the efficiency will be more. And also நம்ம யூஸ்வலாக சொல்லுவோம், நீங்கள் வந்து கிளாஸ் எடுத்துருங்க நாளைக்கு, it won't work out. So it's better have a schedule in hand, and beforehand get the signature from the resource person well in advance, so that we will not miss out any of the session, and ensure that the head of the department of the particular department and the institution meet the candidates towards the end to explain to them what is their purpose and role in a bigger perspective. This helps that person to belong to the organization. நிறைய பேர் நீங்கள்லாம் சொல்லி கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க, people don't leave institution, they leave bosses. So keep that connection going with the employees. That's very, very important. It could be any smaller organization, it could be a bigger organization. Make a space for the people to meet the higher officials so that they know the bigger value of them in the bigger context. And whenever we all do this, sometimes we miss out. Whenever we introduce a new equipment, we train them, but we don't document them. But it doesn't go to the employee profile. Even if you train, if you're not documented, it is equivalent to that is not done. அப்படிதான் வந்து NABH norm says. And we need to have this, all of you will agree, we need to have an annual training of NABH and safety trainings and mock drills and clinical updation. நிறைய பேர் யோசிப்பாங்க எதுக்கு போய் mock drill வைக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. My colleagues will agree with me, this will help the individual, kind of a preparatory stage for them to face anything untoward happens. And we also do the group training and also on the job training to inculcate the learning in a better way. And we all know we do teach them a lot of codes for our employees. So the codes வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் கோட் பிங்கே நடந்தே இருக்காது. சடனாக ஒரு ஃபுல் மூன் டே கோட் பிங்க் நடந்ததுன்னா, எஸ்பெஷலி எல்டர்லி கேர் இருக்கிற ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் கோட் பிங்க் நடக்க வாய்ப்பு இல்லை, சைல்டு இருக்கிற இதில் நடக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. அப்போ எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறது எம்ப்ளாயி சென்சிடைஸ் பண்ணணும். நம்ம மார்க் ட்ரில்ஸ் வைக்கலை அப்படின்னா they will not be able to get the hands-on experience of the training when we have come across difficult situations. So we also document the training program of the individual. எதுக்காக இந்த மார்க் ட்ரில்ஸ் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, they know what is the protocols to be followed. ஃபஸ்ட்டு கோட் பிங்க் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணால் ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஸ்டெப் என்ன, செகண்ட் ஸ்டெப் என்ன, தேர்ட் ஸ்டெப் என்ன, ஸோ தட் த பேஷண்ட் இஸ் வெல், அவரை நல்லா கேர் பண்ணிக்குவோம் நம்ம. அம்மா கேட் சாத்தியாச்சுமா, நீங்கள் பயப்பட வேண்டாம். ஸோ வி ஆர் வெல் இன்ஃபார்ம் டு த பேஷண்ட்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. அண்ட் வெனவர் வி ஹேவ் ஹேண்டில் எனி டீவியேஷன், நம்மளால் சப்போஸ் அது எதுவும் நடக்க முடியல அப்படின்னா, நம்மளால் அது எதுவும் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியல அந்த மாதிரி ஆச்சு அப்படின்னா, when you do a root cause analysis, we will be able to have a better handling of situations. நிறைய பேர்த்துக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும், ஹெச்ஆர் கொலீக்ஸுக்கு. தமிழன்மன் சார் சொன்னார், நம்ம ட்ரில் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ண உடனே அவங்க உயிரை காப்பாற்றுறாங்களோ இல்லையோ அடுத்தவனை உயிரை காப்பாற்றுறதுக்கு அடிச்சு பிடிச்சி வராங்கன்னு. அது சத்தியம். ஏன்னா நிறைய உயிரை காப்பாற்றுறது, I know, I agree with some of the nursing fraternity people expressed, நாங்கள் வந்து இந்த சின்ன வயசில் இவ்வளோ பெரிய பொறுப்பு. I totally salute the nurses group because உங்களுடைய அந்த மெக்னானிமிட்டி, எல்லாரும் வேலை பார்க்கலாங்க, அவங்க யார் என்னன்னு தெரியாமல் அறிமுகமே இல்லாத ஒருத்தருக்கு உதவி பண்ணுறது வந்து, I know you are equivalent to God or more than God, because அவங்க யாருமே தெரியாமல் நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்க இல்லைங்களா, அது வந்து மிகப்பெரிய உதவி. நம்ம எல்லாரும் பேசுகிறோம், நம்ம எல்லாருமே சேலரி பிளை, பட் ஒரு சேலரிக்கு கேல்குலேஷனே இல்லை மேடம். You maybe agree with me, maybe I am 50 plus, I am able to understand it, because the blessings, real blessings what you get from the patient is invaluable. அதை எது வச்சும் காம்பன்சேட் பண்ண முடியாதுங்க. That is the only lingering thing makes us to be in the nursing profession or healthcare profession. கடைசியில் அவங்க சொல்லிட்டு போவாங்க, நீ யார் பெத்த பொண்ணோ நல்லா இருமா, நீ யார் பெத்த பிள்ளையோ நீ ரொம்ப சுகமாக இருமா. That word from the patient is valuable more than money. Do you agree with me? I am sure அந்த ஒன்று தான் வந்து நம்மளை இந்த ஹெல்த் கேர் ஃபீல்டு கூட கனெக்ட் ஆகிருக்கிறதுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய காரணம்னு I understand after working 30 years in the healthcare field. So we need to assess and document the இது. என்னைக்கு எந்த ட்ரைனிங் நடந்தாலுமே make it a point, you send a circular, it should have a date, time, venue and what are all the topic you are going to focus. அதில் வந்து யார் ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சனாக இருக்கிற போகிறாங்க in advance. நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க, நம்ம ஹாஸ்டலில் ஸ்கூல்லலாம் அட்டண்டன்ஸ் எடுத்து பார்த்துருப்போம், ட்ரைனிங்க்கு எதுக்குங்க அட்டண்டன்ஸு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. சம்டைம்ஸ் வி மிஸ் அவுட் த க்ரூஷியல் பீப்புள் இன் த ட்ரைனிங் ப்ராசஸ். ஸோ அட்டண்டன்ஸ் வில் ஹெல்ப் அஸ் டு நோட் யார் அட்டன் பண்ணல, ஹவு டு வி என்ஷூர் வி வில் கிவ் தெம் an opportunity to attend the session. And codes are really, code drills are really helps our people to help us whenever we have any untoward situation, management would be better. நிறைய பேர் கேட்காங்க, எதுக்குங்க எங்களை டெஸ்ட் எழுத சொல்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு. அது NABH நாமுங்க நீங்கள் எழுதணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. It is not for the NABH norm we do a pre and post evaluation, because training outcomeக்கு நம்ம evaluate பண்ணலை அப்படின்னா it's very difficult. Ideally we should have to use pre and post evaluation. ஆனால் என்னென்னா நம்ம நியூ ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்கும்போது we will not be able to do the pre evaluation, we do a post evaluation. பட் ஐடியலாக ரெண்டும் பண்ணும்போது இட் கிவ்ஸ் அ ஃபீட்பேக் ஆஃப் நாட் ஒன்லி அந்த ட்ரைனிங்கை பற்றி மட்டும் கிடைக்காதுங்க. ட்ரைனிங்கை கண்டென்ட்டை பற்றி கிடைக்கும், அந்த ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சனை பற்றி கிடைக்கும், நம்ம டைமை பற்றி. இட் கிவ்ஸ் அ ஹோலிஸ்டிக் வியூ ஹவு வி கேன் டூ அ பெட்டர் ட்ரைனிங் ப்ரோக்ராம் இன் ஃபியூச்சர். அண்ட் வி நீட் டு டூ அ எவாலுவேஷன் பிகாஸ் யாருக்கு வந்து நம்ம ரீட்ரைனிங் வைக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு திஸ் எவாலுவேஷன் ஹெல்ப்ஸ் அஸ். அண்ட் ஃபீட்பேக் இஸ் அ மஸ்ட் இன் த ட்ரைனிங் ப்ரோக்ராம். நம்ம பாட்டுக்கு ட்ரைனிங் பண்ணிகிட்டே போயிருக்கோம், அது எந்த அளவுக்கு இம்பேக்ட் ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கு நம்மளுக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது. ஸோ வி டோன்ட் ஹாவ் டு டூ த ட்ரைனிங் ஃபார் த சேக் ஆஃப் டூயிங் இட் பிகாஸ் வி ஆர் ரியலி பில்டிங் பீப்புள் அண்ட் பில்டிங் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் த்ரூ ட்ரைனிங். அண்ட் எவிடன்ஸஸ் ரொம்ப முக்கியங்க. சப்போஸ் நம்ம ஒரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் 400 ஸ்டாஃப் நர்சஸ் இருக்காங்கன்னா 400 ஸ்டாஃப் நர்ஸுக்கும் ஹெச்ஐசி ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்துருக்கோமா? ஹவு டு வி என்ஷூர்? ஸோ தீஸ் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் அ டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் ப்ராசஸ் ஹெல்ப்ஸ் அஸ் டு ஐடென்டிஃபை யார் மிஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, அவங்களுக்கு என்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கொடுக்கலாம். மோஸ்ட்லி நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்னா, இன்றைக்கி ஓபிடியா 10 பேர் அனுப்புங்க, இன்றைக்கி ஓடியா 10 பேர் அனுப்புங்க. தட்ஸ் ஒன் வே ஆஃப் டூயிங் இட். அதர் வே ஆஃப் டூயிங் வுட் பி ஆஸ்க் தெம் வாட் இஸ் தேர் கன்வீனியன்ட் டேட். வி ஹேவ் 10 dates விச் டேட் தே வில் பி சென்டிங் த ஸ்டாஃப். அதனால் என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா ட்ரைனிங் கம்ப்ளைன்ஸ் வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. அதர்வைஸ் இட்ஸ் வெரி டிஃபிகல்ட் டு கேட்டர் டு ஆல் த எம்ப்ளாயீஸ். And in the training evidences is very important. It goes to the employee profile. It's better we create a training record and periodically update them. At least once in 3 months, if we could update it, it will be very helpful. நம்ம நிறைய டைமுங்களை நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லைங்களா, நம்ம பிளான் பண்ணிடுவோம் ஆனால் பண்ண மாட்டோம். ஆனால் ஹெச்ஆரோட டிசைடிங் ஃபேக்டர் வந்து நம்ம என்ன பிளான் பண்ணுறோமோ அதை இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணுறதா. நம்ம ஆனால் ஒர்க் பிஸியில் சம்டைம்ஸ் வி டென் டு லூஸ் இட்ஸ் ட்ராக். ஸோ இட்ஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் வி ட்ராக் த பிளானிங் அண்ட் த கம்ப்ளீட்னஸ் ஆல்சோ. ஸோ ஐ டுக் அனாலிசிஸ் ஆஃப் 20ல் வந்து நம்ம இவ்வளோ ட்ரைனிங் ப்ரோக்ராம் பண்ணமே, எவ்வளோ அச்சீவ் பண்ணியிருக்கோன்னு பார்த்தா எவ்ரிபடி சேஸ் 100% நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே 100 மார்க் வாங்குறது தானே பிடிக்குங்க. we also all aims at 100% efficiency. But as far as the training is concerned, நம்ம பிளான் பண்ணதெல்லாம் நடக்காது. அன்றைக்கி டாக்டர் 5 பேர் வரேன்னு சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க, கடைசியில் they will be landing up with 3 people. So we have to have more training program so that we are able to cover the entire staff. So 100% training compliance achieve பண்ண aim பண்ணணும். At least if you are able to achieve 80 to 90% of training compliance, this only will helpful when we do a proper training calendar and monitor it and implement it as we planned it. அப்போ தான் வந்து நம்மளால் இதை அச்சீவ் பண்ண முடியுமே ஒழிய, இல்லைன்னா இது பேப்பரில் மட்டும்தான் இருக்க முடியுங்க. பட் ஆஃப்டர் கிரியேட்டிங் திஸ் இட் ஹஸ் ஹெல்ப்ட் அஸ் அ லாட். அண்ட் ரீட்ரைனிங் ஏன் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம் அப்படின்னா, டேமேஜ் வந்துருச்சு அப்படின்னா அதை நம்ம எதுவுமே சில டேமேஜஸ் நம்ம எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாத ஒரு சுச்சுவேஷன் ஆயிரும். ஸோ வென்எவர் வி ஹாவ் அ சென்டினல் ஈவெண்ட், it's very important we retrain the people so that we can minimize the errors, and we are also able to create a error free work culture. Ultimately நோயாளி எதை வச்சு நம்ம ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் டிசைட் பண்ணுவாங்க பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா, இந்த ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் வந்தால் எனக்கு ஒரு நம்பிக்கையான தரமான ஒரு வைத்தியம் கிடைக்கும் அப்படிங்கிற அந்த நம்பிக்கையோடு வர்றது வந்து இட் இஸ் பாசிபிள் when you keep a error free work culture in the organization. And I don't know, being a psychologist or worked with human people, most of the things வந்து எல்லாத்துக்குமே தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம் தான் நான் சொல்ல போகிறேன். புதியதான விஷயம் சொல்ல போகிறதுல சேஞ்ச் இஸ் இன்எவிட்டபிளுங்க. வி ஹாவ் டு சேஞ்ச். அந்த சேஞ்ச் வந்து நம்ம நிறைய நேரம் நினைப்போம், சேஞ்ச் வந்து இட் ஹேஸ் டு கம் ஃப்ரம் அவுட் சைட், பட் வி ஹாவ் டு ஆல்வேஸ் திங்க் த சேஞ்ச் ஹேஸ் டு கம் இன் வித்தின். நம்மளை சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறது ரொம்ப சுலபம், பிகாஸ் நம்ம தான் அது. But மற்றவங்களை சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறது இட்ஸ் வெரி வெரி டிஃபிகல்ட். பட் we can make a change in ourselves so that we can bring a change in the other person. So நம்ம பிளான் பண்ணுறதை அச்சீவ் பண்ண முடியலை அப்படின்னா we are only responsible. And we also have to ensure ட்ரைனிங் ஃபீட்பேக் வாங்கினா மட்டும் பத்தாது, அதை எப்படி how are we going to implement it. நிறைய டைமில் என்ஏபிஹெச்சில் என்சி வரது ஹெச்ஆரை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பூரா டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் தான் இருக்கும். அது நம்ம கையில் தான் இருக்குது. ஸோ கமிட் அவர் செல்ஃப் ஃபார் தட் and ensure the retraining is happen properly. So I request all of you to commit yourself for the training, because the healthcare professionals are investment, it is not the cost. So training is an investment, it is a not cost. Employees are the asset to the organization. Program in place, we are able to ensure the safety and retain the quality work culture, and we are able to reduce the errors and incidents. And at the same time, the staff's efficiency increases and they are able to acquire new skills, and at the same time, they are able to fine-tune their skills. And when ஒரு கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் லெவல் ஒரு எம்ப்ளாய்க்குள்ளே வந்துருச்சுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, தென் ஸ்கை இஸ் த லிமிட் ஃபார் தெம் டு அச்சீவ். அதனால தான் நம்மளால் எக்ஸலன்ஸ் எல்லாம் வாங்க முடியறதுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய காரணம் when we are able to build their confidence level. And also it helps us to improve their work morale. அப்போ வந்து அவங்க பாஸை விட்டு இன்ஸ்டியூஷன் விட்டு போக மாட்டாங்க. They will be willing to work with the organization and we are able to have a better outcomes. So I strongly believe the training mantra of any organization as to build people and build branders, because avangala nalla idha vechikka vendiyது it's each and everyone's responsibility. It's not only HR's responsibility. HR is one person, but HR is so many people. So if each person put hands together, we will be able to achieve more than what we are capable of. So mathematically pathinga appadina 1 plus 1 is 2, always 2. ஆனால் மனித இன்டராக்ஷனில் 1 plus 1 is not 2, it's more than 2. ஸோ வென் வி இன்வால்வ் பீப்புள் தே பிகம் மோர் தென் வாட் வி ஆர் எக்ஸ்பெக்டிங். நம்மளுக்குள்ள அந்த ஒரு ஹெசிடேஷனோ இதுவோ தேவையே இல்லைங்க. வென் யூ கிவ் ஃபுல் டு யூ, நம்மளுக்கு அதுதான் திருப்பி வரும். அதனால் ஐ போல்ட்லி வெரி கான்ஃபிடென்ட்லி சே த ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸ் இஸ் invaluable. Avanga potential are much more capable. So how do we as HR fraternity create a climate for them so that they will be able to bring their potential in a bigger perspective? So with this note, I thank you one and all for your patience listening. I really appreciate the last people keeping my promise. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for the organizing committee. Thank you so much. I open to the question. Have I committed my time?
100%.
Yes, thank you. So I think Shekhar said with the questions I have to stop with 11:55. I have exceeded 5 minutes. I'm not sure whether we have a time for question and answer for the panel discussion.
I can say it's a valuable time only. Thank you so much for your very useful talk. First, I'll just introduce my friend Mr. Abdul. By mistakenly, it announced that he's from Artho 1. So he's from OneCare. Actually, he's from HR Artho 1. Right? First question.
Hello, madam. Poor performance employees, does training helps to retain them?
So Abdul's question is, poora perform panna training vandu help aguma? Agadu. So we will not go to an argumentative statement. நீங்கள் உங்களோட எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸை எடுத்து பாருங்கள். ஐ வில் டேக் மீ as an எக்ஸாம்பிள். நான் ஒரு 25 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த மாதிரி மைக் பிடிச்சி பேசி பழக்கமே கிடையாதுங்க. பிகாஸ் எனக்கு அந்த கான்ஃபிடென்ஸ் கிடையாது. ஸோ ஐ எம் ஷுர் த கன்சிஸ்டன்ஸ் ட்ரைனிங் கேன் டெஃபினெட்லி பிரிங் அ சேஞ்ச். அதுக்கு 2 விஷயம் முக்கியங்க. ஒன்று வந்து அந்த சொல்லி கொடுக்குறவரும் முக்கியம். அதனால தான் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறவங்கள வந்து அக்ஷய பாத்திரமாக வச்சாங்க. சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறவங்க ஆல்வேஸ் அக்ஷய பாத்திரம். அதில் எந்த தங்கு தடையுமே இருக்காது. இட் ஹேஸ் டு கிவ் ஃபுல். நம்ம அப்படி கொடுக்கும்போது அண்ட் மேக் இட் அஸ் அ பார்ட்டிசிபேட்டிவ் அப்ரோச் ராதர் தென் நீ இது கற்றுக்கணும். வென் அண்ட் ஆல்சோ திங்க் அபவுட் வாட் இஸ் த அவுட்கம் அண்ட் த பெனிஃபிட் த பர்சன் இஸ் கோயிங் டு கெட் அவுட் ஆஃப் திஸ். வென் வி ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆன் தீஸ் திங்ஸ், ஐ எம் ஷுர் த ட்ரைனிங் வில் டெஃபினெட்லி ஃபெசிலிட்டேட் டு பீப்புள் டு எம்பவர். அப்துல்.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, we would have prepared a training schedule, no? If any sentinel event happens, how do we plan the training program?
Very valid question that. நம்ம எல்லாருமே worst-க்கு unprepared-ஆக இருக்க வேண்டிய சுச்சுவேஷன்ஸ் வரலாம். சம்டைம்ஸ் நடந்துருச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்ணுறது? So in case if we come across that kind of a situation, we need to do a root cause analysis. எதனால் இந்த ப்ராப்ளம் நடந்தது? Who's the cause or what is the cause? So we do a detailed analysis of that and we also come up with the rectify measures for that. Whether training illa appropriate information varlaya, what is the cause we have to identify, and also with the team of people who are involve them in the process of what next could be done so that we are able to close that. And also sentinel event are very, very sensitive. We, as a hospital industry, we come across very emotional situation to handle it. So it is worst situation. We have to be very patient, listening to the patient and all those things, and ensure we close it properly based on our institutional norms. That's very important.
Because we have 30 days in a month, but we have to cover more than 30 topics.
I totally agree with Krishna Prabha because where I come is a 1,000+ employees organization. I'm not saying it's a big organization. It's a challenge. நம்ம பண்ணலைன்னா வேறு யார் பண்ணுவாங்க, நான் முடியலைன்னா வேறு யார் பண்ணுவாங்க. தட்ஸ் ஹோ ஐ டேக் இட்டுங்க. இஃப் ஐ காண்ட் ஹூ வில் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஸ்டான்ஸ் நம்ம எடுத்தால் மட்டும்தான். பிகாஸ் நீங்கள் எனி ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் எடுத்துட்டிங்கன்னா ஹெச்ஆர் வில் பி 1 or 2 people only. But only thing we can do it, Prabha, have that confidence in you. I am sure we will. தெரியல, நான் அந்த மாதிரி தான் எடுத்திருக்கேன். ஏன்னா சேலஞ்ச் வரும்போது தான் நம்மளோட நல்லதெல்லாம் வெளியே வரணும்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இன்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் நம்மளோட இயலாமை வர வேண்டியதில்லை, நம்மளோட கான்ஃபிடென்ஸ் வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா, பிகாஸ் தட் டிசைட்ஸ் த அவுட்கம்முங்க. நீங்கள் எனி சுச்சுவேஷன் யூ அனலைஸ், the outcome is because of your involvement and confidence. Your 100% commitment to that job definitely will bring the outcome. I have a strong belief in that.
Ma'am, I have one question. So we
I am
train
little
them.
scared.
Yes, we train them in the time of joining. So we conduct an induction program and a preceptorship program and continuing nursing education as well, everything. So by the time they are able to manage ventilator, they resign that job and go. This is a continuous process, training பண்ணி நம்ம அடுத்தவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துறோம், அவ்வளவுதான். So out of it, what is the benefit we are going to have?
Because you are able to build a person with efficiency. That will be given to any patient whoever he come across. That's how we have to take it. Instead of feeling bad or sad, because that's not going to help us. In healthcare, it is inevitable. So at least I am able to build that person so that the person will be able to give the care to in a what you expected and how you wanted to give them.
And you will be remembered for it, Madam Karpagam, for having taught them.
ஆமாம், அன்னைக்கு ஒரு நாள் அந்த மேடம் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, நான் நீடில் போடும்போது இப்படி தான் எடுக்கணும்னு சொல்லி. That is a real learning, madam. And I strongly believe உங்கள் லேர்னிங் என்றைக்குமே வேஸ்ட்டாக போகாதுங்க. வாழ்க்கையில் ஏதாவது ஒரு இடத்துல ஏதாவது ஒரு பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு கட்டாயமாக it has its benefits. Thank you so much. I think time is...
One more question, ma'am. Is pre-test mandate for all topics?
See, if you ask as per the regulatory, it is yes, all the pre-test is necessary. But எதனால் நம்மளால சில ஏரியாஸில் ப்ரீடெஸ்ட் ஹவுஸ்கீப்பிங் ஸ்டாஃபுக்கு எவாலுவேஷன் வைக்கிறது, இட்ஸ் அ பிக் சேலஞ்ச். ஸோ ஹவு வி கேன் மானிட்டர் இஸ் ஆன் த ஜாப் வி கேன் மானிட்டர். வென் இஃப் ஸ்பில் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ஆர் ஹேண்ட் வாஷிங் ஆன் த ஜாப் வி கேன் அசஸ், குரூப் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் வி கேன் அசஸ். அதை டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டானா வி ஆர் இன் அ சேஃப் அண்ட் தே ஆர் ஆல்சோ ஏபிள் டு, த லேர்னிங் வில் பிகம் percolated in them. So I really appreciate the young team of people for committing my voice, keeping your silence. I thanks the organizing committee for giving this opportunity. I thank you, Shekhar, and my team for beautiful interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and the panelists. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mrs. Padmavati HR, Ganga Hospital. Ma'am has 25 years of experience. With this experience, she will enlighten us on the role of performance appraisal for medical and nursing professionals. I request the panelists, Mr. Michael, HR, Coimbatore Hospital, Mr. Prem Kumar, HR, GEM Hospital, and Mrs. Kasturi, HO, Sudha Hospitals, to join ma'am on stage.
Very good afternoon. Actually, எல்லாம் லஞ்ச் போகிற மூடில் இருப்பீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அந்த மூடில் நான் வந்து பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ்னு பேச போகிறது எந்த அளவு உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் அப்படி போகும்னு எனக்கு தெரியல, இருந்தாலும் நான் பேசுகிறேன். ஓகே, எனக்கு கொடுத்த ரோல் வந்து ரோல் ஆஃப் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் ஃபார் மெடிக்கல் அண்ட் நர்சிங் ப்ரொஃபஷனல்ஸ். ஓகே, பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது பார்த்திங்கன்னா தமிழ்லேயே சொன்னால் செயல்திறன் பயன்பாட்டு முறை. செயல்திறனை நம்ம எப்படி எவால்வேட் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் அது ரொம்ப என்னமோ பெருசாக அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் நினச்சிக்க வேண்டாம். என்னமோ பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் சொல்கிறாங்க, அதை பற்றி தான் நம்மளுக்கு எல்லாம் பண்ணுவாங்கங்கிறது கிடையாது. ஆக்சுவலாக நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம், நம்ம என்ன வேலை பண்ணுறோம், நம்ம என்ன டெசிக்னேஷன் கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க, அதுக்கு தகுந்த நம்ம வேலை பண்ணுறோமாங்கிறத எவால்வேட் பண்ணுறது தான் அந்த பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல்ங்கிறது. சரியா? இது பார்த்தோம்னா இது டெஃபினிஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது நம்ம வந்து எல்லாருமே ஹெல்த் கேர் செக்டாரில் இருக்கிறோம். வி ஆர் நாட் இன் அ ஒன் வெரி பிக் அந்த ஜுவல்லரி ஷாப்லேயோ இல்லை கார்மெண்ட்ஸ்லேயோ அந்த மாதிரி ஷாப்பில் நம்ம வேலை செய்யலை. நம்ம எல்லாருமே ஹெல்த் கேர் செக்டாரில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம். நம்மளோடது வந்து ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் சர்வீஸ் செக்டார் அப்படிங்கிறது எல்லாத்துக்குமே தெரியும். ஸோ நம்ம ஒரு ஜுவல்லரி ஷாப்புக்கு போகும்போது அங்கே என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா ஜாலியாக போவாங்க, ஷாப்பிங் மூடில் போவாங்க, போய் அது வாங்கலாம் இது வாங்கலான்னு போவாங்க. ஆனால் நம்மகிட்ட வரவங்க பேஷண்ட், அவங்க இங்கே என்ன எல்லா இடத்துலையும் போயிட்டு இல்லை அங்கே தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு நாளோ ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு சொல்யூஷன் கிடைக்குங்கிற மைண்டோடு நம்மகிட்ட வருவாங்க. ஸோ அப்படி வரவங்களைய நம்ம எப்படி ட்ரீட் பண்ணி அனுப்புகிறோங்கிறது தான் நம்மளுடைய பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸில் இருக்குது. ஓகே, அதுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தோம்னா இப்போ இந்த பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் ரோல் வந்து எதுக்காக வச்சுருக்கிறோம்னா இதுதான் வந்து ஒருத்தருடைய எவால்வேட் பண்ணி அவங்களுடைய அடுத்த லெவல் அடுத்த ரெகக்னேஷன் கொடுக்கறது, மோட்டிவேட் பண்ணுறது, அவங்களோட ஸ்கில்லை டெவலப் பண்ணுறது, இந்த மாதிரி எல்லா இதுக்குமே உதவுறது வந்து இந்த பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் சிஸ்டம். ஸோ பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் today plays a very important role in keeping a track of various employees for different kinds of jobs in the organization. Its aim is to measure what an employee does. It is a powerful tool to calibrate, refine and reward the performance of the employee. Okay. The purpose of the performance appraisal pathina to review the performance employees, to judge the gap between the actual and desired performance, to help the management to exercise organizational control, to diagnose the training and development needs of future. Actually இந்த மேடம் வந்து ரொம்ப நல்லா பேசிட்டாங்க. ட்ரைனிங் வந்து எந்த அளவில் ஒரு எம்ப்ளாயை மோட்டிவேட் பண்ணி அடுத்த லெவல் கொண்டு போகும், ஸோ எந்த அளவு ட்ரைனிங் இஸ் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட்ங்கிறத உமாப்ரியா மேடம் ரொம்ப நல்லாவே பேசிட்டாங்க. ஸோ அதுவும் வந்து ஒரு ரோலாக ப்ளே ஆகுது இன் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசலில். ஓகே, இப்போது இந்த அப்ரைசல் சிஸ்டம்னு பார்த்தோம்னா ஒரு மாதிரி பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ இதில் நிறைய டைப்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ 90 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல், 180 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல், 270 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல், 360 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல், 540 டிகிரி, 720 டிகிரி. என்னடா இப்படி டிகிரியாக சொல்லிகிட்டே போகிறாங்கன்னு சொல்லி நீங்களாமே நினைப்பீங்க. ஆனால் அது பார்த்தோம்னா 90 டிகிரிங்கிறது பார்த்தா ரேட்டிங் தி எம்ப்ளாயி ரிவ்யூட் பை தி ஹெச்ஓடி அந்த ஹெச்ஆர். ஒரு ரேட்டிங் சிஸ்டம் வச்சுட்டு டைரெக்டாக நம்ம ரேட்டிங் பண்ணுறது தான் 90 டிகிரி. அதில் 180 டிகிரிங்கிறது பார்த்தா செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட், தட் இஸ் தி எம்ப்ளாயி வில் also provide feedback from himself or herself along with the manager's feedback. இது வந்து செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட். ஃபஸ்ட்டு நம்ம வந்து ஒரு அவங்களுடைய நாலேஜ், ஸ்கில் அந்த மாதிரி என்னென்னலாம் இருக்கோ அதை நம்ம வந்து முதலையே பேராமீட்டர்ஸாக ரெடி பண்ணி அந்தந்த எம்ப்ளாயி இண்டிவிஜுவல் கிட்டேயே நம்ம டைரெக்டாக அசஸ் பண்ண சொல்லி ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொடுக்கணும். அதுக்கப்புறமேல் அவங்களுடைய ஹெச்ஆர்ஓ ஆர் அவங்களுடைய ஹெட் ஆஃப் தி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் கிட்ட அசஸ் பண்ணி ஃபீட்பேக் வாங்குறது தான் 180 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல். தென் 270 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல். திஸ் இஸ் தி 3 ஸ்டாக் ஹோல்டர்ஸ், தென் மேனேஜர்ஸ், செல்ஃப் அண்ட் பியர்ஸ். பியர்ஸ் மீன்ஸ் கொலீக்ஸ். அவங்களுடைய கூட இருக்கிற அடுத்த கொலீக்ஸ் எப்படி அவங்கள நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்கங்கிறதையும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணுங்கிறது தான் 270 டிகிரி அப்ரைசலில் இருக்குது. அண்ட் 360 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல் இது வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா மல்டிரேட்டர் ஃபீட்பேக் சர்வே. இதில் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட் செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் சபார்டினேட்ஸ் அண்ட் பியர்ஸ் அண்ட் மேனேஜர்ஸ். இது வந்து 360 சபார்டினேட்ஸ் கிட்டேயும் நமக்கு கீழே இருக்கிறவங்க கிட்டேயும் நம்ம ஃபீட்பேக் வாங்கணும், அண்ட் நமக்கு கொலீக்ஸ் கிட்டேயும் வாங்கணும், நம்மளும் அசஸ் பண்ணணும், அண்ட் நம்ம மேனேஜர்ஸும் அசஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. இதுதான் 360 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல். And 540 degree appraisal. This generally 540 degree feedback is set include the external stockholders. இது வந்து customers or clients. In health careல customers நம்ம மீன் பண்ணுறது patient கிட்ட இருந்து வர ஃபீட்பேக்கையும் நம்ம சேர்த்து அனலைஸ் பண்ணி கொடுக்கறது தான் இந்த 540 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல். அண்ட் 720 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல் அப்படிங்கிறது இது மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் தி இது வந்து கார்ப்பரேட் செக்டார்ஸில் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. இது வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா சாரி 720 டிகிரிங்கிறது ட்வைஸ் தி டைம் ஆஃப் 360 டிகிரி அப்ரைசல். இது வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து செல்ஃப், பியர்ஸ், சபார்டினேட்ஸ் அண்ட் மேனேஜர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஃபீட்பேக் ஃப்ரம் பேஷண்ட்ஸ் ஃபஸ்ட் ப்ரீயாக பண்ணுவாங்க. அண்ட் ஆஃப்டர் தேட் தே கேன் இங்கே வி ஆகுது அப்படி பார்த்துக்கிறேன். சரி, வி ஆகுது. ஓகே. அண்ட் 2 rounds of 360 degree appraisal is called as a 720 degree. ஸோ ப்ரீ வந்து ஒரு தடவை பண்ணிடுவாங்க. அந்த டைம் தி ஆர்கனைசேஷன் ஹேஸ் a one set, one goal, and based on that we have to perform well, and after that we will evaluate again. That is the 720 degree appraisal. And this is the parameters we are normally assessing from staff's knowledge, education, and their quality, and their interpersonal relationship, and their internal trainings and everything. And finally, the HR also have the assessment, and also the management perception is also there. These are all the basic parameters we are using to evaluate the staffs. And finally, I am coming for that, the process of performance appraisal and staff development. First, I said all the parameters and the types of appraisal. And first, we have to give the proper job description to the staffs. Based on that only, we have to evaluate their performance. That is the very important in the healthcare sector. First, we have to define the designations. We have to analyze the designations, and we have to give the proper designations to the staffs. And after that, we have to give the proper job description only. Based on that only, we have to evaluate their job. சும்மா நீங்கள் வந்து ஏதோ ஒரு ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் நம்ம NABHக்காக எல்லாருமே வச்சுருப்போம், பெருசாக ஒன்று அடித்து வச்சுருப்போம். யூ ஹாவ் டு பெருசாக ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி வச்சுருப்போம். அதை வந்து நம்ம அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துட்டு அது மாதிரி தான் நம்ம வந்து இருக்கிறாங்களான்னு பார்க்காம அவங்களுக்கு என்ன ஸ்கில் இருக்குது, ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக அவங்க என்ன ஒர்க் பண்ணணும், அதை வந்து பேப்பராக கொடுக்காம அதை பற்றி நம்ம எவாலுவேட் பண்ணினோம்னா தெர் இஸ் நோ யூஸ் டு எவாலுவேட் தி ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ். அண்ட் செகண்ட், எபிலிட்டி, அட்வான்ஸ்டு ட்ரைனிங் அண்ட் எஜுகேஷன். இதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு கண்டினியூவஸ் எஜுகேஷன்ஸ் நம்ம கொடுத்துட்டே இருக்கணும். அண்ட் அட்வான்ஸ் டெக்னிக்ஸ், இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஒரு MRI டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்னு எடுத்துட்டோம்னா அங்கே வந்து ஒரு நியூ மெஷின்ஸ் நம்ம வாங்குகிறோம். அந்த நியூ மெஷின்ஸ் வாங்கும்போது அங்கே இருக்கிற அந்த ப்ரீவியஸாக இருக்கிற டெக்னீஷியன்ஸ்க்கு அந்த நியூ மெஷினை பற்றி நம்மளுக்கு எல்லாமே சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்குறோமா, ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்துருக்குறோமா, அந்த கம்பெனி பர்சன்ஸ் கிட்ட வர சொல்லி டெமோ கொடுத்துருக்குறோமா, இதை எல்லாமே நம்ம ஃபஸ்ட்டு பண்ணணும். ஆஸ் அ HR பீப்புள் இதில் வந்து ரொம்ப கீனாக இருக்கணும். இதை வந்து கண்டிப்பாக நம்ம இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணணும். அப்படி பண்ணியிருந்தால் மட்டுமே அவங்களோட எஜுகேஷன்ஸ் நல்லா இருக்கும். அதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம எவாலுவேட் பண்ணினா மட்டும்தான் அந்த எவாலுவேட் வந்து ட்ரூத்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். அப்படி இல்லாமல் சும்மா அப்படியே எவாலுவேஷன் பண்ணிட்டோம் இவங்களுக்கு எதுவுமே இல்லை அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து நம்ம சொல்லவே முடியாது. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல வந்து நான் ஒரு சின்ன கதையும் கூட சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். அதுக்கு பேர் வந்து கோடாரி உத்தின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த கதையோட பேர் ஒரு தமிழ் கதை தான். ஒரு முதலாளி வந்து புதுசாக ஒரு மரம் வெட்டுற கம்பெனி வச்சுருக்கிறாரு. அந்த மரம் வெட்டுற கம்பெனியில் பார்த்தா ஒரு 5 இயர்ஸாக ஒரு எம்ப்ளாயி மரம் வெட்டிகிட்டே இருக்கிறாரு. ஆனால் புதுசாக வந்து ஒரு 6 monthsக்குள்ளே புதுசாக ஒருத்தர் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாரு. அவர் ஜாயின் பண்ணினதையும் அவருக்கு வந்து நிறைய சேலரி கொடுத்துட்டாரு. அப்போது முன்னாடி இருக்கிற அந்த எம்ப்ளாயி வந்து அந்த முதலாளிகிட்ட போய் கேட்குறாரு, எனக்கு வந்து உங்ககிட்ட நியாயம் வேணும், நீங்கள் பண்ணுறது சரியில்லை அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கேட்குறாரு. அதுக்கு அவர் கேட்குறாரு, நான் உனக்கு என்ன அநீதி வந்து உனக்கு என்ன அநீதி நான் விளைவிச்சிட்டேன், அது நீங்கள் வந்து சொல்லுங்கள் அப்படின்னு கேட்குறாரு. இல்லை சார், நான் வந்து 5 இயர்ஸாக ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன், நீங்கள் இப்போ வந்த ஆளுக்கு நிறைய சேலரி கொடுத்துருக்குறீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்குறாரு. அதுக்கு அவர் முதலாளி சொல்கிறாரு, உன்னை விட அவன் நிறையா வந்து மரத்தை வெட்டுறான், அதனால் நான் கொடுத்துட்டேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாரு. உடனே இவர் கேட்குறாரு, நானும் ரொம்ப ட்ரை பண்ணிகிட்டே இருக்கிறேன், ஆனால் அவனோட அளவு என்னால் மரத்தை வெட்ட முடியல ஒரு நாளைக்கு, அது எப்படின்னே எனக்கு தெரியல அப்படிங்கிறாரு. உடனே இந்த முதலாளி சொல்கிறாரு, சரி நீ போய் அந்த இப்போ புதுசாக வந்திருக்கிற பர்சன்கிட்டயே போய் அதனுடைய ரகசியம் என்னன்னு போய் கேட்டுட்டு வா அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அவர் போய் கேட்கும்போது அந்த புதுசாக வந்தவர் சொல்கிறாரு, நான் ஒன்றும் பெருசாக பண்ணலிங்க, நான் ஒரு மரத்தை வெட்டுவேன், அப்புறம் 2 நிமிஷம் ரெஸ்ட் எடுத்துக்குவேன், அந்த 2 நிமிஷம் ரெஸ்ட்டில் என்னோட கோடாரியை ஷார்ப் பண்ணிக்குவேன் அப்படின்னு மட்டும் சொல்கிறாரு. ஸோ அந்த ஷார்ப்னஸ் இருந்துச்சே இருக்குது, கண்டினியூவஸாக அந்த ஷார்ப்னஸ் இருந்துகிட்டே இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் நம்மளுடைய பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்படி ஹை லெவலில் போயிட்டே இருக்கும், நம்ம அப்கிரேட் ஆகிட்டே இருக்க முடியும். நம்மளை எவால்வேட் பண்ணுறவங்களும் அடுத்து இவங்களுக்கு என்ன கொடுக்க முடியும், என்ன பண்ண முடியுங்கிற ஒரு தாட்டுக்கு வருவாங்க. ஸோ அதுதான் சிம்பிள் லாஜிக். 5 இயர்ஸாக இவர் வெட்டிகிட்டே இருந்தவருக்கும் புதுசாக வந்தவருக்கு இருக்கிற சின்ன டெக்னிக், 2 மினிட்ஸ் ரெஸ்ட் எடுத்துக்குவார், அந்த கோடாலியை ஷார்ப் பண்ணுவார், தட்ஸ் இட். அதனால் என்னால் நிறைய மரத்தை வெட்ட முடியுது அப்படின்னு மட்டும் சொல்லிட்டாரு. அதே மாதிரி நம்மளுக்கும் இங்கே பார்த்திங்கன்னா நிறைய ட்ரைனிங் ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் வருது, நிறைய அட்வான்ஸ்டு டெக்னிக்ஸ் இருக்குது. அது மாதிரி நம்மளோட ஹெச்ஆர்லேயும் சரி நர்சிங்லேயும் சரியோ நிறைய அவங்களுக்கு வந்து இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க. அதை நம்ம வந்து கண்டிப்பாக எல்லா ஹெச்ஓடிஸும் வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்ணி ஸ்டாஃப்ஸை வந்து அனுப்பிச்சி விட்டு அதை அவங்களுடைய நாலேஜை அப்கிரேட் பண்ண வைக்கணும். அப்போ மட்டும்தான் அவங்களுடைய அடுத்த லெவல், அவங்களுடைய எபிலிட்டி அவங்களுக்கு வந்து இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும். அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து பார்த்தோம்னா இதே மாதிரி தான் லீடர்ஷிப், அவங்கள மோட்டிவேட் பண்ணணும். Just like that we are getting performance and we are getting the performance evaluation for that salary purpose, அந்த மாதிரி மட்டும் தயவு செய்து வைக்கக்கூடாது. அவங்களுடைய ஸ்கில்ஸ் எங்கே, அவங்களுடைய லேக் ஆஃப் ட்ரைனிங் எங்கே, அது எல்லாமே ஜட்ஜ் பண்ணி அதுக்கு உண்டான லேக் எங்கே இருக்குதோ அது எஃபர்ட் எடுத்து பண்ண வேண்டியது ஹெச்ஆருடைய மெயின் ரோல். அண்ட் ஆஃப்டர் தேட் உண்மையாலுமே நல்ல ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பாக அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு சான்ஸ், ஒரு லீடர்ஷிப் குவாலிட்டி அவங்களுக்கு கண்டிப்பாக கொடுக்கணும். அடுத்த லெவல் என்னமோ ஒன்று ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், நாங்கள் வந்து ஒரு நர்ஸ் புதுசாக ஜாயின் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க, அவங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணுவோன்னா லிங்க் நர்ஸ்ன்னு கொடுப்போம். அவங்க வந்து ஹைஜீனிக் ஹெச்ஐசிலேயே ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்டடாக நல்ல கிளாஸ் எடுக்கிறாங்க, அந்த ஹேண்ட் வாஷ் அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப நல்லா ப்ராப்பராக ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுறாங்க, அவங்களுடைய ஜூனியர்ஸ்க்கு நல்லா சொல்லித்தராங்கன்னா அடுத்த பொசிஷன் லிங்க் நர்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறத ஒன்று வந்து இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். அடுத்தது அவங்கள ஹெச்ஐசி நர்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு அப்கிரேடேஷன் கொடுப்போம். இந்த மாதிரி அவங்களுக்கும் ஏதாவது கொடுத்துட்டே இருக்கணும். ஒரு 3 இயர்ஸ் 2 இயர்ஸ் இருந்தாங்கன்னா உடனே அந்த வார்டோடைய சீனியர் நர்ஸ், சீனியர் ஸ்டாஃப் நர்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ப்ரொமோட் பண்ணணும். ஒரு 5 இயர்ஸ் இருக்கிறியா உடனே வார்ட் சூப்பர்வைசர் அப்படின்னு கொடுக்கணும். அல்ல அதுக்கடுத்ததுன்னா சீனியர் வார்ட் சூப்பர்வைசர். அந்த மாதிரி வெறும் டெசிக்னேஷன் மட்டும் இல்லாமல் as a HR we have to initiate to the management and ask them to get some incentive also. One each and every designation, each and every promotion we have to give small incentive to them that will help to work very well, and that will help to work very good, and they will work very good, and they will perform very well, and they will satisfy the patients and satisfy the management also, and it helps to achieve the organization goal also. This is the final day. Rewards and recognition and promotion and pay is very, very important to the performance management system. And performance appraisal benefits for medical person. Sorry, இது தெரியவே இல்லை இதில் அங்கிருந்து. வச்சுக்கோங்க, அது வேண்டாம். Okay. The most respected profession comes with the big responsibility taking care of all us is doctors. So the doctor is doing very good job and he deserves our feedback. The framework consists of 4 domains which cover the spectrum of medical practice. They are knowledge, skills and performance. And knowledge, skills and performance, they maintain their professional performance, maintain the knowledge and their regulation relevant to work, apply the knowledge and experience to practice. Ensure their documentation including clinical records formally regarding your work is clear, accurate and legible. That means the doctors வந்து இப்போ அவங்க எல்லாருமே நிஜமாலுமே அவங்க இல்லைன்னா எதுவுமே இல்லை. டாக்டர்ஸ் இல்லைன்னா ஹாஸ்பிட்டலே இல்லை, ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் நர்சஸ் இல்லைன்னா அதை விட சுத்தமாக இல்லை, அந்த மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது. அவங்க வந்து அவங்களுடைய பெர்ஃபார்ம் எவ்வளோ தூரம் நல்லா பண்ணினாலும் ஒரு சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்கள்னால அது வந்து லேக் ஆயிடுது. அவங்க வந்து கண்டிப்பாக அவங்களுடைய நாலேஜஸை ஷேர் பண்ணணும். ரெண்டாவது அவங்க வந்து ஒரு ப்ரிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பேஷண்ட்ஸ்க்கு ஏதாவது சொல்கிறப்போ அந்த ரெக்கார்ட், கிளினிக்கல் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே கிளியர், டீம் ஒர்க், டீமோட சேஃப்டியும் அவங்க பார்த்துக்கணும். அண்ட் கம்யூனிகேஷன், பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் அண்ட் டீம் ஒர்க், திஸ் இஸ் தி வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இன் தி கம்யூனிகேஷன் இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இன் தி நர்சிங் ஆர் அண்ட் மெடிக்கல் செக்டார்லேயே பார்த்திங்கன்னா கம்யூனிகேஷனுங்கிறது தான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்டான ஒன்றா இருக்குது. இப்போ ஒரு டாக்டர் வந்து சொல்லிட்டு போயிருப்பார், அந்த பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு வந்து நான் டிஸ்சார்ஜ் சொல்லலை, கேன்சல் பண்ணியிருக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு போவாங்க. ஆனால் இந்த பொண்ணுங்களுக்கு தெரியாது, நேற்றே டிஸ்சார்ஜ் சொல்லிட்டாரு சாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எல்லா ப்ராசஸும் பண்ணிடுவாங்க, பில்லு கட்ட வச்சுருப்பாங்க, எல்லாமே முடிஞ்சிருக்கும். ஆனால் ஒரு ப்ரொசீஜரே பாக்கி இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கம்யூனிகேஷன் கேப் வந்து இருக்கவே இருக்கக்கூடாது. அது வந்து டாக்டர்ஸ்க்கு நம்ம வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்ணணும். அது கீழே இருக்கிற நர்சிங் அண்ட் ஜிஆர்ஓஸ் அண்ட் ஃப்ளோர் சூப்பர்வைசர்ஸ் யாரெல்லாம் இருக்கிறாங்களோ இவங்கெல்லாம் வந்து அது கண்டிப்பாக ஒரு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணி ஒரு டீம் ஒர்க்காக பண்ணினா மட்டுமே தான் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சின்ன சின்ன எரர் எல்லாமே நம்ம வந்து கம்மி பண்ணிக்க முடியும். அண்ட் அட் தி சேம் டைம் பார்த்திங்கன்னா ஒரு பேஷண்ட் வந்து அப்ராட் போகிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். அங்கே வந்து இப்போ பார்த்திங்கன்னா அப்ராட் போகணுன்னா ஃபிட் டு ஃப்ளை அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு மேண்டேட்ரி சர்டிஃபிகேட் இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் யூ ஹாவ் டு ஃப்ளை ஓவர் தி யுவர் கண்ட்ரி. அது வந்து நெசசிட்டி ஆக்கிட்டாங்க. அது மாதிரி ஒரு சர்டிஃபிகேட் வந்து பிஃபோர் 48 ஹவர்ஸ்க்குள்ளே இருக்கணும். ஆனால் நம்ம நினச்சிக்கிறோம் வந்ததையுமே ஃபிட் டு ஃப்ளை கொடுத்துடலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறோம். தட் இஸ் ராங். தட் ஃபிட் டு ஃப்ளை சர்டிஃபிகேட் இஸ் பிஃபோர் 48 ஹவர்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி வாங்கினதா மட்டும்தான் இருக்க முடியும். அதே மாதிரி தான் நம்ம வந்து அதை வந்து கரெக்டாக நம்ம வந்து பார்த்து எந்த டைமில் கொடுக்கணுமோ டாக்டர் சொன்னதை வச்சு அதுக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி கொடுத்து பண்ணினா மட்டும்தான் அந்த பேஷண்ட் வந்து சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைடாக போவாங்க. உள்ளே வரும்போது இருந்த மாதிரியே போகணும், இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கக்கூடாது. திருப்பி போகும்போது அவங்கள எந்த அளவு நம்ம சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை பண்ணி அனுப்புகிறோமோ அப்போ தான் அவங்களுடைய திருப்பி ரிவ்யூ வருவாங்க. அதை முதல் நம்ம நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கணும். அண்ட் மேனேஜிங் ட்ரஸ்ட், திஸ் இஸ் தி மெயின்டைனிங் ட்ரஸ்ட். இது வந்து ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். ஒருத்தரும் லாயலாக தான் அவங்க பேஷண்ட் ஆகட்டும், டாக்டர்ஸ் ஆகட்டும், நர்சஸ் ஆகட்டும், பேசுகிறது வந்து உண்மையாக பேசுகிறது வந்து தெளிவானதாக மாற்றி சொல்லாத மாதிரி ஒரே ஒரு தடவை சொன்னதாகவே கரெக்டாக சொன்னதாக மட்டும்தான் ட்ரஸ்ட்டை மட்டும்தான் மெயின்டைன் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கும். நெக்ஸ்ட் போகல. ஓகே, தென் பிரின்சிபல்ஸ் ஆஃப் performance appraisal. We have to follow these little principles. And my time is over, they said. I said the disadvantages and advantages. That is the very important. Advantages of performance management is the one employee has promoted and getting reward and the improvement of their career. That is the very very important of the advantages. They develop their career and they have to chances to corrective their errors. The corrective action has to be done based on that performance appraisal. Then career planning also there for the very good employee. If he suggests one employee is very good in their job, means they have to plan their career to upgrade their career. And it is very motivation. It will help to motivate the employee to grow their next level, and other benefits that already told you, that the pay and promotion. And disadvantages also there, the hollow effect. This is called then it is a rating methods. That hollow effect is defined as a influence of rater. Or for example, one superior one staff is there, அவங்க வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா எப்போவுமே வந்துட்டு நல்லா ஒரு லேட்டாக வரமாட்டாங்க, பங்க்சுவலாக இருப்பாங்க, கரெக்டாக வந்துடுவாங்க, கரெக்டாக போவாங்க. அதை மட்டும் மைண்டில் வச்சுட்டு, ஆனால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பார்த்திங்கன்னா ரொம்ப புவராக இருக்கும். ஏதோ வருவாங்க, ஏதோ செய்வாங்க, சொல்லிட்டு போயிடுவாங்க. அந்த ஒரு மைண்ட் செட்டை மட்டும் வச்சுட்டு அப்படியே டிக்கு 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 அடிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டாங்கன்னா அது வந்து அந்த ரேட்டிங் வந்து யூஸே கிடையாது. அந்த மாதிரி ரேட்டிங் பண்ணுறது வந்து இதில் பெரிய டிஸ்அட்வான்டேஜ். அதுக்கப்புறம் கான்ட்ராஸ்ட் எரர். அதாவது கான்ட்ராஸ்ட் என்னென்னா, தி ரேட்டிங் இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ். தி கான்ட்ராஸ்ட் எரர் occurs when employees rated without taking into account the performance standard. பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் ஸ்டாண்டர்டுக்காக இருக்கிறாங்களானே மீட் பண்ணாமையே நம்ம எவாலுவேட் பண்ணுறது, இது வந்து கான்ட்ராஸ்ட் எரர். தென் ரேட்டர் பயாஸ். தி ரேட்டர் பயாஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது பார்த்திங்கன்னா, தி சூப்பர்வைசர் கேன் அண்டர் ரேட் அண்ட் எம்ப்ளாயி பேஸ்ட் ஆன் தி செக்ஸ், ரிலீஜியன் அண்ட் தி ஃபேவரட்டிசம். இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ரேட்டிங் ஸ்கேல் நம்மளுக்கு பண்ணி கொடுத்தாலோ அதில் இருந்து நம்ம வந்து ஒரு நல்ல ரிசல்ட்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்க முடியாது. அண்ட் சென்ட்ரல் டெண்டன்சி எரர். இது வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா ரேட்ஸ் ஆல் தி எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் வித்தின் நேரோ ரேஞ்ச். அப்படியே ஆமாம் இவங்க இப்படி தான் இருப்பாங்க, இப்படியே ஆவரேஜ் தான் இவங்களுக்கு இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு மைண்ட் செட் வச்சுட்டு அதுக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி நம்ம வந்து பண்ணுறதும் வந்து ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு எவாலுவேஷன் மெத்தடாக இருக்காது. இந்த மாதிரியெல்லாம் இருக்கிறனால தான் நம்மளுக்கு நிறைய ஸ்கில்டு எம்ப்ளாயீஸும் கூட நிறைய இதில் இனியும் ப்ரமோட் ஆகாமல் இனியும் அடுத்த லெவல் போகாமையும் கூட இருப்பாங்க. இதை வந்து கரெக்டிவ் மெசஸாக நம்ம வந்து ஹெச்ஆர் வந்து கண்டிப்பாக அந்த இடத்துல பார்த்து அந்த கரெக்டிவ் மெசேஜ் கொடுத்தா மட்டும்தான் அடுத்த லெவல் எல்லாருமே ஒரே மாதிரி இருந்து ஆர்கனைசேஷனுடைய கோலை அச்சீவ் பண்ண முடியும். ஓகே, ஃபைனலி தி கன்க்ளூஷன் அப்படின்னு எடுத்துட்டோம்னா, கண்டிப்பாக வந்து உங்களுக்கு பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் பிளேஸ் தி vital role. It is very, very important. It helps the staffs to improve their quality, and it helps the staffs to go to the next level of the organization, and it also helps the achieve the organization goals also. So performance management and performance evaluation is very, very important also. Thank you.
I kindly request the delegates to please maintain silence. Delegates, please maintain silence.
I have one question. Okay, performance appraisal 360 degree, 90 degree, it is mandatory. I do accept. Definitely we have to do it. Okay. This is only for sake of NABH and paperwork. Based on the performance appraisal, see, we nursing administrators, all 600 nurses performance appraisal பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். Based on the performance appraisal, what are you going to do? You tell me.
Based on the performance appraisal, மேடம் நாங்கள் வந்து அந்த கேப், ட்ரைனிங் கேப் இங்கே இருக்குதுன்னு கண்டிப்பாக பார்க்குறோம்.
ஓகே,
அந்த கேப்பை வந்து அதுக்கான ட்ரைனிங் செஷன்ஸ் அடுத்தது அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறோம். அதே மாதிரி அவங்களுடைய அட்டண்டன்ஸ்லேயோ அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது லேக் இருக்குதுன்னு நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்கன்னா கூப்பிட்டு வச்சு அவங்கள கவுன்சிலிங் கொடுக்குறோம். நீ டெய்லி ஒரு பொண்ணு லேட்டாகவே வரா, 8 o'clock வரணும், 8:30 வரா, 8:45 வரா, நீங்கள் வந்து உடனே அந்த பங்க்சுவாலிட்டியில் வந்து போட்டுறீங்க, ரொம்ப இருக்கிற லீஸ்ட் மார்க் 2 போட்டிருப்பீங்க. ஸோ நாங்கள் திருப்பி கூப்பிட்டு கேட்குறோம், ஏப்பா இப்படி வர அப்படின்னு கேட்கும்போது அவங்க சொல்கிறாங்க, எனக்கு வந்து ஃபார் அவே, ரொம்ப பஸ் இந்த இடத்துல தான், எனக்கு 8 o'clock தான் பஸ்ஸே ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும், நான் அப்போ இங்கே 8:45 தான் வரவே முடியும் மேடம். அந்த மாதிரி எங்கள்கிட்ட ஒரு ஃபீட்பேக் வந்துச்சுன்னா அடுத்த ரெக்வஸ்ட் நாங்கள் உங்களுக்கு ஈஸியாக கொடுக்க முடியும். மேடம், why can't you change the duty timings? Why can't you change the duty timings? அண்ட் அதை அவங்களுக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சின்ன அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணி கொடுங்களே, 9 to 6 அந்த மாதிரி மாற்றி கொடுங்களே, அந்த மாதிரி எங்களால் கேட்க முடியும் மேடம்.
That and all I accept. See, my request for all HR department, based on the performance appraisal, salary hike and increment has to be given. This is what my request.
Definitely, madam.
Ma'am, excuse me,
But
shall I
which
answer?
is not happening. That's it. This is only paperwork. Not based on appraisal, the salary or promotion is not given at all.
It's happening, madam. It's happening. Definitely it is happening. We are
Actually, increment is common to all. Maybe 2% or 5%. But based
No,
on
madam.
performance, they
No,
give
madam.
it 5% or 10%, 15%. Based on performance, they give us a percentage-wise the increment.
Yes, the percentage
So
is
that should be
differs.
followed in all the hospitals and institutions.
No, madam. We fix the percentage for the common rate. That is the 10 or 8 or 12. That is the common percentage for all staffs. If the one staff, one nursing superintendent or one medical superintendent recommends one person, one staff, this staff has the different skill and this staff has the different type of attitude and different type of responsibility. Definitely we will.
No, ma'am, it is not the recommendation of the nursing superintendent or medical superintendent. Should be the 720-degree evaluation you are taking it up. So it is the evaluation of the whole team of people. So when you go for 720-degree evaluation, so you have to consider that and give the increment or the promotion not based on the nursing superintendent or the medical superintendent.
That based on the recommendation and also the performance evaluation. That recommendation also reflected in that degree evaluation, no madam.
As you said, there may be a hollow effect.
No madam. That is it reflected in the appraisal also. That recommendation easily reflected in the appraisal also.
Nursing superintendent also. 720-degree evaluation which includes the nursing superintendent or the nursing director.
Everybody.
And the peer group, everyone. So in that case, you need to consider the appraisal of the people, then give the increment based on that percentage.
Ma'am, shall I answer this question? Ma'am, 720-degree இப்போ appraisal பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா ஆல்வேஸ் வந்து நர்சஸ் இஸ் ஸ்பெஷல். ஹெல்த் கேர் செக்டாரில் மற்ற எம்ப்ளாயீஸ்க்கு பண்ணுற அப்ரைசல் வந்து நர்சஸ்க்கு எப்போவுமே ஹெச்ஆர் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. பிகாஸ் நர்சஸ் இஸ் மஸ்ட். நர்சஸ் இல்லாமல் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் நடக்காதுங்கிறது தெரியும். அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டிய நிறைய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ், நிறைய பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் வந்து கொடுக்கணுன்றதை ஹெச்ஆரும் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கிட்ட ஆல்வேஸ் பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கோம் எப்போவுமே. சார் அவங்க நர்சிங் சார், அவங்க நர்சிங் சார்னு நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். இது வந்து இட் இஸ் அ டீம் ஒர்க். இது மேபி உங்களுக்கு ரீச் ஆகுதா என்னன்னு தெரியல. இப்போ ஆஸ் அ ஹெட் ஆஃப் ஆப்ரேஷன்ஸ் ஐ எம் ஒர்க்கிங் அஸ் அ ஹெட் ஆஃப் ஆப்ரேஷன் இன் சுதா ஹாஸ்பிட்டல். நான் சொல்கிற ஒரே வார்த்தை, மேடம் அவங்க நர்சிங் மேடம் அப்படின்றோம். பிகாஸ் இந்த மைக்ரோ மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அவங்கக்கிட்ட நாங்கள் பண்ணுறோம். பிகாஸ் என்னென்னா அந்த பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸுங்கிறது நாட் ஓன்லி அவங்களுடைய ட்ரெஸ்ஸிங்ஸ், அவங்களோட ஐ மீன் வாட் ஆஸ் யூஷுவல் நம்ம ஃபார்மில் இருக்கிற அந்த கொஸ்டின்ஸ் மட்டும் கிடையாது. ஈவன் அவங்க ஒரு பொண்ணு வந்து இப்போ என்னுடைய டீன், முதல்ல நான் ஒர்க் பண்ண இடத்துல என்னுடைய டீன் சொல்லுவார், சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஆல்ரெடி ராயல் கேர் சார் சொல்லியிருந்தார், ஏதோ தப்பு பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னு சொல்லி ஹெச்ஆர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து நிற்பாங்க, நான் எல்லாமே அனலைஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு எனக்கே சிரிப்பு வருதும்பார். எங்கள் டீன் சொன்ன ஒரே வார்த்தை என்னென்னா, நான் ஜிகேஎம்ல இருக்கும்போது, கண்ணா அவங்க இன்ஜெக்ஷனில் ஏதாவது தப்பு பண்ணாங்களா, மெடிசன் ஏதாவது தப்பாக கொடுத்தாங்களா, ஆல்வேஸ் அவங்க ஸ்பெஷல். அவங்களுடைய மெடிக்கல் கேர்லேயோ அவங்க செய்கிற சின்ன சின்ன தவறுகள்னால ஒரு பர்சன் ஏதாவது எஃபெக்ட் ஆகுறாங்களா, பேஷண்ட்க்கு அதனால் ஏதாவது ப்ராப்ளம் வருதுன்னா மட்டும்தான் நாங்கள் வந்து அதை கன்சிடர் பண்ணுறோம். அதர்வைஸ் ஈவன் கன்சிடருங்கிறது வந்து அவங்களுக்கு பனிஷ்மெண்ட்டோ இன்னொன்றும் கொடுக்கறது இல்லை. அதே மாதிரி அவங்களுக்கு வந்து அதை எப்படி இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணலாம், ரூட் காஸ் அனாலிசிஸ் பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு எப்படி இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணலான்றதை கொடுத்து, அந்த பொண்ணுக்கு வேறு எந்த வகையிலலாம் வந்து நல்ல குவாலிட்டிஸ் இருக்குது, நல்ல நல்ல டெக்னிக்ஸ் இருக்குன்றதையும் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி அவங்களோட பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் வந்து நாங்கள் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். ஈவன் மேடம் கேட்ட மாதிரி சேலரி இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். அதுலேயும் கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கு. அதில் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டும் இன்க்ளூட் ஆகணும். அதுக்கும் மேக்ஸிமம் வந்து நர்சஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் ஸ்பெஷல்.
So what I am telling you, in order to motivate our nurses, best performer-க்கு average performer-க்கு கண்டிப்பாக salary difference இருக்கணும்.
கண்டிப்பாக இருக்கு. பட் சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி
it is not happening at all. It is not happening at all.
We are practicing that only, madam.
So I am not talking about one single hospital. So it's not happening.
Madam.
Yes.
We will do it in all our
எங்கள் லெவலில் அடுத்த ஆப்ஷன் என்னென்னா, அவங்களுடைய ஓவர் டைம், அவங்களுக்கு வந்து இன்சென்டிவ், ஐ மீன் சேலரியில் எங்களால் பேசிக்கில் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு நிறைய சேலரிஸ் கொடுக்க முடியல ஆஸ் பர் ரூல். மற்ற டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டையும் கன்சிடர் பண்ணணுன்னு இருந்தாலும் நீங்கள் ஐ மீன்
அவங்களுடைய ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டெப் உங்களுடைய ஹெச்ஓடிஸ் சொல்கிறத வச்சும் சரி, ஈவன் மற்ற பேஷண்ட் ஃபீட்பேக் மூலமாகவும் சரி, அவங்களுக்கான இன்சென்டிவ் வந்து அட்லீஸ்ட் அலவன்ஸ் மூலமாவது கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். அதுவுமே இப்போ எல்லாருக்கும் இன்ஸ்டியூட்லயும் நாங்கள் கன்சிடர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. மேபி இங்கே எனக்கு தெரியல.
ஓவர் டைமுக்கெல்லாம் யூ ஹேவ் டு கிவ் பிகாஸ் தே ஆர் டூயிங் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா டியூட்டி.
எஸ் ஐ நோ தட், பட் அந்த அமௌண்ட்னு இருக்குல்ல மேம், அதோடைய
no that I don't accept. Only performance. Over time kala you have to give them.
Not only over time, அவங்களுடைய performance allowanceன்ற அந்த நேம்ல தான் கொடுக்க முடியும். அந்த documentation தான்.
I already told you know that HIC nurse, we find out that one nurse is very interested in HIC department work and she is very well known about HIC practices. We will ultimately recognize her as a HIC team nurse and we will give the promotion and we will give the for that incentive also.
Ma'am, it is not the single individual. Out of 1,000 nurses, 500 may be the average performance. You may have increment of 5% for them every year. Maybe the other 250 may be the good performers. Then the other, maybe for them you may have 15%. And the other maybe 50% of the people may be excellent performance. For them you must have 20%. So like that we need to have, unless that will be a great motivation for the average performers to become the good, then to become the excellent.
Yes, sure,
yes madam. We are giving that little more different from that nurses and nowadays that is very difficult to follow also. ஏன்னா இப்போ நர்சிங்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறதே வந்து ரொம்ப ஒரு அப்படியே அவர் முன்னாடியே ஒரு சார் சொன்னார் கத்தி மேலே நிற்கிற மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன்.
All the more you have to do that. All the more. When you know there is a demand for nurses, keep them, give them enough welfare.
We have no way to that reduce the salary.
Don't say no.
Anna.
Ma'am.
இல்ல salary வந்து ஈவனா நானும் 2 வருஷம் தான் ஆச்சு. நீங்க இவங்களும் 2 வருஷம்.
One second.
Ma'am,
being nursing administrator, I can't accept this statement. According to performance, salary difference we can't make for nurses because everyone is equal to in front of us. Our role to make them become a good performer. If their caliber is less, we can give the duty according to their level. All the area is not a good performer needed area. Poor performer can be posted in OPDs, less workload area.
Don't tell that.
Ultimately we want everybody to be the excellent performers.
Ma'am, salary difference we can't make for, if I am having 800 nurses, I can't give one salary for 400 people, another salary for 200
salary
people.
We are not talking about it. It is only the increment should be based on the performance.
Whatever ma'am, whatever, that is our responsibility. We know that, please can you keep quiet? We know that everyone is coming to us with raw hand only. According to their involvement in patient care, we are post them or promoting them to different area and as well as giving them nurse in charge or shift in charge, whatever it is. But salary difference, it is very difficult. Very, very poor performer candidates or staffs, we may not retain them also. If very poor, 1 or 2, we have to leave them from the job. So this is my statement.
If you leave the poor performers, where will they go? Wherever they go, they are going to perform the same. We cannot be. We have to give them the training and make them to be a good performers.
All the hospital is not rating same level, ma'am. They have the opportunity to work in different rating hospital. No, ma'am. The salary difference among nurses is unfair.
Anu, I am very sorry to tell you, the salary should be given based on the performance only.
Ma'am, because of the good performer only, you are sitting in as a nurse director. According to performance, promotion can be given. Yes. But a salary difference, we can't make in one same category people. We can post them in different area.
We post them in different area, that I do accept, but they do work. But we have to show some difference. Average performer and good performer, we have to show some difference.
Madam, that we are
that
showing.
That is a motivation, no.
That we are
Madam,
showing.
excuse me.
Little more differences we are showing, madam.
Ma'am.
But totally,
excuse me,
we are showing
madam.
the difference in the salary. We are giving the incentives and we are giving the upgradation of their.
No. You are telling that nurses are backbone or front bone, whatever it is. Nurses should be given. That's it. We are the backbone. You have to give importance for nursing department.
Ma'am, one more thing.
Excuse me, ma'am.
For that only
Ma'am.
we have nurse educators, seniors and all.
Second thing na, first responsibility the performance analyze பண்றது HR கிடையாது. Is a responsibility of nursing in charge. அது nursing supervisor இருக்கலாம், nursing superintendent. ஏன்னா அவங்க தான் அவங்க கூட இருக்கிறாங்க. இப்போ அவங்க தான் ரெக்கமெண்ட் போனஸோ பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் இன்சென்டிவாக கொடுக்கணும். அதனால் ஹெச்ஆரை குறை சொல்லி மட்டும் கொடை கிடையாது. இல்லை நான் சொல்லிக்கிறேன் மேடம் ஒன்று புரிஞ்சுங்க. நான் ஆக்சுவலி நர்சிங் நல்லா நான் ஒரு நர்சிங் ஸ்டடி பண்ணியிருக்கிறேன். அதனால சொல்கிறேன். நான் என்ன சொல்கிறேன்னா ஹெச்ஆருடைய ரோல் மட்டும் இல்லை, அது 100% இது ரோல் ஆஃப் அ நர்சிங் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட். அது நர்சிங் இன்சார்ஜ், வார்டு இன்சார்ஜ், நர்சிங் யாராக இருக்கலாம், இம்மிடியட் சூப்பர்வைசர் ஃப்ரம் தி ஸ்டார்டிங் பாயிண்ட்லேருந்து நர்சிங் மேட்ரனோ நர்சிங் சூப்பரண்டோ அவங்களுடைய நீங்கள் தான் எவால்வேட் பண்ணுறீங்க. நீங்கள் கொடுக்க பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் தான் நாங்கள் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணுறோம். அப்போ நீங்கள் தான் சொல்லணும் இந்த ஸ்டாஃபுக்கு இன்க்ரிமெண்ட் கொடுங்க. நீங்கள் ஹெச்ஆர் வெறும் சேலரி கொடுக்கல, அவர் இன்க்ரிமெண்ட் கொடுக்கலங்கிறது ஹெச்ஆர் கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்கன்னு கிடையாது. அது நல்லா தெளிவாக நீங்கள் புரிஞ்சிக்க வேண்டிய ஒரு விஷயம். ரெண்டாவது, என்ன ரெக்கமெண்டேஷன் கொடுத்தாலும் அதை டேபிளில் சேலரியாக மாற்றுறது நாங்கள் கிடையாது, நீங்களும் கிடையாது, மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். அது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நீங்கள் சொல்கிறதுக்கு வெக்கப்படுறீங்க, இல்லை சொல்கிறது எப்படி சொல்லாது, எந்த மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டாக இருக்கட்டும், அது நீங்கள் புஷ் பண்ணி நாங்களும் இது ஒரு டீம் ஒர்க்கு, புரியுதுங்களா? நர்சிங் இன்சார்ஜும் இல்லை நர்சிங் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டும் ஹெச்ஆரும் இவங்க எல்லாரும் நீங்கள் நர்சிங் மட்டும் தான் பார்க்குறீங்க, ஃபார்மசி இருக்குது, எக்கச்சக்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் உள்ள இருக்குது, புரியுங்களா? சப்போர்ட் ஸ்டாஃப் இருக்குது, ஹவுஸ் கீப்பிங் இருக்குது, எல்லா அது மெயின்டெனன்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருக்குது. அவங்கெல்லாம் யாரும் பேசலை, நீங்கள் நர்சிங் மட்டும் தான் கேட்குறாங்க. எல்லா டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இன்சார்ஜஸும் அவங்களுடைய ஃபெல்லோ ஸ்டாஃபோடைய பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை எவால்வேட் பண்ணி அது எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்து நாங்கள் அதை மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணி, நாங்கள் மட்டும் இல்லை நீங்களும் சேர்ந்து ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணி அதை அவன் இன்க்ரிமெண்ட்டாகவோ சேலரியாவோ கொடுப்பாங்க. இதுதான் அப்ரைசல், புரியுதுங்களா? அதனால் ஹெச்ஆரை மட்டும் குறை சொல்லி ஒன்றும் நடக்க போகிறது இல்லை. தேங்க்யூ.
தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். அண்ட் நிஜமாலுமே நல்ல ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் டிபேட்டை மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சு இது. தேங்க்ஸ். நிறைய நானும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிற மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சு. கூட நல்லா கோஆர்டினேட் பண்ணி நல்லா ஹெல்ப் பண்ண அனு மேடம் அண்ட் கற்பா மேடம், ஜெயசுதா மேடம் எல்லாத்துக்குமே தேங்க்ஸ். ஜெயந்தி மேடம் ஆல்சோ இடையில இன்ட்ரப் ஆகி கொஸ்டின்ஸ் கேட்டாங்க, ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ். என்டையர் thanks goes to Shekhar sir and Karpagam madam. Thank you so much for the session given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and the panelists for the very interesting session. Next, I welcome a strategic HR and business leader with significant experience in organization governance practices, specializing in operational excellence and capability building. Hands-on experience in charge management and transformation process with over 3+ decades across manufacturing, IT, ITES, retail, professional services and healthcare. Mr. Suresh Raman, Chief Human Resource Officer, GKNM Hospital. Sir, we welcome you to give a practical talk on reasons and impact of attrition in today's context, leading to a robust retention strategy. I kindly request the panelists, Mrs. Gauri, HR, Karpagam Medical College and Hospital, Mr. Sheba, HR, Hindustan Hospital, and Ms. Sheila Priyadarshini, HR, Films Hospital, to join sir on stage.
Jacker. Can you hear me? Backbenchers, can you hear me? This is not the right time to give you a speech on the topic that I'm going to deal with. It's 12:30. I'm sure that you're all hungry to go and have a bite. But hold with me for about 30 minutes because this is very important for the earlier discussions that you had with two of those panels. Some of the reasons why the heated argument took place about 5 minutes ago, some of the answers you'll get there on the slides. And it is important to know that why we are here in an organization, what we can contribute, why do you stay for longer, and why do we leave an organization where you really want to live, but you have no option, so therefore you leave. There's some alignment issue. I've got 5 slides. I will just run through them in about 20 minutes. And I would expect you to ask me a lot of questions to understand what this topic really means. This is attrition. Now, attrition, there are a couple of reasons for people to leave an organization. Those are all natural attritions. For instance, people wanting to get married, people wanting to relocate, people wanting to go for higher studies, people wanting to look after family, and people really wanting to look after themselves on account of health issues. They want to exit an organization, they do it. This is natural. Now here in the context of attrition is induced. I call it as induced. I want to be there in the organization, but I'm not there in the organization because of many reasons. Now the reason, top one, is environmental effectiveness. Now when I come into an organization or when I start working in an organization, I really feel, am I secured here? Am I working in an environment where I'm learning? Am I working in a place where I'm contributing? Am I working in a place where there are no blind spots? Now I have a question and nobody answers me. I go around, I go to my supervisor, then I go to my HOD, then I come back, but without any answer to the question that I had. So, if you have to hold your people, I will come to the impact of exits in the next slide, but it's important to hold your people together. If you have to be a very successful organization, and if you're not holding your people together, you can never be successful. It's a plain fact. We don't need to debate too much on that. But it's important that you create an environment of people feeling secure, safe, and therefore they can contribute more. Second important reason why people leave, relationship issue. Boss is very favoritism-oriented woman. Boss likes the community, boss likes the name. Boss is inclined to some people who live in her own location. Boss is doing some extraordinary work to people whom she likes. This is what we know as relationship issues. It can happen with boss and subordinate, peers, colleagues, people who work with you in different departments. And therefore there is an influence of people leaving the organization because there is a strain in the relationship. Now don't give a job to a person whom you are recruiting. Please look at giving a career. You have to look at a person to be staying with you for longer. Don't look at a person to be employed in your organization for a shorter period of time. If you do so, then you are giving a job. You are not giving a career. You will have to have a plan for different segments of people that you have. Nursing, technicians, doctors, junior doctors, support departments, HR, purchase, all of that. Every function will have some people to stay with you in order to make sure your organization is very successful. If the churn around is too often, then it actually impacts, which I will discuss in the next slide, not going to be helpful for the organization in the long run. You have to develop people. You have to give some important plans for people to develop. Now 5 years ago when I joined this organization, Ramakrishna Hospital, Shekhar, Ramakrishna Hospital I joined 5 years ago, and I was asked to do certain jobs. There is a JD, it's all written. They've given me a sheet of JD, and I continue to do this even now, 5 years. So there is no developmental plan, individual or as a team. It's important to invest in the people that you own for you to be successful in any operation that you are in. If you don't do that, people will move into another organization where they really see or they hear There are some developmental activities that's happening in the competitors field, and therefore I don't stay here and move. Freedom to innovate and allow risk within the acceptable norms. So each organization have some norms, and therefore within that norms, if you are allowing people to take risk, give them some space for innovation. If they are doing the same routine jobs, then this is arachamavu arachite irukano. There is no innovation at all. You will have to go back, give that opportunity, that little opportunity for people to innovate, think differently, creatively, something which is different from what they have been actually doing for years and years together. That is possible only when you allow them to take some risk. Now, if you want to be a great rider of a two-wheeler, you will have to go and dash against an electric pole. You will have to go dash against a parapet wall. If you don't fall down, you can't become a great rider. Similarly, if you want to be a great driver, you will have to actually have some experience of taking some risk. Organization will have to allow those risks to happen, and HR should actually play a vital role there. Transparency and respect for individuals. All of us need to be treated well, irrespective of the level that you come from. A housekeeper to a security to a CEO of the organization, we all belong to different segments of our life. We all have our roles to play, and therefore we are all part of the organization. Our level of contribution may be different, but we are all part and parcel of the system that we work in. And therefore it is important, I need some self-respect. I need to be treated well within that spectrum of my area of operation or role or responsibility. Politics in play, favoritism, discrimination, not a level playing field. And you don't treat them all equal, and therefore there are some strains in the system people tend to leave. Good appraisal and reward schemes, we are talking about appraisals. If you don't have a transparent, good appraisal system, you lose good people in the organization. Now, all of this attrition that I'm talking about, people who can get another job outside, they only leave, which means that people who are performing well in your system, you tend to lose them. Your mediocre ones will stay here for 20 years, 25 years. Your high pots, the high potential ones will actually leave and get into another competitor for a better title, better job, better role, money, etc. So it is important that you try and focus your energies into the band of 1 to 5 years. That's vulnerable. You know, nursing. The nursing staff, they come as a trainee, 1 year, 2 years, then there is a proposal, they get married, or they go to Dubai for higher education, and they don't come back. So there is a churn which is very high in that segment. Your focus need to be there. Anybody who is crossing about 5 years in the same organization, their tendency of leaving the organization is very low, because by then they would have kind of settled. Then there is a wedding or a marriage, then there is a child, and therefore location, travel, transportation, school, all of that. The external factors will make them stay in the organization much more than the role or the title that they play in the organization. So therefore it is important that you need to have some good appraisal process, little transparent, but call a spade a spade. Somebody who's not performing, not perform. Somebody who's performing, who's performing. So there's something called a normalization. There's a bell curve. I mean, I'm sure that all HR folks know about bell curve. Now, every year when you do an appraisal, you should always look at a 10 to 15% top high pot individuals who have contributed more. Then you should always look at a 10 to 15% people who have not been able to scale up, not been able to perform. It's not because they are coming late. It is because they are not able to play the role that they have given. You get a point? So we'll move on to the next one, the impact of execs. There is a disruption in the system. For example, there is someone who's actually doing a great job in a team of 5 people. Suddenly this person exits, there is a disruption. Yeah. A good staff nurse in oncology, doing a great job, and is a form of 5 people who are given that area of operation. Suddenly, for whatever reason, she leaves, then there is a disruption in the process, because you won't be able to get an equivalent person of that person. You may get 20 different staff nurses, but not that person who is actually part of the system. So there is a disruption. Maybe it is temporary, but there is a disruption in your process. Losing continuity. Now people who are in the system for some time, considerable amount of time, they know the process systems, NABH, all of that. Now you try and make sure that these people stay for a little longer. When I say that 1 to 5 years, then you will have a cycle of people coming each year, And therefore, you keep giving a lot of training. Somebody was talking about training. So it is important you churn that out and give them that development plan, the training and all that, so they stay here. So it is important that you continue to have those process and systems acknowledged in the group, and therefore you don't lose your continuity. There is a cost for recruiting people. There is a time. Though you may not get the same equivalent person, but then it is a cost and there is a time spent to get the right candidate, and therefore there is a disruption again in the business or in your operations. Training and culture fit. This you should know that each organization has a culture. GKNM has a culture, Ramakrishna has a culture, every organization has a culture. At the point of recruitment, when you're screening candidates and doing an interview, it is important to know, will this person fit into my culture? Otherwise, it is a mismatch. This person will not stay longer in your system, and therefore there is a disruption. Brand infringement. If somebody gets to know, if Shekhar knows that 42% is the attrition of GKNM, there is something wrong with the brand. There is something wrong. Why 42% of the people are leaving GKNM? On the contrary, 7% is the attrition of Ramakrishna. There is something good in this hospital, because the attrition has dropped down from 12% to 7%. Shekhar has done a great job. That is how you make a difference, because it infringes the brand at large, and it is definitely. There's this lady, you asked a question. I train people, I make them good, then they leave me. What they take? They actually take your intellectual property. All the training, investment, all of that you've made, it is taken by this individual, used elsewhere. The ultimate end user is the patient, which all of us understand. But instead of using those skills in Ramakrishna, it is actually being used in XYZ hospital. So you have lost that intellectual capability. Feeling of insecurity. When others in the team or when others see some good performing people are leaving the organization, there is an insecurity. There is something wrong with this organization. That's why good people are leaving, and therefore I should also look at some job outside. So there is a feeling of insecurity when you see people leaving. For example, if I see two of my colleagues at my level leaving the organization, suddenly I'll get a spur. What's happening? There's something wrong. I should also find a job outside. Jenny, you don't need to find one. You don't look at me. But the fact remains, it is important. It is important that when a trigger comes, it is equally affecting the organization, and therefore feeling of insecurity is common among people. More so with nursing. We roughly have about, somebody said it's the backbone of the organization. I think the front runners of any healthcare is nursing. I'm not demeaning the doctors and the rest of them, but if they are not there, then the patient care is actually getting affected. Doctors come, they prescribe medicine, they look at the patient and they walk. And many of those doctors, they don't speak, they don't communicate well to the patient. The only communication channel is the nursing staff. They take care of patients, and therefore it is important for any healthcare organization to make sure that this band of people, they are taken care of well, transparently. Customer backlash. If a lot of people are leaving, the patients who are repeated patients to your hospital will always go back. No, there was this ward in charge, Sheila, where is she? So customers ask these questions. They not only ask for specific doctors, they also ask for staff that they work. And I know that there are a lot of patients who have actually given gifts when they are discharged to a lot of staff nurses and associated technicians who have helped them to stay for their treatment in the hospital. So there is a customer backlash as well. These are the impacts. Now the retention strategy. So how do you retain people? Now we know people are leaving. We know how is it affecting the system. How do we retain people? Number one, need to recognize. You have to recognize people. You don't need to give a title and money every time. You need to recognize. Just give a pat on the back and say that, wow, great. Just send a mail. You've done a wonderful job. It gives a kick. And if I continue to have those kicks, why will I go to another hospital? I'm doing fine. Because at the end of the day, all of us need a job. That's why all of us are sitting here. It's either X hospital or Y hospital or Z hospital. The difference that X hospital will make than the Y hospital is some of these. That you take care of your people in a way, given your systems and norms, etc. And therefore, they stay longer, they continue to contribute, and your organization will become a very stable organization to stay with, to attract patients in future. Reward for risk and remittance, both individuals and teams. I've said little about risk. Please allow people to take some risk. Okay, it is not going to, you're not going to lose millions of dollars there. Just small little things. Why do you do that? Only when they fail, they become confident. They do the second time, they do the third time. So they will also learn that every time you make an attempt, need not always necessarily be successful. There are failures. The risk taking will actually give you two learnings. One is that every time I make an attempt, I don't need to be a successful person, and therefore you fail. Second, all the failures will actually give you more of knowledge and becoming confident and becoming all the more careful in your approach in the next time. Significant difference in earnings and career growth. This is what we are debating about. Top-notch individuals, high performers, they need to be distinguished both in terms of title and money. Each appraiser. Ms. Padmavati, wherever you are. I always believe that the top 20% can actually do 60% of the mediocre in a hospital. They can perform to the tune of the 60% of mediocre people that you have, the top 20%. So obviously you'll have to make a difference. If I'm a high performer and I see at the end of the year, Shekhar gives DA to everybody, which is government regulated DA, and then I see somebody who is a low performer getting a 500 rupees increment. I'm a great performer and I've been consistently rated 4.1. And this hospital, there are only 7 people who got 4.1. But this person gets a 500 increment, I get a 1,000 increment. Why the hell I will stay here? Significant difference in earnings and career growth is important based on performance. Fringe benefits for high performers. Now fringe benefits, when I say, don't give only money and title. Sponsor them for a higher course. Just send them out. Send them to Kodaikanal for 2 nights. It brings in a lot of value. The money that you spend on this person is minuscule of what he or she can contribute to the system. But we don't get into too much of that and understand. You must analyze and give. How many people do you give? In a hospital of our size and your size, we've got about 2,500 people. And 2 people going for 2 nights trip to Kodaikanal or Ooty, you spend about 10,000 bucks. How does it matter? It doesn't. But that will bring in a lot of true value to the system. A lot of true value to the system. Heavy weight on merit as opposed to experience and education. This again we debated. There was some debate on this. Please, the woodcutter story. Where is Padmavati? She said woodcutter. Now there is a 5-year-old guy and there is a 6-month-old guy. Now the 6-month-old guy got more salary than the 5-year-old guy. Why? Merit. Don't look at merit. So I've highlighted that please look at merit to be considered as important as a person, as opposed to, I understand, experience brings a lot more of, a lot more of operational excellence. But experience is not only the criterion to drive your increment or title. Okay? Experience is a must, but look at merit, experience and education all. See, education will only give you an entry. After you moved in to become a staff nurse, your education will continue to help you, but that is not going to help you in your performance. Your entry levels are over, and you've been in the system for 3-4 years. Now, how do you perform? How do you think differently? How do you serve the patient? And what is that new thing you are bringing into the system? Those are the ones will actually make you a high performer and make sure that you get those rewards or recognition. Encourage people to rotate a little bit of other functions as well, because you become stagnant in a system 5 years, and then you don't learn, you do the same work, and therefore you become stagnant. You tend to move into another place. If you are able to, little less noise at the back, we will serve you food. Shekhar, you are serving food, right? You are serving some food, right? Food is guaranteed. Backbenchers. A little more silence. So it's important that you rotate them wherever it is possible. I'm not saying that a technician should go to HR or an HR person will go to OT theatre. I'm not saying that. Wherever it is possible, and therefore they don't become stagnant. Coaching and counseling, constantly you should call people, coach them and counsel them. Padmavati said that you need to coach people. If you coach people, their tendency to stay in the system is much stronger than not having a touch point with people who are a part of the system. The mantra. Why do people stay? The retention strategy mantra is, I am good and contributing. This is employee's voice. I am good, I am contributing. That is recognized and rewarded. And the ecosystem is encouraging to stay long and do more. This is my mantra as an employee voice. And in order to do that, you will have to put some checks, your candidate's profile and your requirement in the organization. Somewhere it should match. If the candidate's profile is completely not matching what you want as an open position, then there is a disconnect. There is definitely a disconnect, and therefore people don't stay. Give a sheet. You don't need to write 20 different points. Just give 5, 6 major ones as a job description. People know. If I have to do the job of a staff nurse, I know I have to take care of the patient. You don't need to describe what is taking care of the patient, cleaning the bed, making sure that going to the organ. Sheets are not required. Just make sure that people understand what you really mean by giving one sentence of what the JD is all about. Don't give extraordinary promises. Recruiters do during recruitment. If you come and join us, we will do this, we will do that, and all. These are mindful promises not being kept after the person is in the system. The recruiters will always look at numbers. Their job is over. 10 staff nurses are asked, I have given 9 of them, matter is over, bad. In the process, if they are committed to give some benefits to the recruited ones, you will have to be careful. Make sure that you do a reality check and you execute whatever is the promise given to people who come. Relationship with colleagues and reporting authority, it is important that you create a conducive atmosphere for people to relate to you and don't leave them. Your authority and power is not going to play. It will take you only for a short while. Make sure that your success is dependent on all of these people coming together. And if you're a nursing supervisor, you don't do anything differently. It's all the people who work with you, and therefore you are upgraded at some point in time because they are all doing a great job. It's a cumulative effect of people who actually are part of your system or in your team will make you successful in life. Culture acceptance, point of recruitment, it is important, as I told you, that will this person fit into our culture? It is different. All cultures are different. Little conservative, little more outspoken, and this is a very dynamic organization. So therefore, if you think that at some point in time there is an iota of your doubtfulness, then don't recruit that person. Or explain to the person, we are a different culture, and therefore after joining, you don't need to go through this exit, which is the attrition. Culture acceptance, I told you. Clean communication on roles. Please tell each person what your role is, what are the responsibilities, what you are accountable for, and therefore that person is clear about what is expected of in terms of performance. It's extremely important. Freedom to operate and create value. Just give them some space. Don't constrain them. Go straight, walk this way, don't go to that doctor, do this, do that. Give them some. Now, if you don't give space, people cannot be thinking creative. You're actually spawning them not to think beyond what they can. But they have. The youngsters have a lot of thinking. The last one, pay for position. If you have advertised for a general manager, that is the position. So you will have these roles, responsibilities, etc., etc. And you will also have a pay scale. Then there is another concept called pay for person. Now there is a person who is fitting into all of that, but he is a smart, extremely good, value creator. So you can't constrain him because you have an opening for the management. The general manager can be given only 20 lakhs rupees, whatever. No, you will have to pay the price for the person if you want that person to be in the system. And I believe that person will actually make a huge difference. Will make a huge difference. See, if 10 good people are there in an organization at different levels, that organization can never fail. We don't have that. We just don't have that because one, we are not able to give that title money. Second, we are not able to actually give them the role that they want, and therefore we are not able to accommodate them. They will stay for a long, they will find out another place, 10,000 bedded hospital, they will go as superintendent. We should be able to, so carefully do your recruitment is what I'm saying. So the last slide, this is the evolving generation of people. Why do they exit? Why do they leave your organization? What do they look at? So there is this person called Rajiv Talreja. He's actually an entrepreneur. He's a great communicator. He's a great coach, management development programs and all that. He was asking a question to, the chairman of an organization was asking a question to this person. I have tremendous amount of brand equity in the market. My business is roaring. We've been doing double-digit profit in the last 5 years. Our products are selling so well in the market. Customer has no question on our product and services. In fact, I'm not able to service few of the customers that I have. But I have a problem which is called attrition. I'm not able to control. is what this person is asking, the chairman is asking. So Rajiv is talking about three different evolutions. Industrial revolution. Now industrial revolution, for instance, is my father. My father is 90 years old, he's still active. He had 6 other siblings. He was the first graduate in the family, and therefore he ought to be getting a job. Survival. He ought to be getting a job and managing the 6 siblings and parents. So what happened? It was a question of survival. He had to work, and therefore if the punch time is at 9 o'clock, he will go to that place at 8:45 because he may lose his job. So there was a compulsive era of looking at industrial revolution, and therefore there was a need. My father didn't have a two-wheeler even when he retired as a headmaster. He was a teacher, headmaster of a higher secondary school. He only used public transport. Then he made sure that the children studied well. So I studied. So then I got a job. Then after my stipend the first year, I saw a lot of people who are coming to that organization. They're all on a motorcycle, scooter and all that. Then I went for a loan on EMI, bought a motorcycle. First EMI motorcycle. Standard of living. My father was in public transport. Now the second revolution is information revolution. I know there's so much of information, there's so much available in this world. So I've moved into that revolution to this revolution, and therefore there is a standard of living. Then I was riding a motorcycle to that place, nice, black colored, nice one for some time. And then suddenly my parents felt that he's growing old, he should get married. So when I went and saw the future wife and people like that, there's a question, do you have a house? I said no. Then there was a compulsion to have a 2-bedroom flat on EMI, second loan on EMI. This is before marriage. Then they become confident, oh, there is a motorcycle and there is a house. This is information revolution. Then I got married. Then after about a year and a half, I had a child. Then my wife said, how can 3 of us travel on a motorcycle? You have to buy a car. Maruti 800, those days. So we bought a Maruti 800 on the 3rd loan, which is EMI. So last 25 years, I'm paying that EMI only. This is called the information revolution. Now I have my son, who's an engineer. Now he's gone into social revolution after 2008. So he works in a decent place. He gets some decent salary. Now he's talking about quality of life. His quality of life is not ordering or buying a biryani from a place which is 100 meters away from a house. But he will order for a biryani which is on Salem Road. Sugi, Salem Road. By the time actually package charges will be more than the cost of the biryani. Because he gets the best quality of biryani in Salem Road. Ice cream. He orders in ice cream some God-forgiven place. I don't know, some 10 kilometers away. So by the time I asked him once, by the time the ice cream reaches home, it possibly will get melted. He says, no. Packing is so nice. Quality of packing. You don't know that. That is quality of life. So if you look at generation changes, my father, all 3 of us are alive, all 3 of us discussed, but there is a tremendous amount of change. And therefore what I'm saying is, there's a huge demand, there's a huge expectation. All of these youngsters, more so in the area of nursing, and when we recruit youngsters, it is important that you focus more on their development, give them what is required, rotate them on jobs, and making sure that they stay here for a longer period of time. There's a huge cost. There is a brand impact on the attrition. Shekhar, 2 minutes. Apart from all that I've discussed, there are a few more things that you can do in your system. Have some flexible HR policies. Don't be very stigmated. You know what was the HR policy some 20 years ago? This organization made one HR policy, still continue to run. Don't do that. Have some flexible HR policies. They may not be relevant in today's context. 20 years ago, what may not be relevant. But we continue to run with those irrelevant HR policies. I think we should sign off and look at some policies. Don't do an exit interview. Do an exit analysis. Do an exit analysis. Now, people who have left you, and then after some time, there's something called connecting back. After 90 days, 120 days, after the full and final settlement is over, they have no obligation with the organization. Just connect and figure out why they have left. They'll give you real reasons of their leaving. But when you do on an exit interview, they'll say, my mother is not well, my husband is in Saudi Arabia, I'm going there. Not real causes. Why I'm saying is that these inputs will actually help you to correct your organization if there are some loopholes. There are periodic touch points. People who actually join as trainees just do a 90 days touch point or a 120 days touch point. Just check with them. How are you? What are you? Is it okay? Is there anything that we can do better? They will actually give you a good feedback. Sir, first 90 days I found this was not okay. Sir, I found that is not okay. Good feedback, good input for you to look at your systems. The last one is you will have to look at some infrastructure support. I'm sure that infrastructure support is always there, which is basically transportation, hostel, food, some entertainment. Jenny entertains our students and staff through a lot of cultural programs. So we should have some of those programs and make sure that at some point in time, see, these are all small things, but these things attract people to stay. And I'm still coming back. If you are able to hold them for 5 years, you have done enough and more. After the 5th year, they can leave. You will go back to that cycle. Well, that's all I had. I think I've overcrossed my time and stuff like that. Thank you, Shekhar and organizers. It's a wonderful place. There are a lot of participants here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. Due to time constraint, only 2 questions are allowed by the panelists.
2 questions. You take time, then I will leave. No, one is that you must understand, that's why I'm saying, your exit analysis, not interviews, will tell you why people have left. Sometimes it happens in one segment, in one section of nursing, a lot of people leaving. And you see another segment where people have not left in the last 3 years. Now you try and get some information of why there is a reason for people to leave the system. If you are able to go through a root cause analysis in that segment, you will get some information. No, your HR policies need to be flexible, but you need to address some of those issues, underlying issues. If 10 people are coming, we have one segment in GKNM, we realize that out of 10 people that we recruit every 3 months, 5 of them are leaving. It's a big problem. And then we figured out the HOD is the problem. Then we had to take some action. Because I can't continuously see people leaving every 3 months and keeping the HOD. We'll have to take some calls there. I'm not saying the HOD is bad, but people have not felt that working with them in the department is not going to help them. You get the point? So you need to, one is to address some of the issues. You may not be able to address all the issues, but individuals will have different kinds of issues, but common thread you will find, and if you find those common thread of 4 or 5 reasons, you should try and spend some time and energy there to figure out. Question is that the present generation, they are not willing to work more, but they expect too much of benefits. Now, but this is a common statement. They are called millennials. Say, I am a baby boomer. Then we had Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, and now we have millennials. Now, their expectations, I gave you an example of my son, quality of life, but he's not hardworking. My father used to work hard, 12 hours, 14 hours. I mean, I used to work for about 8 hours, 9 hours. But my son, I don't think. He's always on this, he's an IT engineer, and what he does, only God knows. He does all of that, and suddenly he sleeps, and then he wakes up, he does all of that. But his quality of life is completely different. Demands are different. And therefore, we'll have to fine-tune your system in such a way that not all of that they ask you need to provide. But find out, even in that group of 10 people, there are 2, 3 people who are different. Segment them. Take care of them much more. Try and make sure that they contribute more as opposed to people who are demanding and non-contributing. At some point in time, if you have to take a call, please take a call. I'm again coming back to that bell curve. 10 to 15% of your people at the end of the year should be knocked off. And you'll have to bring in new blood, fresh blood in the system. Otherwise, their culture will continue to be the same for years and years to come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, the panelists.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Organizers and Shekhar, thank you very much.
I request all the resource persons and delegates to join us for lunch, and please be back in half an hour. Welcome you all once again for the afternoon session. Hope you all enjoy the lunch. Welcome you all once again for the afternoon session. Hope you all enjoyed the lunch. I kindly request the delegates to maintain silence. It is a great privilege to welcome our first speaker for the afternoon session, Dr. J. Karpagam, Chief Nursing Officer, Sri Ramakrishna Hospital. I request ma'am to speak on why nursing excellence.
Very good afternoon, one and all gathered here. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Lunch nalla irundha? Yes? Yes or no? Yes, very good. Inge solla vaanga. I will not take much of your times because we have very eminent nursing leaders among us who will enlighten you on various important topics. So I am going to discuss only why nursing excellence is. Why is it mandatory? We should go for nursing excellence. It is must or not. That's it. So many hospitals have been accredited by NABH. So NABH accreditation itself, it is a very hectic. It's a long process, healthy process it is. Then why should we go for nursing excellence? Is it mandatory? Yes, it is mandatory because nursing is a dynamic profession and it is a broad areas in any healthcare organization. So there is a empirical justification that nurses are the cornerstone of any quality related program and quality initiative as well. See, last 2 weeks before, Quality Day was celebrated in our hospital and nursing services was awarded for many quality initiatives. So nurses are the frontline staff with whom the patients, patient relatives and family interact firsthand. So hence, there should be powerful nursing practice to meet the patient needs. In order to meet the patient needs, nurses should be competent, knowledgeable and empowered. By keeping all this in mind, nursing excellence standards has been framed. See, totally 7 chapters and 48 standards and 216 objective elements. All these 7 chapters and 48 standards and 216 objective elements are purely related to nurses. See, I am proud to say that our famous nursing leader and my well-wisher, Dr. Lata Venkateshan, is one of the content writer for nursing excellence standards. And also, I am very happy to say that our Ramakrishna Hospital, we are the first hospital in Coimbatore, we completed nursing excellence. So, in order to sustain this nursing excellence standards, we have appointed dedicated and well-qualified experienced nursing excellence coordinator. So, why should we go for nursing excellence? What are the benefits? Of course, see, there are benefits of patients are the biggest beneficiary among all other stakeholders. So, patients are serviced by the qualified nurses, not by nursing assistants, only the diploma nurses and BSc nurses and even MSc nurses. So, which results in high quality patient care. So, patients' rights are respected and protected. That's it. Patients' rights to know what is the bill amount, who is the treating doctor, and the privacy all been maintained. Then what are the benefits for the patient satisfaction is continuously monitored. So that's it, we give a feedback form at the time of discharge. We get the feedback from the patients. If there is any negative feedback, we'll do root cause analysis and submit to quality department. What are the benefits for the management? So it is a continuous quality improvement because we have to, nursing excellence, we have to capture 25 to 30 quality indicators. So they raises community confidence as well as it raises standards. Then marketing advantages too. Then what are the benefits for our nurses? It is a pride actually. See, nursing excellence vaanganodane, so maybe more than a 25 close friends case, nursing excellence vaangitom. Naanga the first hospital in Coimbatore. This is a nursing excellence vaangadan. I was so proud to say it is a pride it is. Then So this also continuous quality improvement and competency, level of nurses are increased. So we give them special privileges like tracheostomy and vein harvesting for CABG patient and ICD removal, all special privileges has been given. Because of that, nurses become proficient. These all very few words, with these few words, I complete my talk. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Jayasudha, PhD College of Nursing, to continue this talk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the quintessence of nursing excellence. We are privileged to have Dr. Jayasudha, Principal, PhD College of Nursing. Ma'am has 27 years of experience in India and abroad. It is a pride that she is an alumni of Sri Ramakrishna. Ma'am have been elected unopposed as a member to the Governing Council of the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University by the Senate. Ma'am is known as the Queen of Webinars as she has organized many webinars during the pandemic. She has been appointed as a Research Advisory Board member for the Tamil Nadu Nurses and Midwives Council's research grant for 3 years from 2021 to 2023. Received Nursing Excellence Award from Kovai Kogunadu Arakattalai. Best Nurse Educator Award from Education Today magazine, Chennai. Best Teacher Award by the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. She has published numerous articles in national and international journals. Ma'am will be talking on perspective on future of nursing. And due to unavoidable situations, Dr. Esther John, Dean Principal, Ganga Institute of Health Sciences, was not able to join us today. So Dr. Jayasudha gracefully agreed to cover her session also.
Thank you so much. Let me congratulate the team, organizing team, for the excellent conference which has been organized. And it's a forum where the HR and nursing has met it. And this is a real, I can say that interpersonal relationship which has been kept between the nursing and HR. I'm sure like after this conclave, the success depends upon the status of nursing in Coimbatore. And in Tamil Nadu, we are going to set the example for the whole Tamil Nadu and for the India and for the country, not only country, internationally. They have to speak that after this HR and nursing conclave, they have achieved so much standards in nursing. That's what is needed at the end of this conclave. So very good afternoon to one and all. The topic is on future of nursing and power to influence the patient care. The second topic, as Dr. Esther John, there is no doubt in it, who influence the patient care is only the nurses. So there is no question about it. So let's see, the longer I am in this profession, the more experience which shapes my life, the more amazing colleagues they influence me, the more I see the micro and macro power of nursing. That is what is the nursing. So the experience speaks better than the learning. So being a nurse, what is it? We hold our own tears and start drawing smiles on the people's face. That is what is nursing. We are sacrificing our lives. We are sacrificing our lives. We are not choosing nursing. The God has selected us to be a nurse. So you all should be proud that we are not choosing the nursing. God has chosen us to be a nurse. So that is what is most important. And when we start to develop our own powers of empathy, more than sympathy, we must be on empathy and imagination. The whole world opens up to you. We are sure that this 2020 was the year of the nurse midwife, which has been announced by the WHO. And the God has made it as a year of the nurse and midwife because of the pandemic. In COVID-19 pandemic, the nurse warriors, COVID warriors, been recognized all over the world, like the service being provided by our nurses. So a big salute to all the COVID warriors of the nursing people. Shall we have a good clap for them? So it's a big salute to you all. You have done it, and we have made the whole world to turn up towards us. That is what I can say that. So my topic is going to be highlighting on, it's not the future, how it is going to be, how we were in the past, how we are now, and what is our strength, weakness, and opportunities and threats are there, because in the morning, HR department have discussed elaborately what are the issues, challenges which has been faced by them, and what is our future of nursing is going to be, and how we being the nurses are going to develop the skills which are necessary to practice powerfully for the benefit of themselves and for their colleagues and their patients. So nursing in the past era, it was in the dark side. In ancient times, a woman who's been called as a nurse without any formal education, who was taking care of the sick and injured. So who were given the nursing job during that time? A woman who was the lowest social standing, a monastic woman, a poor unmarried woman with no family. During that time, only the unmarried women were there for the nursing. And the woman, instead of going to the prison, they have been asked to serve as a nurse. That is what is the history in the past, how we were before. And when we see that, when has our images been changed? It is after the Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lamp, whose birthday, 100th anniversary we have celebrated in 2020. And where she has come up, made this as a profession too. So it was considered, from there she made the nursing as a profession, having the characteristics like having the education and training, having a regulatory bodies like our Indian Nursing Council, State Nursing Council, having code of ethics for nurses, professional organization like TNA, we have vice president of TNA too, and having the research concentration of publication and representation, research application and the autonomy of the nurses. So the milestones when we see that, training and education, as we knew that where we had only few schools of nursing in the past, then it became in 19th century where we started having more of a college of nursing. But in 20th century, like when I studied in 88 and all, we had only few. In Tamil Nadu, there were 3 colleges of nursing. But now, if you count it, it's more than 206. This year, it's going to be 250 college of nursing. So where we are, why we have so many number of colleges? Because raising number of colleges, because there is a demand for the nursing. So we need to have a good education, development of the nursing schools and colleges all over the world. And having the regulatory bodies, like our International Council of Nurses for the whole world, Indian Nursing Council and State Nursing Council. All this ensures the safe nursing practice. And our Tamil Nadu Nurses and Midwives Council, under the leadership of Dr. Annie Grace Kalaimadi, have taken a lot of efforts in training and educating our nurses and to bring up our nursing status. And we have a professional organization, that's the only one organization for our nursing is our TNA, Trained Nurses Association of India, who develop the resources to provide the safe quality care, advocates for the need for the nurses, and devoted to the professional and personal development of the nurses. So we all have to be the members of the TNI. So which takes care of the continuing education, update on the latest advances in care, treatment, and quality nursing care. So nursing research, again it is coming up now, where in future, every nurse who is in the clinical area is going to be involved with the research. So research is not big way we need to write, we have to submit and all those things. What you do for the patient, the service which is the best, which you feel that becomes a best practice. So where you can say, this is what I have done. To reduce the temperature, you may have cold compress, you may have tepid sponge, you may have other measures. But which you find which is the most best practice, that can be recommended, that can be one of your research. To control the infection, what is the measures? You may take lot of measures, but which is the best one? That can be an evidence-based practice. So not needed, you need to do a lot of steps in doing the research. What you feel that which is the best practice, that can be implemented. That is what more needed in our nursing. And in the present era, I'm sure like everyone have witnessed it. Everyone salutes our COVID warriors, the nurses. So that is the one which we made the world to turn towards us, saluting the nurses. And I'm sure in the world, I think in India it is not, but in abroad many countries, they have revised the salary of the nurses, because my co-sister is in Singapore. After this COVID becoming this one, they have revised the good salary for all the nurses. And they say that it is 20 to 30% also. I'm sure like in India also we will be having the change. So being a nurses, like as I said in the beginning, we were not much recognized, but now we have lot of roles. It's not only working in the hospital as a general nurse or this one, where we have a nurse manager, nurse advocate, counselor, educator, communicator, caregiver. So every hospital has a nurse educators and clinical nurse specialist. Now the Sri Ramakrishna has appointed for the nursing excellence coordinator also. So we have created the many roles for the nurses, not only to be the staff. So all these roles require not only the position, we need to have the knowledge and skills so that we will be upgraded into many positions and which plays an important role for our nursing. So, and many roles now, we are going to be the rehabilitator, collaborator, nurse midwife, nurse researcher. Now this year Indian Nursing Council again has brought up the nurse practitioner in the critical care area and independent nurse midwife practitioner also. All the other states have started this. In Tamil Nadu, other universities also have started with the NPCC and the nurse midwife practitioner also. Yet to start with the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, where the nurses can work independently, 80%, and 20% always we are dependent on the other healthcare team members. And it's not only working in the hospital. When we take up the nursing, are we going to serve only the people in the hospital? No, in future, I'm sure we are going to be, in every home will have one nurse. Every home is going to be managed by the nurse. That is what we call it as a family nurse practitioner. So instead of they coming to the hospital, we are going to reach the people at their home. So the public health nurse play a role. Then school health nurse. Every school must have a nurse. That is, again, we are going to have it. Occupational health nurse. Any industries will have a nurse. And also nurse epidemiologist. Geriatric nurse. Along with that, I can include the hospice also. It's coming up now. Hospice nursing is also coming up. So we have many roles to play. And with this, independent practice can be done with the adult nurse practitioner, geriatric nurse, because why do we say in India, previously in abroad we have geriatric homes and all, but now in India, very pathetic to say that every family has become the single families. No joint family at all. Hardly we see one or two families as joint family. Many geriatric homes are coming up. Where are we? Do you all agree with me? Most of the parents, the old age people are there in the geriatric homes. Why? Why? We are following the culture of the foreign. Because when the senior, elder people are not at home, I'm sure we are not able to bring up our children. It has a lot of disadvantage, but we don't realize it. We find it difficult to be with our grandparents. Our children are really not lucky enough to be with the grandparents because they tell a lot of stories, they inculcate the morals for the kids. But now, nobody is there with us to inculcate the morals among our kids. So there are a lot of geriatric homes are coming up. Even in Coimbatore, I'm sure more than 15 geriatric homes are there. 10 years back, if I'll see, maybe one or two. But it's coming up more and more. So where they need the nurse. So we are more in demand. The nurses are more in demand, not only in the hospital, to be in the geriatric homes also. So we have a geriatric nurse practitioner. Nurse informatics. Nursing informatics has become more and more now. So we become specialized that. And community nurse practitioner. Clinical nurse leaders. So every 25 patients, we have one leader for it. So clinical nurse leaders position is being created. And other than that, we have demand again to be a space nurse, to be a cruise nurse, disaster, a nurse entrepreneur, tele-nurse, ethicist. And nurse entrepreneurs are coming up where our dream of our registrar ma'am to have more entrepreneurs of nurses so that we have been recognized all over the world. So having these many roles of our expanded roles, do we have any threat to us? So what is our opportunities? What is our strength? What is our weakness? Because if we knew the weakness, we'll be able to see how we can overcome the weakness and make it to be a strength. That is what is most needed. So when we see that the strengths, yes, we are a highly skilled clinical staff. I can say that in the world, they prefer more of Indian nurses than any other nurses in the other countries because we are highly committed and skilled clinical staff. So that is the one thing. So second is the communication is the most important in our healthcare team. And because why? We are with the patients for 24 hours
And we are dealing with the human beings, with their relatives and with the healthcare team. If we fail in our communication, the total care collapses. So the communication is the first and foremost tool which is important for our nursing. And having empathy. What is this empathy? Placing yourself in the other's position. Suppose if I have a fever, if I have a pain, if I am suffering with any of the disease, how I will be? The same way you have to treat the patient. That is what is called as empathy. Then we must have a flexibility. That is most important. And we, the nurses, have that. That is our strength. You ask us to come for the night duty, finishing the morning duty, again we come for the night duty. We don't say no because our service has been needed. And even the COVID duty, we knew that how the nurses were there with the PPE. We cannot even stand even a minute or 5 minutes or half an hour with the mask. But the nurses with the PPE kit, how long they were with the patients. Even they don't even have time to go to the washroom. They don't even have time to eat their food. But they do take care. That is what is the nursing. We have sacrificed a lot and we will be doing it. Even in future also, the sacrification of nurses is the most, which nobody can do it. So that is what the thing where we are with the flexibility. And critical thinking that has become now to see how we will be able to provide care to the best to the people. What should I do? How I should do that? So this thinking takes place when you have the knowledge, when you have the skill. So knowledge and skill can be gained, but the people who have knowledge and skill is not successful, but their attitude must be the positive. If you don't have the positive attitude, you will not be able to succeed in life. So you may have knowledge. As HR department in the morning they said, they may not consider your qualification, they may not consider your experience, but how do you conduct yourself? That is your attitude. That plays an important role. Because when the knowledge is not there, we can train them and we can make you to gain the knowledge. When the skill is not there, I can make you to practice, train with the practice and you can gain the skill. But if attitude is not there, nobody can do anything. It's in your hands. So we the nurses must be having the good positive attitude to serve our society. So with that endurance, the participation in policy making, that is most important. Still we are not much influenced in the policy making. I'm sure in future the nurses will be placed in the policy making. And formulation of legislation and where we are able to work independently. Because in abroad and all in the hospitals, doctors are depend upon the nurses. What treatment to be given, how the patient is, what is to be done, they ask the nurses. And nurses dictate the doctors. It is vice versa in our country. That is a pathetic situation. The same nurse who goes from here to other countries, they are able to do the best, but here we are not able to. That is because of the cultural influences. But still our people are not knowing that like everybody is equal in the healthcare team. We need to consider the nurses are knowledgeable, they are skillful. We need to accept, we need to make them to be work independently. Where they need to be dependent, they need to be given care of it. So we need to respect our nurses. We need to raise the standards of our nursing profession. And they have to be involved in decision making. Okay, when we want to treat the patient, it is a healthcare team members. So kindly include the nurses also in decision making when we give the care to the patients, because they are the people who are going to be with the patients for 24 hours. So we have to involve them in the healthcare along with the doctors and treat them equally and make them to be involved in a decision making, not only in the patient care, even in the health. When we set up the hospital, when we set up the unit, everywhere the nursing personnel to be involved. So what is our weakness? Workload. We have been more loaded with our work. At last we may have burnout symptoms. There are a lot of studies being conducted and they found that the nurses are coming out with their burnout symptoms, having so much of workload. But still, when they work for 24 hours, next time when you look at them, they are still with a smile. They will not show their tiredness, they will not show their angry, they will not show their feeling of emotions, anything. They will be keep smiling. Smile makes them to be great. Then absence of career ladders. So sometimes we fail to do that. That is our weakness. Every one of us need to update ourselves, going in for the higher studies, because more and more specialization has come. Now going to be a diabetic nurse, going to be a hospice nurse, going to be the critical care nurse. Every unit is more specialization is going to come up. So we need to go in for our career ladders, not only just to top with your BSc nursing or with the MSc nursing or with the doctorate. The more and more we go with the higher qualifications, we are going away from the patients. No, we should not be like that. We have to go towards the patient care. Then only we can bring up the standards in our caring. And lack of recognition by the other professionals, as I mentioned that. Do you all agree with me? Why there is lack of recognition? What are the factors which may be hindering it? One is we ourselves. We are not assertive. We are not assertive. When you will become assertive? When you are knowledgeable, when you are confident on you, you will be assertive. When they say that it is wrong, if you are knowledgeable, you are confident, you can say, no, this is wrong. You can give with the reference also. Then they need to accept it. So when we are assertive, where our recognition will be much better. And because of our cultural one, I'm sure like in future, we will be equal health team members. Not doctors are the highest position and then the nurses and others. No, it will not be. In future, it is going to be the equal. Equity will be maintained. And uncertain identity is there. Because the more and more the people who serve to the public, they have not been identified much. They may not realize the value of it. But during this pandemic has made everyone to realize the value of the nurse. And many parents said that they prefer their children to be in the nursing profession. That is what has gained. An inappropriate reimbursement system. We had so much arguments in the morning also. The salary reimbursement system for our nursing. One thing is which from the management side I can say that in a hospital when you take it up, 50 to 60% of employees are the nurses. And other people are less in percentage. That is the reason they say that in this physiotherapist may be 5. So they can offer the salary. The critical care technician there may be 1. Cardiac technician there may be a 1. Doctors there may be a few. But nursing are the major healthcare people in the healthcare team. That's the reason which they find it difficult to give the good salary for the nurses. That is what I felt. Is it not? Do you HR department will agree with me? Because every time when they say that the salary when it comes, ma'am, nursing the ma'am, 1,000 employees, 500, 600 வந்து nurses இருக்காங்க ma'am, நாங்க என்ன பண்றது? That is what is the thing. But if they are not there, no patients will be cured. The nurses are the heart of the healthcare. Nurses are the heart of the healthcare. So, even the brain can die. With a brain death, person can survive. But if heart is not functioning, death has been announced. So if the nurses are not there in the healthcare team, we will not be able to serve anyone in this society or in the community. So we need to realize the value of the nursing and we need to raise the standards by offering them the good benefits to our nurses. So that should be taken care. That we have to make it as a strength. So the opportunities for us, yes, we have a lot of leading roles in our health and social development. As I told, there are a lot of roles have been there for us and there is high demand for nurses. There is high demand for nurses. You produce more than 1 lakh nurses also, but still there is a demand. One and only profession which always in demand is nursing. Till the birth, human beings that exist in this world, nursing is needed. Nursing is there. Till the human birth, human being is going to be there in this world, we are there. So the demand for us, it is not only the curative, not only no need for us to work only in the hospital side. We are taking care of care. Nursing is the people who take care of the people in the community, in the society. So not only curative, promotive, preventive, rehabilitative, in all the roles we play it. So there is a demand for nurses. So that's the reason where many nurses go abroad, everywhere, all over the world. Now they say that is a baby bloom age, where the demand is going to be more and more. By 2030, the nurses' demand is going to be more than 18-20 lakhs, they say that, because of the care of the people. The baby bloomers is nearing the age of the geriatric. So that should be taken care of it. So there is a high demand, we need to upgrade ourselves. Partnership with the community agencies, that should be taken care of it. And we are emerging into new roles. As I said that, like every family, there may be one person with diabetic. Every family, one person may be with the non-communicable disease, diabetes or hypertension or anything. So where there may be a need of a nurse, not necessarily they need to come to the hospital for diabetic management or the food care management, where the nurse can go. Not only work in the clinical side, in the evenings you can have your own practice. Tamil Nadu Nursing Council with the Clinical Establishment Act, they have given the independent role for the nurse. Nurse can set up the healthcare clinic. Wellness center can be done and can be managed. Only thing you need to inform to the council and register yourself. And they give you what all things you can perform it. So that you can have your own wellness centers and we can refer when there is any high risk to the hospital. So what you can do for diabetic, a simple insulin, teaching them food care, for the hypertension. So like small things can be done by our nurses. And more than that, creating the awareness to the public. Creating the awareness to the public is most important. With this technology world, everybody refers the Google. It gives a good answer. I have a headache. What should I do? Immediately you get the answer from the Google. So when you take the treatment from the Google, it is going to be affected. The people will not realize that. But nobody can replace the nurse. When we create the awareness, consumers are becoming more and more aware of it. So that should be taken care of. We have to be knowledgeable to explain to them why it is most important. So, and what is our threats to us? Yes, everybody was talking about the robotic nursing. The robotics are going to replace the nursing. But still, where do we differ from robots? It is a machine, is it not? Whatever you set it, that acts on it. But what is the difference between robotics and us? A simple touch. A simple convincing the people. நீங்க நல்லா இருக்கீங்க, நீங்க நல்லா ஆயிடுவீங்க. அந்த சின்ன வார்த்தைகள் அவங்க தோளை தட்டி கொடுத்து பேசுறது அதெல்லாம் தான் which counts a lot. That is what we call it as a therapeutic touch. It's a therapeutic touch that is most important. So even though that is a threat, but we should not take it, we can overcome that with our service. And medical dominance, yes, it is there. As I said, when we are going to be more and more assertive with our knowledge, skill and attitude, I'm sure like we will take it up more dominance. And having a lot of allied health science courses have come for past few years, having more and more specialized with the physician assistant, critical care, radiology and all those things. But still, nobody can replace the nurse. Please remember that. Nobody can replace the nurse. So, but we need to be prepared. We should not give up our roles to the others. That's a threat. We need to take care of it because you need to be aware of it, what is going to happen for it. So the future of nursing, nurses will have the ability and they respect to make the greater decisions to take care of their own patients. So perspectives on this, nurses make up a single largest segment in the healthcare workforce. I'm sure everybody agree on it. And with the global nursing development and more nurses immigration, higher educations in nursing, because not only BSc, MSc and PhD at this one. We have lot of post-basic diploma courses in critical care, post-basic diploma in emergency, post-basic diploma in OT nursing. So the lot of specialized courses are available. We need to update ourselves. So that is going to be there. And professional independence is coming up now. So there is high demand for the nurses with the growing populations, need of geriatric specialties and involvement of men in future. Because 10, 15 years back and all, if you see that men in nursing is very less. And after that, then they said it is 1:10. If you have 100 students, 10 can be a male nurse. But now the relaxation is there. So where more and more men are coming into nursing. Because men in nursing, again we need it, especially to manage the psychiatric unit, for the emergency unit, the ambulance nurse, and home care nurse. Everywhere the men also plays a role. There are a lot of scope for men in nursing. So involvement of that also has more in our nursing. So having more specialized as a case management, health informatics, infection control nurse, nurse educator, quality control. That is again we have a nurse in the quality control department. And holistic care, increased demand for the family nurse practitioner. Because family nurse practitioner is there in all other countries. We don't have in our country. So which is coming up now, the Indian Nursing Council has proposed these courses for our nursing. Use of telehealth will rise. Yes, now this pandemic has taught us a lot using the technology, where a lot of things we go in for the telehealth consultation. Do you all agree with me? So we had lot of telehealth. Having webinars, that is creating awareness to the people. Also it is one of the ways. So in future, I'm sure like we are going to have telehealth nursing. So where we can have more of interactive with the people in the society in their own home. So growing role of informatics has been coming up now, where it has been included in our curriculum also now, but which can be a more specialized course also. Nursing informatics specialist, clinical informatics coordinator, and nursing informatics analyst. All these roles will be given now in the hospital too. Corporate hospitals are planning for it. This is a robotic nursing, but still a nurse is there. Even though robot is there to provide care, but still nurse is there. Nobody can replace the nurse. So in the future of nursing, education, when we see that now the Indian Nursing Council has revised the curriculum as a competency-based curriculum, where the students advance upon the demonstrated mastery. Their assessments are meaningful and the positive learning experience is going to take place. And they have more of competency-based skills, which includes a measurable, which can be a transferable, and learning objectives, which is going to empower all our student nurses. And they receive timely and differentiated support, and the students will develop and apply a broad set of skills and dispositions, because the new curriculum, every year, every semester, they have one skill. Mandatory. First year, first semester, first aid is the skill. Second semester, BLS is mandatory. Third, for pediatric, PALS and this one is mandatory. Like that, they have put mandatory skills, and also they have other optional skills also can be obtained by our nursing students. So the curriculum and learning activities, which stimulates the clinical thinking skills among the students. It's a challenge for the educators, the teachers, and for the clinical practitioners, that how we are going to face this competency-based education and how it helps in our nursing practice, where they have been involved with the open-mindedness, having creativity, and having a good communication, analysis, and problem solving. The teachers are not going to be a olden like gurus. Now they will be a friendly with the thing, where they are only the guide and they are the facilitator. The students are the ultimate, the people who are going to learn it. And it becomes a student-centered learning with the innovative teaching methods. So where we enhance the opportunities for the interprofessional education. It's going to be a patient-centered care with the improved qualities outcome, having integrated services and coordinated care, wellness and prevention. Wellness and prevention can be done by our nursing profession, but other things we need to go for the patient-centered with the interprofessional education practice. There will be an increased mutual respect between the healthcare team members and the nursing, and the trust. Improved understanding of our professional roles and responsibilities. Having a good, effective communication, the teamwork, which has a positive impact on the patient's outcome. Ultimately, the patient outcome is the most important. So let's promote the evidence-based research. Every nurse in the clinical area have to have a clinical expertise, having the research support and best research evidence, and maintaining the patient's values. So encourage the ongoing professional learning. I'm sure, because in our first council, which has been having renewing the license every 5 years, has been made by our Tamil Nadu Nurses and Midwives Council. Every 5 years, the nurse have to undergo for 150 hours minimum training. And again, they made it as everybody should undergo for the BLS training. Everybody must undergo for the disaster management training. So these are all the professional training, ongoing training. Now again, there are a lot of things which has been taken up our council to upgrade our nurses. So continued professional assessment should be there. The development, training in the morning, HR department has spoken very well about the training of the staff. How are they going to plan the training schedule for them? So training, and it becomes training never ends. Lifelong learning to be there with our continued professional development. So let us never consider that ourselves are finished. Yes, I finished my graduation. I am earning, I am working as a nurse, that's enough for me. Let us not consider that, because every day is a challenge for the nursing. Every day we need to update ourselves. So we must be learning all our lives. Throughout the lives, every day we need to learn a lot.
So that is what is our nursing is needed. With the past, our present, our future is going to be more challenges with the technological advancements we need to update, and we are going to face a lot of expanding and expanded roles for our nurses. And nursing power, what it is and how it can be obtained and how it's manifested. What is now proved was once only imagined. Did you imagine that we will be like this? I never imagined. I'm the person I never knew before I came for nursing what is nurse. In my life of 20 years, I've not seen a nurse. Being brought up in a village, I've never been having exposed to the hospitals. I never knew. That was my ignorance. That was my ignorance. I have never seen a nurse. But once I entered into nursing, because my aim was to do a medicine, and after 10th, they put me for teacher training. I came off to plus 1, plus 2. After 12th also, they put me for teacher training. I said, no, I want to do something in the healthcare. My aim was to do medicine. Unfortunately, I could not. Then they said nursing is equal to medicine because it's a 4 years course and this. So with that ignorance, I joined in nursing in Sri Ramakrishna College of Nursing. So I'm proud to say that I'm an alumni of this conference. I never thought that I will be standing in this podium and speak to you all that. So that is the opportunity which I got it. Now it's been proved that what I didn't imagine during that time. So that is what I can say that. So the impact of power. The power has helped the nurses to seize the opportunities and apply the skills and knowledge creatively. I never knew that I'm going to be a good educator. I never knew that I'm going to be a member of the healthcare team. But the power because I gained the graduate nurse, being a nursing, going into the higher educations. So that is what is the power which has an impact. So a powerful nurse can also increase the power between the patients and clients, which has a positive impact. On patient's sense of empowerment and health outcomes will be better spent. So it is in our hands to enhance our power. Empowerment in nursing depends upon us. It is in our hands. Conceptualized power is the application of knowledge to implement the autonomy or the effectiveness. So we have to have a need for the change. So what is the need for the change? Why we need to have that? Can I have the next slide? It's not moving. So do you all agree that we need to change ourselves? Because in the morning they said one mantra, change is inevitable. Change is mandatory. Unless we change ourselves, we will not be able to survive. I'm sure. We need to change ourselves. Nowadays, the children are not, they are not listening to us. They are not studying properly. They are always with the mobiles. We need to upgrade ourselves in the mobile. What all things are there? What we need to control it, where we need to allow them. So we need to change ourselves. Go according to them. Go as a friendly to them and say that how they can use it. So we have to have that change. So there is a gap between the authority and power. The high power individuals anchor too heavily on their own perspectives and they demonstrate diminished ability to correctly perceive others' perspective. Sometimes what happens, because I've been given authority, I want to show my power. Okay, so in that case, I may fail with my human relations. That should not be there. There should not be any gap between our authority and power. We should not misuse our power. That is what is most important. Because in the morning also in the interview they said, we should not appoint anyone with the recommendations. We should not misuse our authority, showing the power, like selecting the right people in the right place. That should be followed. The leaders must feel the responsibility. They are accountable for their own subordinates. If anybody does a mistake, in the clinical side, if a nurse does a mistake, naturally the next will become a charge nurse. When the charge nurse is responsible, they cannot blame the nurse is done like that, I am not responsible. We cannot say that. We have to be responsible. We are accountable for their subordinates, whatever they do it. Ensure that there is authority and the power gap is being reduced. Unless we reduce this, we will have a good rapport with our team. Then only the team can function effectively and efficiently. Empower the subordinates. That's most important. Empower them. They are going to be the next future leaders. So start training them. That is what even the council has conducted the leadership excellence training for all the junior nurses and the nursing leaders. So create a sustainable work environment. That is most important, because when I was working in Dubai, we had a blame-free culture. We should not blame anyone. When the error occurs, how we should see that that error will not occur next time. We have to prepare again the policy and protocol so that we can prevent the errors. So they say that we have to create a blame-free culture in the working environment, so which promotes really a good relationship with the healthcare team members. It's not working. So nurses are well aware that today's healthcare system is in trouble and need of the change. So the only way to predict the future is to have power to shape the future. So what should we do? The nurses have to be involved with the policy making, in a decision making, because now everybody knew like how same way National Medical Council is coming up, we have our own National Nursing Council is also coming up, which has lot of bill laws have been passed where the nurses have been involved in the policy making. So in India, as in the morning we said, we are the backbone of India's health system, representing 30.5% of all the healthcare workers in India. The current situation of nursing in India warrants several policy reforms to counter the adverse service and social condition to facilitate their overall professional contribution as a valuable human resources. So we are, even the nurses are upgrading themselves, going in for the psychology, sociology, counseling, so many things. Even they can be a good counselors. And in midwifery, I can say that they can be independent midwife practitioners. They can have a maternity clinic. Psychology people are having the wellness centers, but why not we nurses? So we have that. Legally, we have been permitted. We can go in for it. And we have to show our power. Professional nursing practice. Understand your power, what you have. You are a registered nurse, registered midwife. We are registered nurse, we are registered midwife. We are working as a nurse in the clinical. When we work in the area of the labor room, you have been called as a midwife, not as a nurse, you are a midwife. So we have to understand our power, what it is, and we need to learn how to use our power critically, and we have to shape our practice and work environment so that it becomes more successful. So nursing profession has long valued and emphasized the importance of leadership from the bedside to all the levels of organizations. So that has been created by the nurses. So we the nurses have the influence in the healthcare in the legislative arena. The experience of many nurses practicing in the real world of healthcare are motivating them to take on some form of an advocacy role in order to influence a change in the policy. So we can take it up even sometimes a law course. You learn some of the legal points where we can be involved with the legislation process too. And the laws or regulations that govern the large healthcare system. So if you realize your own power, your thoughts are, you would never think a negative thought. You always go with a positive thought. You have the capacity to bring the change in this world, in the healthcare system. We have been involved in the decision-making capacities, the global pandemic, the continued focus on the quality, accessible healthcare, and the healthcare cost, which highlights the need for nurses to be at the center of the decision-making at all levels, from the local to the central level. We have been involved in the decision-making. And nurses have been involved in a policy-making, having a power of stakeholders. We are advocating and participating in the creation of the policy, and where we have been professionally prepared to offer a substantial contribution at the policy making level. If no longer a question of whether nurses are serving in the committees, but how to best place and prepare them to be there and to raise their voices. We need to raise our voices. Alura pillaikku dhaan kedaikum solluvaanga. So unless we cry, we will not get our things done. We need to raise our voices. So let us be ready to raise our voices, but it should not be the against of anything. We need to raise for our voices, for our rights, where we are, where we will be able to be involved in a policy making and decision making in the healthcare system of our community. So nurse leaders been recognized in the healthcare. Development of leadership skill for nurses is a paramount. Prepare them for board member responsibilities. If nurses are to be prepared to lead the policy making level, experience for the direct care, and community nurses, they develop financial and policy skills must be readily available. So nurses offer unique perspectives. If you see the cost budget, even if we prepare it, but if you involve the nurse, I'm sure that the budget which has been prepared by the nurse is much cost effective, cost quality and the safety, considering the patient, their family, everything will be done with the budgeting. So the nurse to be involved with the budgeting too. So it possesses a wide range of transferable skills, offering them to have an impact in the organization throughout the work. So having this, how did we climb from the bedside nurse to a clinical nurse specialist? முன்னாடியெல்லாம் பெட்சைடில் இருக்கிறவங்க தான் நர்ஸ்ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Now we have come to the clinical nurse specialist. Is it not? We have become the nurse managers. We have become the vice president, program managers, nurse scientist, nurse dean, chief retention officer. Even we don't call previously வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா நர்சிங் சூப்பர்டென்ட், அதுக்கு முன்னாடி மேட்ருன்னு சொன்னாங்க, அப்புறம் நர்சிங் சூப்பர்டென்ட் சொன்னாங்க, இப்போ என்ன சொல்கிறாங்க chief nursing officer வந்துட்டோம் இல்லைங்களா. So it has been increasing, so that we need to raise up, that is because of our voices, and a nurse faculty member. So they have been perceived to have a certain amount of power within the organization and within the profession. So this is a paradigm acceleration is taking place. Serving as a board member, which involves providing a professional service related to our own specialized education, and before making the commitment to serve, assess our own professional ability to fill the role of a board member by seeking the understanding as much as possible about our thinking and serving to the people. So the policy reform agendas for developing the nurse leadership. The policies are proposed for creating a social mobility and strengthening our nursing institutions. Institutions reform a central component because they need to enhance the quality of education. The nurse who comes out from the institution should be a qualified, should be a skillful nurse. Then it becomes to operationalize the nurse leadership in the country so that we can improve the working conditions and provide definite path for the career progression of our nurses. So I'm sure we have a driving force for the nursing power base, right timing, reporting the error, the quality care, and we are the greatest asset to this world and to our profession and to the community and to the society. And we have the power, the most and important is trust. We need to trust each other. We have our own credibility, increase the knowledge base and education for our nurses, and nursing is unique. Nobody can replace a nurse. We are the unique perspectives and desire for the consumers and providers for the change. So harnessing the power of nurses is most important with the affordable care and aim of reforms where we can reduce the healthcare expenses, elevate the quality of care and increase access for all. Anybody can access to the healthcare. That is what is the power of the nurse. So opportunities are lot for the nurses, and we have impact on the healthcare cost where we need to achieve the higher levels and the education, practice to the fullest extent of nurse education level. Even if you are doctorate in nursing, implement that in the clinical area, how we can serve to the public, and become full partners with the physicians and the other healthcare team members. Develop the effective workforce planning and policy making. That is what is most important. So the current quality initiatives being taken by our nursing in the infection control, access to life-saving and life-sustaining care across with the vulnerable and fragile populations, team-based care, we have become transformational partnership with the patients and families, collective power cross practice boundaries, and introduction of bundle payments. That should be there. So nursing is great. Nursing is great for so many reasons, but there is one reason that means more than any poll results, amount of money or job security. It is not money or job security. Nurses make a difference in the life of the people. Nurses make a difference in the life of the people. Do you all agree with me? We make a difference in the life of the people. That we should realize that. So with that, I conclude both the topics that the current healthcare environment with a myriad of policies, laws and regulations which has been imposed by the government agencies, private sectors, insurers, institutions, challenges both nurses and patients who are often caught between the cross current of cost constraints and access to the appropriate quality care. So nurses become the leading change agent. We are the leading change agent, and we maintain a positive health maintenance. That is what is most important. So my take-home message is institute the teamwork, impose the professional accountability, develop the empathy and imagination, reduce the authority and power gap, empower the subordinates, motivate for career advancements, and involved in decision making. With this, I conclude my session, and once again, I thank the organizers for having given this opportunity, and I thank my friend and well-wisher Dr. Karpagam, and I congratulate for obtaining the nursing excellence in the hospital, the first one in Coimbatore. It's my congratulations to the Dr. Karpagam and her team for obtaining this. I wish you to achieve the most and more. Thank you all so much. Any questions? So to end with, because I always love Dr. Abdul Kalam, to end with that, learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking.
Thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. So let's be great in our profession. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that eye-opening session on perspective on future of nursing. I request our CNO, ma'am, to honor Dr. Jayasudha with a memento.
The next session is on nursing empowerment. The next session is on nursing empowerment for quality improvement, which will be presided by a well-qualified nursing fraternity, Dr. Jaini Kemp, Principal, GKNM Institute of Nursing, Coimbatore. She started her career as a clinical nurse in the intensive cardiac care units of Madras Medical Mission in the year 1991. After a short span of 9 months, stepped into the teaching career to the till date. For the past 11 years, she has been bestowed with the position of principal and presently working in the Institute of Nursing, G. Kuppuswamy Naidu Memorial Hospital, Coimbatore. Ma'am is also the alumni of Sri Ramakrishna College of Nursing. She was elected as the President of Trained Nurses Association of India, Tamil Nadu, Chapter 2007 to 2011. She won the election for the second term for the presidential post of TNAI, Tamil Nadu Chapter in September 2011. She was elected as the Vice President of South Region, TNAI, New Delhi in 2019. She has published articles in various national and international journals.
Thank you. Can I go ahead? Thank you so much. Very good afternoon. Normally in a conference like this, when they give you good food and after that they ask us to talk, the speaker is, being a speaker is not very glamorous after a lunch. And those of you who are sleeping, continue to sleep. And those of you who want to sleep, can sleep. I have no issue. I'll just do my duty. Even if I have 1 or 2 to listen to my talk, I'm really happy about it. And thanks for the great introduction. And this platform, okay, it's not new to me because this has been my alma mater. And I'm so proud to say what I am today is only because of Ramakrishna College of Nursing. Okay, thank you so much. And let me go to my deliberation. Okay. God has given us all 24/7 hours. Everybody? Yes? Anybody less? Anybody more? No. All of us have the same time? And we always claim we nurses are there with the patients 24/7 and still nothing is happening. We are not getting any good name. Yes, not all. And we still, because our population is so large that a small good name doesn't pass or penetrate through the whole mass of nurses. Okay? And anything bad, it is generally known, it'll grow like a mountain. Okay, yeah. And some of you may say when you're taking care of the patient, it was not enough. The patient would have become better. Okay, so enough or not enough, it is in your hands to decide how we are going to treat the patient or how we are going to lead your life, and make sure every passing minute you need to live your life. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. And live and let live. That means make others also feel comfortable around you and let them have the joy of living. Okay, now my question to all of you. Are you all happy? Yes? Yes? Really? Okay. Are you all motivated? Yes? Okay. Then are you all having the authority on your job? What I mean to say is, yes, I can do this. Even if I do a small mistake, there's somebody to save me. Do you all agree with that? Not always, right? Yes. Do you have the autonomy in your workplace? Yes? No? No answer. Nursing excellence at Ramakrishna, no answer. Okay? And are you able to mobilize support from your seniors and superiors? Yes? Okay. That means you're empowered. I don't have to do any talking now. I can leave the stage. Okay? For those of you who feel you are not empowered, just make sure you listen to my talk for some time and see if you can grade yourself and see whether you're empowered or not. Okay, yeah. Now, in the hospital, there are many preventable deaths. Yes? And lot of medical errors happening in the hospital. And hospital infections. Now, who's the cause? Is it the physician? Is it the housekeeping? Or is it the nurses? Yes? Everybody? All? Yes. Huh? Yes. I think we should take the blame a little more than the others, because we are saying 24/7 we are with the patient, Yes? So a lot of things we can control and make sure the patient's outcome is better. Okay? That's what I'm trying to say. Now the topic given to me is nursing empowerment for quality improvement. Normally when I am given a topic for deliberation, I make sure I break in the kanna pinnan and the words irukliya. First I'll make you all understand what it really means. Only then you can sit through my talk and know what it is. Okay, yeah. Now what is nursing? Now don't tell me Virginia Henderson's definition. What is nursing? What is nursing? It is my profession, man. Yes? It is your profession. Yes? And it is the most noble profession. Yes? Okay. Okay, like every speaker said, we are the heart of the hospital. Okay. And what is power? Power is the control you have on somebody, the influence you have on somebody, or the domination you have on somebody. Okay? And it could be good or bad. Okay, yeah. Now, the word empowerment. Okay, yeah. This is the granting of official or legal power, one thing. You give the rights to that person, you give the authority to that person to perform certain duties and certain acts. Okay, yeah? And why that word WE is made big in this empowerment? Because whatever duty, whatever right and whatever authority you have, you need to share with your peers, with your nursing fraternity, and make sure the outcome of the patient is for better. Have you understood? That is why we nurses need to be empowered. Okay, fine? Okay. Now what is quality? Okay, how good something is. You're looking for quality in everything. A distinctive character. Oh, that person is good, this book is good, the sari is good, the building is good, and the light is good, and so on. It's the standard of something. It is the degree or grade of excellence. Yes, really good. It's a wow. Yes, it's awesome. That's the kind of words we use. Now, what is improvement? Okay, yeah, improvement is making something good, better, best, or excellent. And that is why Ramakrishna is excellent in their nursing care. Okay, yeah? Okay. Now, what is nursing empowerment? Okay, now I told you what is nursing, what is empowerment. Now, what is nursing empowerment? It is the ability to effectively motivate and mobilize for yourself, first for yourself. Please remember, you have to do something for yourself. Only if you're happy, you in turn will make others happy. And for others, for the accomplishment of positive outcomes in nursing practice and work environment. Is it very clear? Very clear, all of you? This is what is nursing empowerment. Okay, yeah. Next is what is quality. Or he must have a peaceful death also. They must not suffer. So we want the patient outcome and the patient experience to be good. That's very, very important. And you have to use some methods and some tools on a continuous process. Only then it is called a quality improvement. Have you all got it? Yes? Are you all with me? Last benchers? Questions irukappa, adukapra prize irukku, Benz car. Okay. Now, nursing empowerment and quality improvement. These are two different things. Can you put it together? Can you put it together? Yes. Very much. It is two sides of the coin. If you have nurses empowered, the quality care will be there. If you want quality care, you better empower your nurses. Yes? Yes. So, it is a two-way process. நீங்க இது பண்ணா அது நடக்கும், அது பண்ணா இது நடக்கும். Yes, all HR management people, yes, I want you to know that. Okay, now, are you all on the road to quality? Yes, are you all traveling? என்னப்பா தூங்குறீங்களா? Yes? Okay. Quality is a journey and it's not a destination. Okay, இன்னைக்கு முடிஞ்சது, நாளைக்கு இருந்து வேற. It's nothing like that. You have to continuously keep doing it. Only then you can perform. Okay, yeah. The road map to quality. Okay. Now, every hospital has something called QC. What is QC? Quality control. Quality control means you set certain standards, certain rules, certain regulations. Okay. The next you have QA. What is QA? Quality assurance. Okay, thank God. Then next is, after QA, what is the next one? What is the next one? What is the next? Quality assurance வாங்கியாச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன வேணும் உங்களுக்கு? You need quality improvement. Okay, yeah. In simple words நான் சொன்னேன்னா, quality control, I will say those nursing homes with no accreditation. They are giving quality care. They do certain things to make sure the patient outcome is better. Even small nursing homes with no NABH, still patients are recovering and coming out, right? That is because they have some standards there. And quality assurance is where you have assured, yes, indaanga enga hospital certificate irukku, NABH vaangitom. That means we have assured you quality care. Okay, yeah. Adukaprom you, after your assurance, idoda mudinjada? No. You have to keep on improving your quality. So what do? You go for international accreditation. Okay, JCI. Okay, anything more also you can go for. So this is how you travel. So your base is your quality control, which will have to keep going on and on and on and on. Okay, yeah? Now, the choice is yours. Now, I believe those of you who are here, you have only two choices. Do you want quality assurance or quality improvement? If you have got a quality assurance, now you will only have to see for quality improvement, because in your NABH, if you see compliance and non-compliance and so many things, okay? So quality assurance is reactive and quality improvement is proactive. Reactive means it works after the problem occurs. That is what is all about quality assurance. Okay, you set your own standards and see whether you are having compliance with that. And proactive works before the problem occurs. Quality improvement வந்து ஒரு problem வரும் நினைச்சீங்கன்னா அதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு checklist வச்சுட்டு make sure it doesn't occur. That is what is quality improvement. And next is quality assurance is mainly by the management. Okay, they wanted an NABH certificate so that patients come into a hospital. Yes, with that certificate, a lot of business can happen. Okay, yeah. Quality improvement by everybody from the housekeeping to the security to the CEO, everybody has to keep concentrating on that. And this meets a standard quality assurance. Nee pass or fail, evlo complaints irukku, evlo non-complaints irukku. That is what they want to see. This exceeds expectation. Patient வரும்போது ஐயோ நான் என்னமோ நினைச்சேன் இந்த ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் பரவாயில்லையே, ஐயோ ரொம்ப நல்ல ஹாஸ்பிட்டல். So they'll keep recommending your hospital to others. The next one is they focus on providers. They take care whether you are having compliance with whatever standards you have. And quality improvement is you're taking care of the patient's outcome. That is where we stand. Quality improvement. Okay? Okay. Next, nursing empowerment. Where did your journey begin? You have only two choices. Egno unga journey start achu. What are the two choices? Let me tell you. Whether it started from the college where you studied or from the workplace. For some of you have been very unfortunate. You studied in institutions where you did not have a hospital, so it started in the workplace. That is why we have induction classes, so that we train you to provide services as per the hospital protocol. Okay? Now, do you wish to be empowered? None of you told me you were all empowered. Now, do you wish to be empowered? How many of you say yes? Everybody? When I see everybody's hand up only, I will talk. Otherwise, I'll stop my deliberation. Yes, all of you wish to be empowered? Okay. Now, three things when if you want to be empowered. Okay, yeah. First, the institution matters. Second, HR department matters. Okay, yeah. Third one, the nursing department matters. Why I'll tell you institution. That is your choice. Okay, yeah. The HR department is the cops. They are like police. They keep policing you. So some hospital, hospital yes, they're scared to go to that hospital. So they are like cops. And nursing department is like the crown what you wear on your head. Okay, yeah? It is a crown. Okay, yeah. In the hospital, and the crown tight, nothing can happen. Okay, so make sure you wear the crown. Okay. Now I'll be talking on how these departments or the institution, HR department and nursing department can empower you. That's what I'm going to talk. Okay, yeah. Now, when you choose the when you choose the workplace, it determines your career growth. Oh, Ilya, you believe if you join Ramakrishna, you will have a promotion, promotion I CNO, retire. If you join GKNM, you can become the director. If you join KMCH, so on. You have some dreams, okay? So, if you want to be empowered, make sure you choose an institution which has got a brand name. Oh, in a brand name, whether they have a legacy, whether they on the hospital saying nalla quality, nalla pair, engage abroad ponena in the hospital immediately they will take my resume, consider and all that. And today you have to see if the hospital is accredited, because only then your certificate is accepted abroad. And next is the market rating. In the TV serial TRP, adhe marida hospital ko Royal Care, GKNM, Ramakrishna, KMCH, you have to know what is happening in Coimbatore. Now you may join a hospital for your convenience. Maybe your child's school is there, or your husband's workplace is there, or it's easy to travel, or your friends are there. For some good reason you have joined there, okay? But make sure you look into all this. Next, you must see whether that hospital or attraction are cool. Like a magnet hospital, if magnet hospital is nursing excellence, okay, yeah. So if it is like that, all the more it is better. Okay, next one is the institution display support? Is the institution supporting in all your endeavors? For higher studies, are they able to sponsor you? If you take leave, LOP எடுத்தப்புறம் உங்களை திரும்பி வேலைக்கு சேர்த்துறாங்களா? You will hear, no? We keep hearing from so many hospitals. So see if you have a job security, a promising career, and is there a welfare in the hospital? For example, at GKNM we have the crèche. Okay, so many young women with children, they wish to join GKNM only for that particular reason, because they know for sure the child is taken care. Then next you have to see if the hospital has got a rich culture. I swear I can vouch, I enjoy the culture at GKNM, not because I'm working there. I worked in a few places at Coimbatore, but the GKNM culture is a kind of cooperation and very transparent, very ethical. And I always tell my friends, I'm sure Jaisudha would agree with me, that I keep telling, as an administrator, you must come and work at GKNM because it's so transparent and the management is so supportive. Okay, I keep telling you. So you may also have the same with PSG and Royal Care and everything, but because I'm working at GKNM, I always keep telling my CEO also, this will be my last working place because I want to go back with sweet memories. I don't know tomorrow, for some reason I may have to leave GKNM or they throw me out for whatever the reason. That will be my last working place because I enjoy working every minute at GKNM. Then, so there is an opportunity for leadership there, and there is a tradition what they follow in that hospital, okay? And the mission and vision statement, every hospital has got, and we live with that. And the values of the hospital also. And beliefs. All this matters for an individual to get empowered. Next comes, so I finished with the institution. So, இதெல்லாம் தான் பார்க்கணும். இப்போ human resource department பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, the human resource department, one thing you have to do is you have to be humane, human, okay? Another thing you have to be resourceful. Human nor resourceful, the hospital itself cannot thrive. And I'm sure all the human resource departments are doing wonderfully well in all the hospitals because every hospital is thriving in Coimbatore, and Coimbatore is the hub of hospitals and educational institution, and it's going to be the spot for medical tourism very soon. And I'm very sure there'll be a big rush of patients from all over. Okay, the HR department, please, காலையில இதே தான் பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம். Value the most important assets of the hospital. Who are they? நாங்க nurses. எங்களை வந்து first value பண்ணுங்க. சரியா? Because we contribute 65% of the workforce. Correct? HR, please tell yes. Okay. And we are the one who are providing high quality care. Direct patient care நாங்க தான கொடுக்கிறோம். டாக்டர் வந்து மெடிசன் தான சொல்லிட்டு போறாரு. நாங்க தான் என்ன கொடுக்குறோங்க, நாங்க தான் எல்லாம் பண்றோம். And any patient, I'm sure all the patient outcome, and most of it is positive. Even if it is a death, it is inevitable, and it's only because of the nurses. And nurses only, yes? Kai tattungappa. Okay. Okay, in HR department, we need a decent package. Girls, I'll tell you one thing for all the youngsters who are seated here. And HR department, please don't blame me. Saringla. When you get a salary, okay, when you go and join a new place, they will tell you your salary is 20,000, madam. Oh, paravala. GKNM 20,000, anga vandu 17,000, அப்படின்னுவீங்க. That is CTC. Okay? The next one is CHC. What is CTC and what is CHS? CTC is, all of you, I am sure all of you know, it is cost to the company. Okay? That is, and CHS is carry home salary. That is why that picture. How much of money are you carrying home? That is only important. 20,000 சொல்லும்போது உனக்கு வர கையில 13 தான் வரும். Okay, yeah. So learn to ask, how much is my carry home salary? All of you listen. CTC எவ்வளோங்க, CHS எவ்வளோங்கன்னு கேளுங்க, அது கேட்டு தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. Don't, after when you get the salary, you madam, I never thought I'll get 13,000 only. Don't cry. Ask for the salary. Okay, and next வந்து, please, fancy designation. Okay, I'm so proud in our hospital. Our madam on the clinical, she's the head and she's called the CNO, Chief Nursing Officer. Okay, please do away with the nursing superintendent and please don't call sister, brother and all. No more. We want to be called nurse officers, nurse managers. That is the kind of title what we want. And it should be trendy. காலத்தை ஏத்த மாதிரி மாத்திட்டே இருங்க எங்க designation. And it should be the latest. ஓகேங்களா? And please give us all a business card in the HR department. எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு business card. ஒரு 50 business card ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு கொடுத்தா என்ன குறஞ்சா போயிர போறீங்க? எல்லாருக்கும், even staff nurse, you give it to them. Name them staff, nurse officers and give them a business card. So when a patient comes, I am so and so. அப்படின்னு கொடுத்தது நல்லது தானே? It will promote your business. ஓகேங்களா? Next is your policy handbook from the HR. Okay? It has to be very sound. Okay, yeah? இல்லைங்க இந்த லைனுக்கும் இந்த லைனுக்கும் உள்ளே வந்து ஏதோ ஒரு லைன் இருக்குது அதனால தான் இந்த டிசிஷன் எடுத்தோன்னெல்லாம் ப்ளீஸ் டோன்ட் டெல் அஸ். அண்ட் வி டு நாட் நோ டு ரீட் லா. ஓகேங்களா? நாங்கள் வந்து ஆர்டினரி பிஎஸ்சி நர்சிங் ஆர்டினரி இல்லை, ஒரு டிகிரி படிச்சிருக்கோம். அண்ட் வி டு நாட் நோ யுவர் லா டேர்ம்ஸ். ஸோ should be very sound and very clear to all of us. It should be transparent and please keep revising. That's what even my CHRO told this morning. Okay? பழைய காலத்து அந்த இது வச்சு அப்படி தான் பண்ணுவோன்னு ப்ளீஸ் டோன்ட் ஸ்டாண்ட். ப்ளீஸ் கீப் ரிவைசிங். காலத்துக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி ரிவைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு வாங்க. And we need to have an exit interview and an analysis. What I just added that analysis this afternoon only, this word. Yes, we have to know why a staff has gone from the hospital. Okay, yeah. Now I did go through the exit interview paper of GKNM Hospital, and they have listed a list of things, reasons, best experience, what they have, and all the reasons for why they're leaving and all that. But I wanted to also know from the nurses what are the best experience they had in the nurse, what are the worst experience, and that is very, very important. And in that thing you can also ask who empowered you during your stay here. Yes, because she's going for a change of job or somewhere, that nurse you can identify her as a leader. Okay, so hospital unga HR department சேர்ந்து the empowerment effect on the nurses will be, you will have a very healthy workforce, I swear. Okay ngla? And you will have a strong partnership, yes, with the nurses, with the physicians, with everybody, and you will have a lasting working force. Yes, that's what we said. 5 years irundha podum, adhe periya vishayanga, or staff nurse staying at your place for 5 years. Okay, then cost effective. And radical changes means revolutionary changes. Every nurse, when you empower them, they can bring about a revolutionary change in your hospital. Even in a small thing, if they were able to bring a change, that will go a big way. And you will have the place transformed greatly. Okay? And you will be branded the best because you have taken care of the nurses. And remember, nurses are your brand ambassadors. Nobody else. Nurses danga. They are your power. And you give them the ownership in the hospital to work. So they will definitely do a sincere job. Okay, yeah? Now that is about the institution. Now we have to talk about the nursing. Yeah, I know, 5-10 minutes? Oh, you took 1 hour, Sudha. Okay, self-empowerment. Now, nursing. கஷ்டப்பட்டு வந்தீங்களா நிறைய பேர்? Okay, okay. Okay. So, believe, girls, all of you believe, girls, boys, you are a hero. Okay? One hero will save 100. A nurse can save thousands of lives. In your lifetime, think of the number of patients you come across. You can have an impact on everybody. So you're not just a nurse. A nurse is sort of dairima alaga. Okay, you yourself name. I'm a nurse officer. யாராச்சும் உங்கள் ஹெச்ஆர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் பின்னாடியே வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்களா? இல்லை இல்லை, வெளியில் போய் அப்படி சொல்லுங்கள், ஐம் அ நர்ஸ் ஆஃபீஸருங்க அப்படின்னு. ஓகே, embrace yourself, love yourself, love the work what you're doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Be a smart worker. ஓகேங்களா? Okay, there's no use of being a hard worker. I'm not trying to take shortcuts and all. அப்படிலாம் சொல்ல வரல. Be smart. Make sure you make use of your available time. Now normally handing over and taking over, you find every nurse, they say 1 hour or 1.5 hours are the instant. Make a note or make a template of what should they be writing. And 5 o'clock and 5 o'clock poirno on the nurse. That is how we have to work. Our system has to work like that. Okay, so be a go-getter. Okay? Develop your competencies. Create space. That means you create your own space where you have to work and let nobody else come inside and interfere unnecessarily. That's what I mean to say. And reflect. எப்போ பண்ணுற வேலையை கரெக்டாக பண்ணேன்னா, தப்பு பண்ணிட்டேன்னா அதை எப்படி கரெக்ட் பண்ணணும் அதெல்லாம் நினைக்கும். Be a lifelong learner. That's what Sudha was telling. Yes, if you want to improve your knowledge and your competencies, you will have to keep learning. This is the only key to empowerment. Be techie savvy. Now all of you youngsters, எனக்கு வந்து இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக தான் என் ஸ்டேட்டஸை எப்படி மாற்றணும்னு மொபைல் ஃபோனில் தெரிஞ்சுது. ஓகே, ஐ எம் நாட் ஸோ குட் அட் மை மொபைல் ஃபோன், But people who see me during my presentation, they think I'm very techie, but I love to do such kind of presentation. But on my mobile phone, I'm very weak with that. Okay, yeah? So now that you know how to, be very techie with things, it's so easy for you to adapt to all the equipments in the hospital. So electronic charting is easy for you, online navigation, diagnostic devices you will be able to easily operate. You are able to interpret what are the alarms, and you will be able to do things, and you know how to do the GPS tagging of where the equipments are and so on. Communication. Yes, I feel we nurses must upgrade our communication skills. I'm very sorry to tell you, the simplest communication, what is the simplest communication, girls? Girls, boys? What is the simplest communication you can do? Smile. Okay? That's a smile. Okay? Now don't tell me, madam, mask podanaala the patient theriyala madam. Appdin solladinga. Smile panna, your eyes will speak. Yes, your eyes will speak. So have a smile on your face. So this will improve your interaction, your collaboration with others. And please, all of you try to learn languages. Please, those who are in Coimbatore, learn Tamil, even if you come from other states. And I'm sorry to tell you, though English is not our mother tongue, unfortunately, our medium of instruction is in English, and we have to empower ourselves with English as a language, because you need to go out, you need to interact with others, it's a common language. So all of you, what you have to, simple thing, when unga friends kitte nee English la pesi palagunga. Okay? I make it so compulsory in my faculty room, they must talk in English. Now when a student comes inside, I told them, please talk in English to the students. If the student has done some mistake, my faculty, okay, go. Okay, come. No need. Don't do that. அவ்வளோதான். அதே அந்த தமிழில் பேச விட்டுருந்தேன்னா 1 hour அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டு திட்டு வாங்கி 1 hour அந்த தமிழில் திட்டி தீர்த்துருவாங்க. Okay, please don't do that. Talk in English. Make it compulsory. For all the nursing, chief nursing officers here, please make it compulsory. Use judgment to practice. All of you know what is to be done. If a patient alarm is going on, you know what is to be done. So practice authority. You know what has to be done. Okay? And have the confidence. Enna pannalum or confidence oda pannunga. Okay, yeah? Then teamwork. If you do not know something, approach your friends. Okay, yeah? And trust your intuition. Again, I come to 24/7. அவ்வளோ நேரம் உங்கள் பேஷண்ட் கூட நீங்கள் தானே இருக்கீங்க. எஸ். ஸோ யூ நோ வாட், ஈவன் இஃப் த பேராமீட்டர்ஸ் ஆர் சவுண்டிங் ஓகே, தெர் இஸ் சம்திங் ராங் வித் த பேஷண்ட், உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் தான் தெரியும். அது கொஞ்சம் வாய்க்கு வந்து டாக்டர்கிட்ட சொல்லுங்களேன். அந்த டாக்டர் அவர் அப்போ தான் பார்த்து அவர் தான் எல்லாம் கண்டுபிடிச்ச மாதிரி, ஐயோ பேஷண்ட் இப்படியாவது, வி ஹவ் ஆல்ரெடி சீன் இட் பட் யூ டிடன்ட் ஓப்பன் யுவர் மவுத். எஸ். ஸோ ஓப்பன் யுவர் மவுத் அண்ட் டெல் டாக்டர், நீங்கள் என்னமோ சம்திங் இஸ் ராங், எப்படி சொல்லணும் தெரியல டாக்டர் பாருங்கன்னு அப்படி சொன்னீங்கன்னா எவ்வளோ சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். Okay, so this is a gut feeling, knowledgeable, you're highly skilled. Okay, because you're highly skilled, you have to do it, and you have a heightened awareness of the patient's condition. So you have to be certified. Make sure you have some short-term courses, in-house training எல்லாம் attend பண்ணுங்க. நர்சிங்கோ நான் நர்சிங்கோ ரெண்டும் அட்டென்ட் பண்ணுங்க, தப்பே கிடையாது. எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் நர்சிங்குள்ளே இருக்காதீங்க. கம் அவுட். ஓகே, பிகாஸ் அதர் பீப்புள் ஹாவ் டு நோ வாட் வி ஆர் கேப்பபிள் ஆஃப். ஓகே, ஹெச்ஆர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் நீங்கள் நினச்சிங்களா நர்சஸ் எல்லாம் இவ்வளோ பவர்ஃபுல்லாக இருப்போன்னு நினச்சிங்களா நீங்கள்? இல்லை, நாங்கள் இப்படி தான். ஓகே, and you have to go for higher studies. Okay, and you be very authentic. Whatever you say, be very truthful. You must not keep morphing. Don't lie, don't hide things, and be yourself. That is very important. Be very transparent and become an advocate for yourself. Safeguard yourself. It's very, very important. Communicate your needs when necessary. Okay, make healthy decisions and master your work. இதுதான் இங்கே தான் பிரச்சனை. Okay, yeah? When you come as a novice nurse into the workplace, you are given functional job. What is functional job? போய் பிபி எடுங்க, போய் டெம்பரேச்சர்லாம் செக் பண்ணுங்க, போய் அதெல்லாம் பண்ணுங்க. Do it. We want to know your speed. We want to know your skill. We want to know how you cooperate with others. And slowly you will get a skill mix. After that, they will post you and you will be able to do a lot of things. Okay? Attend the induction classes, girls. But induction class கொஞ்சம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக பண்ணுங்க. அதுவும் it's a request for everybody.
And next is, it's not, okay. You must become a change agent. Take simple steps, okay, yeah. இது வந்து இப்படி வச்சா நல்லா இருக்கும்னு சொல்றது, you should be in your hands. And algorithms, you can prepare algorithms at your work area. This is all empowerment, leading to empowerment, please remember. So the result of your personal empowerment, you're very happy, okayங்களா, you're very satisfied, you're very strong, you're well motivated, you're stress free, you learn a lot, then you have a rationale for everything what you're doing, because உங்களுக்கு knowledge இருக்குல்ல, ஏன் இது பண்ணீங்கன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் இல்லையா, so you have a rationale. So you're loyal to your work, to the patient, to yourself, to the management, to the hospital, and to the God above. And you're able to provide quality care, and you have a career growth, promising career growth, and you become a leader. Only 5 more slides. How as a nursing leader can you influence your patients, I mean your nurses, your subordinates to become empowered? Okay, give your nurse a voice, okayங்களா. We told you 65% of the population of the hospital are the nurses. The 65%ல ஒரு 10 நல்ல நியூஸ் இருக்காதுங்களா நர்சஸ் பத்தி? அது நீங்கள் வந்து உங்கள் சீஃப் கிட்ட ஜஸ்ட் மெயில், இந்த நர்ஸ் அந்த வார்டில் அவங்க அப்படி பண்ணாங்க சார், இப்படி பண்ணாங்க, இது இப்படி, இந்த நர்ஸ் brought about this change, this patient appreciated this nurse, இதெல்லாம் why don't you communicate through a mail to your CEO? அப்போ தான் ஒரு recognition கிடைக்கும். If you have not done that, please put it into practice from now onwards. Put it in record, mail it, okay? So let the nurses be seen and heard, okay? And you have to be the role model. உங்களை பார்த்து அந்த மரியாதை நம்ம கண்ணில் இருக்கணும், okay? Yes, அந்த nursing superintendent, I mean chief nursing officer, when they walk inside the hospital, they must glorify her, okay? She must be so knowledgeable, she must be resourceful, she must be heard throughout the whole hospital. And delegation is very, very important. You're leaders, so please stop doing micromanagement, okayங்களா. You have delegated your work to your nurse supervisors, ward nurses, and so on. And please reduce non-nursing job. இது வந்து ரொம்ப 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 நடக்குதுங்க. Please teach your nurses how to say no. அவங்க ஒர்க் நம்ம கிட்ட கொடுத்துருவாங்க, அப்புறம் நம்ம ஒர்க் பண்ணலன்னா அது நம்மள தான் திட்டுவாங்க. எல்லாத்துக்கும் நம்ம தான். காஃபி வரலையா நர்சஸ், டயட் வரலையா நர்சஸ், ஓகே? ஸோ tell the patient, நீங்கள் வந்து டயட்ரி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் சொல்லுங்கள், இவங்க தான் டயட்ரி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுங்க, இவங்க தான் கொண்டு வரல. ஷோ தட் பர்சன், வை ஷுட் யூ டேக் த பிளேம், ஓகேயா? தென் பி அ ஸ்டேக் ஹோல்டர். பி அ ஸ்டேக் ஹோல்டர் மீன்ஸ் because of you, the business in the hospital should grow, because of the nursing fraternity alone. So, okay, in all clinical decisions, you must be there. And you must have evidence for your decision. Oh, sorry, again, you be a role model, okay. And CNE, okay, conduct interesting CNE, should be of short duration, and provide opportunities even for newcomers to teach. It doesn't mean only you teach, because if somebody in the morning asks, is a pre-test necessary for during induction class? நீங்கள் கேட்டீங்க இல்லையா? If suppose pre-testல வந்து 5 out of 5 வேணா அந்த nurse வந்து class attend பண்ணாமல் இருக்கலாம் இல்லையா? Do we have an option like that? Because it's a de-learning for the nurse. Already she knows the stuff. Why do you want to waste your time on that nurse? I'm just telling you, I don't know if what I'm telling is correct. Okay, shared governance. Please make sure you are with the boss of your hospital for all discussions, whether it is going to be a partition built in some ward or they're going to purchase some new equipment, anything, be part of it. For that, you'll have to force yourself. Sometimes you have to force yourself. Sir, I would like to come for that meeting. And be updated. When you're going for a meeting, study on that and go. And please encourage research, EPP, okay? Small findings. And very important, you have to publish it, okay? Yeah. And please make sure you reward and provide incentives to your nurses. Please be watchful. Why I say watchful is, you have so many nurses, 500, 600 nurses, okay? Some small gift items, please have it in your room always, and please keep congratulating and give a note from your desk. It will be very helpful. And create a criteria for giving some award also. And don't wait. If you see in any hospital, May 12th vartunga. And the May 12th unfortunately will come on a Sunday. Appo sari May 18th celebrate pannalam. Adhu 12th ku 18th edukku celebrate pannalam. So we leave it. So keep celebrating the nurses' good work every day. That's what I mean to say. Okay? And you have to cooperate with other departments, inter-department, intra-department, and you have to do a lot of social networking. Have to take care of the welfare of the nurses, especially the duty timings, very, very important. A small duty change morning already we discussed. If they want to come at 9 o'clock, why don't you do it for them? And sponsor them for MSc. I'm so surprised in a hospital like GKNM, we had to go search for nurses to come and join for for MSc in our hospital, which is sponsored. I think all of you must come and join. Please come and join GKNM. Thank you. And provide enough of leave benefits. Okay, when we give you 5,000 rupees sponsorship also every month, and whereas your fees is only 50. Sorry, this is a time for me. Okay, identify leaders. You have to identify situational leaders at all time. Okay, and make sure you prepare second level leaders. Very, very important. Even in your absence, things will have to go on in the hospital. Okay, work-life balance. Ipdi pannada, nurses will be empowered. Okay, nurses coming late, consider some, not all the time, but you must. Okay, result of nursing leadership. This is the second last slide. You have a strong workforce. You have people who are very conscious of the care. They are sure to provide quality care. They are stress-free. You have, with the help of all these nurses, JCI and any accreditation you can get. Illaya? Okay. And the patient experience is wow. Okay? I don't know how many of you have gone to Chennai Silks. There is a wow sari. You buy this sari, you get another sari, it is a wow sari. Okay? So, you can become a wow nurse. Okay? Patient outcome is really good. When everything is okay, it is total quality management. The image of the nurses is built high, and there's very low turnover or attrition, and the quality indicators, yes, are excellent in the hospital. And walk it, talk it, be it, do what empowered nurses do. Okay? I am empowered. How about you? And thank you so much for the opportunity. If there's any question, and I would be ready for the answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your eminent talk. As a token of love and gratitude, may I request our Deputy Nursing Officer, Mrs. Radha, to honor Dr. Janie Kemp with a memento.
We really felt empowered from JD ma'am's session. Here we have another expert from the field of nursing. She holds a doctorate in nursing, has 24 years of teaching experience. Ma'am has presented papers on national and international level. Ma'am is the advisory board member in International Journal of Nursing and Healthcare Research, editorial board reviewer in International Journal of Scientific Research and Reviews, editorial board member in Indian Academicians and Researchers Association, editorial board member of International Journal of Creative Research Thoughts. Ma'am is also a member in various boards of examination. I welcome Dr. Girija Kumari, Vice Principal, College of Nursing, SRIPMS, Coimbatore, to talk on effectiveness of healthcare communication.
Thank you for the good introduction. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Now let us move to the presentation of effective communication in healthcare setting. That's why we communicate. That is, we communicate for varieties of reasons, like for sharing information, asking questions, expressing needs, developing social relationship, etc. The essential need of communication is to convey a message with its sole essence. Let us see what are the purposes of communication. It helps to change the behavior, it helps to get action, to ensure understanding, it helps to pursue, it helps to get and give informations. Now move on to today's healthcare setting. About today's healthcare setting, organizational structure is a large contributor to adverse clinical events and outcomes. Differences in opinion makes priorities of patient care differences between members of healthcare team, and communication, collaboration and teamwork does not always occur in the clinical settings, and numerous interfaces and patient relations, patient handoffs among multiple healthcare workers with the various training and educational levels does not happen always. And patient interaction with multiple staffs, that is during 4 days of hospital stay, approximately the patient converse with a maximum of 50 healthcare members. What makes a communication in a healthcare setting is important? According to Sentinel event data of 2005, failure to communicate effectively increases the risk of medical errors to 66%. Data from 2013 shows that ineffective communication is one of the top 3 root causes for Sentinel events. Next, about what is actually a meaning of communication is the activity of conveying meaningful message. It requires a sender, receiver and the message. These are the elements of communication. 93% of the communication is normally, which includes non-verbal communications like body language, attitude and tone, and 7% are the actual words said, that is verbal communication. But we have 2 types of communication. One is internal and the other one is external communication. Internal communication, which happens within the organization, like staff communication, patient communication, management communication. And the next one is external communication. External communication which happens outside the organization, like communication with the contractors or vendor, or communication with the insurance type institutions, or communication with public relations. All these are external communications. In healthcare settings, we have verbal and non-verbal cues are the important elements of communication model. And here in this picture, we can see what are the verbal and non-verbal communication which is happening between the patient and the caregiver. Some of the key factors involved for an effective communication skill are as follows. That is written communication, non-verbal communication, presentation skill, patient education, compassion, cultural awareness, personal connections, trust, verbal communication, active listening. These are the some effective key factors which is necessary to have a good effective communication. The following are the rules for an effective communication. One is that the message must be clear. A sender must deliver the message clearly and correctly and concisely. Receiver must be able to hear and receive the message. And receiver must be able to understand the message. And interruption or distraction must be avoided. These are all the rules need to be followed when you have an effective communication skill. Next is a example of an effective communication is a well-written discharge prescription. That is, it should be complete and clear, brief and concise. The completeness includes a medication and dosage and frequency of the medication, and clarity is clearly written and legibly written. Message should be there in the prescription. And brief is, it is only necessary content should be there in the prescription. And concise is the message which is written already should be filled and made ready when the patient leaves from the hospital. Next about when we make an effective communication, we have to have a look upon numerous positive outcomes. That is, the positive outcomes in patient prognosis, improved flow of information, more effective patient care, improved safety of the patient, enhanced employee morale, increased patient and family satisfaction, improved quality of health care, drives the organization in the goal-oriented path. These are the positive outcomes we can expect when we have a good communication skill. Next is the top 4 causes for communication failure are lack of teamwork or a respect, ineffective communication method, that is incomplete oral and written reports, less time provided for successful handoff, unable to focus on priorities. These are all the major clinical occurrence in the healthcare settings where we will face the failure in communication. Next is the communication barriers, primarily categorized into 3, that is physical barrier, psychological barrier and social barriers, which are totally inclusive of speech ability, language articulation, foreign language spoken, dysphonia, the constraints on physician or patient, illness, mental state, medication effect, psychological and emotional state, gender differences and race differences. These are the quite common communication barriers which we find in the clinical settings. The challenges, barriers which rise up to following challenges are language barrier, distractions, physical proximity, personalities, workload, varying communication styles and conflict, lack of verification of information, shift change. All these are the challenges which makes to our barriers. Now we move on to the important aspect, that is information exchange strategies, that is which has to be followed for an effective communication are the tools or the strategies are to be followed are as follows, that is ISBAR and call out, check back and handoff. These are the major communication strategies which need to follow in the clinical settings. Now we can see what is ISBAR. ISBAR is a communication tool to use within the multidisciplinary team. That is, I represent identification. That is, we have to identify when we communicate, we have to say the identification of staff and the patient. And situation, what is the current situation of the present patient condition has to be explained. And the background, B is represent background. The past problem and comorbidities and treatment given should be explained. And about an assessment, vitals and pain and drains and other things has to be explained, whatever is related to a particular patient. And R is a recommendation. The recommendation involves investigation to be done and the medication to be given, what is the plan for a particular patient and what need to be followed, whether the patient has to be moved forward for the discharge or for the movement of other, shifting to the other wards has to be explained. Next is an example of, now we will look up the scenario of ISBAR. That is situation, this is an example, okay. Mrs. Anita Kumar room number 303 is having a significant shortness of breath. About the background of the particular situation, she has had recent diagnosis of pneumonia. Her respiratory rate is 35, breathing appear labored, and she appears fatigued. Assessment, I or a nurse think her condition is deteriorating. Recommendation about the particular situation is she might need to go for the ventilator. Please do come and check her. This is the way we have to apply a S-bar in a clinical setting. Call out. It's a strategy used to communicate a critical information during an emergency event. The information is directed to a specific individual or it can be a team. It's an example of announcement of code blue or code red. I think all of these are being followed in our hospital. Now it's about a check back. Check back is a strategy that ensures the messages are received. That is, the sender initiates a message and it communicates to the receiver. Then the receiver accepts the message and provides a feedback confirmation, and then sender verifies the message was received, what has been received. Then the receiver gives a loop to the sender. Then the communication ends there. This is the check back. Now we'll see the example of a check back. That is, one member of a health team calls out to other member and states that BP is falling 80 by 40, 48, down from 90 to 90 by 60. Another team member verifies and validates the receipt of the information by saying, got it. BP is falling 80 by 48, down from 90s to 90 by 60. Once the receiver repeats the information, what the sender is being sent to the sender, the original sender will complete the loop by saying correct. Okay, this is, we say it is a check back. That is, the receiver, sender check back the message what is being received by the receiver. Next is, the final and important tool is the handoff. That is, otherwise we call it as handover. The handoff is to provide accurate information about the patient care, treatment services which is provided, about a current condition, recent and anticipated changes during a shift. All these things are to be highlighted. The information conveyed during a handoff should be accurate and it should meet the safety of the patient. The highlighted mnemonic to be remembered for an effective handoff process is I stands for introduction. I pass the baton is a mnemonic which we have to remember for the handoff tool. That is, I stands for introduction, P stands for patient, A stands for assessment, S stands for situation, other S stands for safety concerns. That is, like ISBAR, introduction is introduce about yourself and the job. And patient, we have to say about the patient, who is that and what is the name of the patient, what is the age of the patient, an area or location of the patient has to be identified. And assessment, present chief complaints and vital signs and symptoms and diagnosis has to be included. And the situation, current situation or circumstances, level of uncertainty, recent changes, what has happened for the patient, response of a treatment about the patient has to be identified. Safety concerns, the critical lab values and reports, socio-economic factors, allergies, and any alerts like fall or isolation has to be informed. Next is the baton. Baton background, B stands for background, A stands for action, T stands for timing, O stands for ownership, next is N stands for next. That is background, comorbidities and previous episodes of illness, current medications and family history of particular patient, An action, what action has to be taken and what is required has to be intimated, and timing, level of urgency and the timing, prioritizing the patient need has to be mentioned when you communicate to the others. Ownership, that is who's responsible for a particular patient, taking care, or a family member or a doctor. These things has to be intimated to the other team workers. Next is what will happen to the next. The anticipated changes has to be predicted by an individual who is giving an information to the other health team member, has to be reported. These are the points we have to remember when we do a handoff or a handover to the other health team member when we go for a shift change. Here comes the strategical flow chart to maintain an effective communication is educating the healthcare workers at all the level. After an education, monitoring the needs to be done frequently to maintain the standards of education or communication, and then learning consistently has to be done, keep everyone updated in all the levels, and which leads to good communication practice. Can you click it? Now we will go into a small video. Of ISBAR.
Weekend Medreg. I called you this morning about the patient who came in overnight with respiratory failure.
Ah, yes.
I was just wondering if I could bring you up to speed and maybe talk about a care plan if you have a moment, please.
You're not the one who woke me last week about someone being transferred from Maryborough, are you?
No, that must have been someone else.
Well, I hope you have more on your patient for me than they did. I arrived here in the morning expecting to see a stable patient, but he was barely alive. No notes to speak of, no plan. When I tried to call the registrar, all I got was a ubiquitous message bank. We spent the rest of the morning resuscitating the poor man. Anyway, that's nothing to do with you. So you're...
I'm Emily.
Emily. Well, what's the story, Emily?
So Mr. Baxter is a 62-year-old man who's presented with a probable pneumonia. He was brought in by ambulance this morning around 4 a.m, feeling unwell with a fairly rapid onset of shortness of breath, SATs of 90% on room air, but he's presently stable. By way of background, he's a generally well man with no significant past medical history. He's on antihypertensive medications only. He's a non-smoker and a social drinker. On examination, his heart rate was 112. His SATs were 90%, as I said before, but he was actually afebrile. And they couldn't hear anything on his chest because he was so tachypneic. His blood tests have been pretty much normal except for a slightly elevated white cell count. Chest X-ray was patchy, but it was a mobile film done in the emergency department. We excluded an MI with an ECG that just showed a sinus tachycardia, and his serotroponins were negative. But he does actually have this history of just coming back from a long driving holiday a couple of days ago. So the overnight Medreg thought that he might have a pulmonary embolus and started him on some therapeutic Clexane. Now, this morning he looks a lot more comfortable. SATs 96% on 2 litres of oxygen, but his CTPA was actually normal. So I reviewed him again, and well, since admission, he's actually developed a cough, right-sided pleuritic chest pain, and a fever.
Right, so...
So I think he's got a pneumonia, even though he doesn't present with any history of fevers or rigors. So I'd like to repeat his blood tests, get a formal chest X-ray. I think he should only be on prophylactic Clexane, and I'd like to start some antibiotics as per guidelines.
So that's your plan?
Yes, if that's okay with you.
Sounds right. Has his first X-ray been reported?
Oh, no, not yet.
Call me if the next X-ray shows anything unexpected.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Dr. Matthews.
Good story. Well done. Is there anything else?
Oh, no.
Another video which shows a correct and incorrect way of handing over.
So bed 4, she's been admitted with an exacerbation of a COPD. She's on the usual puffers and no other comorbidities that I can remember. I haven't had time to read her medical or social history yet. So bed 4, she's been admitted with an exacerbation of a COPD. She's on the usual puffers and no other comorbidities that I can remember. I haven't had time to read her medical or social history yet. She's on the usual treatment, some oxygen, and the physio's given her a frame. She's been in for a few days, but I haven't heard about a discharge date yet. The student did her obs a while ago, and she said they were okay. I think she had some spirometry done yesterday, but I don't know if the team has reviewed that yet. And I think she lives with her daughter, and that she's usually okay at home.
What about the SATs?
Oh, she's a CO2 retainer, so we'll keep a check on those.
I'll check those later.
Okay.
What about a cannula?
Oh, hasn't got a date on it, I don't think. Good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Hello.
This is Charmaine and Kelly.
Hello.
This is a change of nursing shift, and we're just going to hand over some important information about your nursing management and care. Would you mind if we checked your ID band just to confirm your details, please? Okay, so this is Mrs. Jane Smith, medical record number 123456, date of birth 14th of the 2nd, 1946.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Oh, I noticed you haven't got any allergy bands on. Are you allergic to anything?
No.
Okay, good. All right, so Mrs. Smith is a 68-year-old lady. She was admitted 3 days ago with an exacerbation of a COPD. She had a 4-day history of increasing shortness of breath on exertion, not relieved by her puffers. She has no comorbidities and no infection control precautions. She stopped smoking after her first admission about 2 years ago, and she lives at home alone with support from her daughter. She's on IV antibiotics, bronchodilators and steroids, and she's on 2 litres of oxygen via the nasal prongs. She has all the calling criteria for oxygen saturations. The target range is 88 to 92% because she retains CO2. Mrs. Smith's other vital signs are between the flags, and she needs QID obs and had some spirometry done yesterday, which the team are going to review today. She reports having a fall at home about a month ago, but she's otherwise independent with her ADLs. Her falls risk was low, but I used the override option to make her a high falls risk because of her recent falls history. She's been assessed by the physio, and she's on a rollator frame for it to ambulate. Waterloo score is 10 and her skin integrity is intact, and she's responded well to all treatment, and she's on a normal diet.
We'll just check your chart. So the observations were last done at 6 a.m. and they look fine.
Yep.
The medications, IV Tazocin due at 2 p.m. and prednisone due at 8.
That's right.
Good.
Okay. You need to check with the team today whether she's to continue on the IV antibiotics or whether the cannula can be removed.
Mrs. Smith, do you mind if we have a look at your cannula? Okay, so that was put in 3 days ago. It's not red. I think so.
It was patent this morning when we gave her IV antibiotics. Okay, so at this stage the team are aiming for discharge in a couple of days' time, pending discharge from the physio and also ceasing the IV antibiotics. Mrs. Smith, do you understand what we've talked about? Have you got any questions at all?
Just when I'm getting rid of the oxygen.
Sure. So at present you still need the oxygen. We're aiming to wean it off you in 2 days' time, and we'll ask the doctors to come and talk to you about it. So the things you need to follow up on are whether the team are going to cease the IV antibiotics and we can remove the cannula, and also if you could ask the doctors to come and talk to you about our ongoing oxygen requirements, please. Any questions before we move on? No. Okay, happy to take over care?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. We're going to go and finish handover. But here's your buzzer. If you need anything, give us a call. Okay. thank you. Thank you, girls.
Great,
Thank
okay,
you.
thanks, see you
Thank
later.
you. Bye.
I think with seeing this video, we could have understood the strategies which need to be followed for a effective communication. Now it's very clear that an effective communication is very important to keep the system productive and efficient. Clear communication provides the hassle-free environment for the stakeholders of the hospital. Systemizing and standardizing the operating procedures will narrow down the challenges which could achieve by the regular training of all the levels, employees for the success of the organization. Let's wind up with the session of just encapsulating the take-home message with regards to communication is ISBA, call-out, check-back and handoff. These are the some paramount strategical tool for an effective communication. Let us pass the baton for an effective communication. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request our Deputy Nursing Officer, Mr. Shanti, to bestow Dr. Girija Kumari with a memento.
Now I call upon Dr. Anuradha, Nursing Superintendent, PSG Hospitals, has a doctorate in nursing. She has 28 years of experience in teaching and clinicals. Ma'am has published articles in various national and international journals. She has organized numerous seminars and workshops. Ma'am is a NABH assessor. All the nursing administrators are very eager to listen to your topic as they are facing this challenge every day. You are the apt person to talk about nursing shortage, the challenges faced by the nursing administrators. Stage is yours, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear my voice? Okay. Why this topic is important? Is it very important topic? Is it so? If we are not discussing this topic, the scenario will be like this. Patients will assess for their own surgery. They will assist for their own surgery if we are not managing the shortage of nurses. Nursing shortage, it is not only in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, India, it is worldwide problem. Nursing is among the fastest growing occupation in all over the world, but the country still faces a large shortfall of qualified nurses. The shortage will continue to be increasingly important due to our aging population. So life expectancy is increasing every year wise, in not only in country, all over the world. So aging population number is more like 5 adult means in that one is senior citizen people. A lack of nursing education and high turnover in the profession. See, in 2014, registered nurse workforce is expected to grow from 2.7 million jobs to 3.2 million jobs in 2024. So within 3 years, we have to show 16% of growth in our profession. See, none other industries has this much growing opportunity than the nursing, and 55% of nurses getting age more than 50s. So within 10 to 15 years, all running with the 50 ages will getting retired. So again we will get the demand of nursing. ANA, American Nurses Association survey they conducted, 75% feel the quality nursing care at the facility in which they work has declined over the last 2 years. They may not feel satisfied. They feel without any satisfaction only they are giving the nursing care. 40% of nurses would not feel comfortable having a family members cared for in the facility in which they work. Where they are all working in that hospital, they are not recommending for even their own family members. 54% nurses would not recommend their profession to their children and friends. Is it so? Why we are not recommending? Why we are not recommending our profession to our family members and friends? Because we are feeling very stressful job, so we are not recommending. 50% feel exhausted and discouraged when they leave work. When they are finishing their working time, after that they may not go with a satisfied mind. They feel exhausted because like other profession, they are not working 8 hours, 7 hours. They are 8 hours duty means they are working 10 hours by handing over and taking over. They leave the job not exactly as like working time. 44% are discouraged and saddened by what they could not provide for their patient. They may think they want to spend more time to the patient, they want to give quality care, but they could not able to do it. So like that, nurses, 44% of nurses feeling for that. 40% of nurses feel powerless to effect change necessary for safe quality. What attracts nurses to job and why do they live in our country is, that is individual factors are their own skill and interest. I want to work in UK, I want to work in US, I want to go to Australia. So like that they have an individual interest. Career plans, I want to deliver my baby in only Ireland, Australia, like that they may have the plan. Carrying our family responsibility. Some people comes from the more responsible family, they want to run the family, feeling that financial responsibilities. These are all factors deciding them to move out of country. And job characteristics also they are identifying where they want to fix to work. Remuneration, how much they are giving remuneration for their extra work. Other financial benefits are they getting, like health insurance, pensions, are the facilities are available. And hours and pattern of working also is important. Type and volume of work. They are maybe tell that 7 hours duty, but they extract work for 2 manpower work. So those things they analyze. And physical and emotional intensity of work, variety of work, teamwork, level of responsibility and autonomy, clinical and managerial support, how much they are getting during working time, and professional support. All this job related factors also deciding them whether they want to continue or leave the job. Organization also they are important role. It is clinical and employer reputation and type, whether it is private sector or public sector, size of organization and size of specialties within the organization, infrastructure to support employees, that is whether they have the small children, no one is taking care of those children, whether child care facility, hostel facility is there inside the campus, mess is free or with cost, like this all the facilities they analyze. And access to professional and career development activities, that is also is there. And funding for these and incentives for quality care in general and special nursing care. Whether they are spending more time with the patient, are they giving extra working for them, whether they are getting or not. All these factors also deciding them to continue and leave the job. And the location of the organization, whether it is located in urban or suburban, rural or proximity to the family and or other services, especially for school for children. All this they think and continue the job according to their convenient. This model reflects the factors increasing and decreasing the nursing demand. The factors increasing demands are growth in finance and markets for healthcare services, and growth in funding streams for service by nurses, and population growth and a shift to a greater proportion of older adults, growth in population with chronic diseases, growth in new type of medical, surgical and nursing services. See, for this I want to tell the example, COVID scenario time, many nurses are recruited by the government sector. Because there is new type of disease, the demand of nursing also increased more. So the nurses easily recruited by the own district collector itself. If they show the certificate, they used to recruit. So that also is there. And a high rate of nursing level employment and nursing profession, shortage of other type of health professionals. Sometimes they used to see the patient without doctors also. So these are all factors increasing the demand of nursing. Same way, the factors decreasing the demand of nursing, reduction in finance and a market for healthcare services, and increased productivity of nurses, example, greater technology use or greater use of evidence-based practices. So what will happen, the manpower may not require that much. High level of retention of nurses. If any hospital, if you are seeing, at least 1/4 of nurses are settled around the hospitals. So like that, the rate increases means demand of nursing also reduced in that hospitals around. New medical and surgical technologies reduces the patient need for patient in care or health professional involvement. Task shifting from nursing to non-professional qualified staffs. Whatever the nurses can do, that work can be shifted to non-nursing personnel. That is also the nursing demand may reduce. Increasing self-management by patients and families. Sometimes they manage the health condition in the family itself, or consulting doctors through telemedicine, like that they take care of by themselves. So all these factors decreasing the demand of nursing. Then one more thing, during interview time, many ANMs, they come, what are all work you may done in previous institution, means they tell IV line போடுவேன், injection போடுவேன், patient க்கு வந்து surgery க்கு help பண்ணுவேன், like that they tell all the ANMs used to tell all the details. So I am used to wonder how they can utilize ANMs for direct patient care. They may not even nursing training, proper nursing training. So many institutions now also they are using ANMs for giving injections, making IV lines, and even for assisting surgeries. All those things many institutions they are doing. What is happening? The nursing shortage poses a significant problem for nurses, especially with job satisfaction and patient care. If nursing shortages exist, means no nurses will satisfy what care they are giving to the patient, because their demand is more and more in the working area. Most nurses use a holistic approach. We used to give holistic nursing care, meaning they care the patient mind, body and spirit. This approaches takes more time, and with the shortage of nurses feel like they are not adequately staffed to be able to give good patient care. So during demand time, they can't able to achieve this holistic approach with the patients. Gender-based discrimination also continues still. Nursing is always undervalued as women's work. So these are all things happening. What are all causes for nursing shortage here means aging nurses. The average age for nursing staff is growing at an increased rate, because nowadays no new graduates are after +2 they don't want to take nursing profession because of working load, and they want to give dedicated services to the patient. They can't enjoy personally, so that many people may not take the nursing course as a profession. So who are all aging 45 above and all will get retired also in future. So the demand will increase day by day only. Higher percentage of nursing professionals who are aging, primarily those over the age of 50, works in nursing home. See, once they become age 50 means they can't able to work directly with the patient care. They find alternative jobs working in nursing home or educational program or home health care setting, nursing, all those area they are finding and migrating. Major stresses also have been identified, and they include chronic pain, because after 50s they are also human being. They can't able to give 8 hours care to the patient. If they are working also, they have the complaints of chronic pain, tiredness, exhaustion. This cost healthcare organization a lot, because many hospitals, they support the health benefits to the employees. So above 50 means the healthcare organization also have to spend more money for their health and well-being. So those reason also aged population they may not recruit. Patient demographics here is, it estimate by between 2010 and 2030, 1 in every 5 people will be a senior citizen. So for taking care of aging population, we need more nursing support. Maybe we have seen a different extended role, and geriatric settings also they may recruit a nurses. So nursing demand may increases, and insufficient staffing or nurses leaving bedside care roles. The reason is increasing amount of time they want to spend with the patient, increased patient load, because at the high turnover and retirement of aging nurses. So these are all reasons they want to quit from bedside care to going to college side or finding other professional jobs or related professional jobs. Lack of experience also. If 4 years after they are coming for joining in one hospital, they may not have good experience. Many colleges, they may not giving proper educational experience, clinical experience with good hospital facilities. So those nurses also finding difficulty to give direct patient care without proper training. Growing healthcare industries, day by day there is a growth, and in nursing also there is a growth. So meeting that competent level of nursing care is also increasing. Salary is another factor. So if we used to tell one hospital is giving this much, our hospital is less. So if you are increasing only, our nurses we can retain. Like that we have to speak, and we can slowly increase the nursing salary. So that is also one factor. And a decline in student enrollment, that I already discussed. Nowadays students after +2, they want to settle peacefully without much stress during studies. So they find difficulty to take like this hard-working profession. And a shortage of nursing faculty also. So depending upon number of faculty, they plan to accommodate the number of students also in colleges. And safety issues. Since we have the direct patient care, our safety is very important. Sometimes we may acquire infection from the patient, like needle stick injury, even COVID scenario time, many nurses may acquire that infection, and they also suffer a lot. So these are all issues are there. These are all the reason determine the shortages. And as well as all NIBH hospitals are having one big headache is quality indicators. If any incident happens, it reflects our indicators. So according to that, we give more pressure on nurses. They may not have confidence what they are doing also sometimes. Total registered nurse staffs caring for patient, that is also one indicator. Always we have to maintain adequate nurse-patient ratio. Total nursing care hours per patient day, that is also important. Pressure ulcer develops, that is another headache. Patient falls, that is another reason. That all these indicators are reflects our nursing care. And any medication error happens, that is also
Then patient satisfaction with pain management, that also reflects our care. Patient satisfaction with educational information, any before procedure or when they are going home, take home messages, everything we have to give clearly to patient, family members or caretakers. If it is not, they are not satisfied with our information, that is also another problem to nursing side. They clearly write and give in feedback, nursing communication is poor. Patient satisfaction with the overall care, that is also we are getting through feedback. And patient satisfaction with the nursing care. If overall care is also poor, means that reflects nurses. Nursing care poor also is directly reflects to nursing. And a nosocomial infection rate is increases, that is also it's on our head. And a nursing staff satisfaction, along with that, that nurse has to satisfy in working area by handling with the supervisors or other administrators. All these indicators are giving more pressure to the nursing service department. That pressure we are directing on the nurses, so they find difficult to sustain in one place. What are all problems and challenges faced by the nurse administrators are recruiting RNs. During recruitment time, they may not have registration also. We give a stipulated time for getting RN RM. After getting their RN certificate, they may take some analysis whether we can give it to HR or not. If I am giving, while relieving time, will they give or not? All those they make a debate. Sometimes they may not give also, because we have many thousand nurses, no? We may not have the follow-up whether this nurse have given or not, all those things. They keep simply after registration also. During relieving time only, they may in the designation of trainee. So when they are giving the RN certificate only, from that day onwards, they will be considered as registered nurse. So before that, the designation will be trainee. So if they are working for 2 years also, the certificate will carry the designation as trainee only. So that time they feel. So all these things are challenges to us. And a lack of adequate training. While they are coming time, they may not have that much experiences and skill enough. Then no research scopes sometimes, if they may not have interest, or if they have interest also, they may not have time to do the research things. And the problem of personal management, morning and all we discussed, it is not a problem with the personal management, because they are the front face to all the employees. Whatever they do, it gives us the problem from the personal management. And no autonomy in nursing activities. Sometimes why you have done that, why can't you do that, like that we may raise. So no autonomy is the lack of motivation. Sometimes even I feel I am not motivated much enough from my administrators. So like this, all the time nurses also need motivation from at least their own ward supervisors or ward managers. And poor role models. Many seniors are finding job and relieving. They work here for getting experience certificate and leaving job. So they may not give a proper guidance to their junior level nurses. That is also one big challenges. And professional risk and hazards. I already told all the profession is having risk, but our profession is risk for our health. Sometimes infections, needle stick injuries, exposure of HIV infections, all those things, which is very dangerous for our life also. And a shortage of trained manpower, that is also existing one that we can't able to correct still now. Facilities and other benefits, it varies depends upon one hospital to another hospital. X is best in this hospital means Y is best in that hospital. You understand? I always tell this, the nurses who is coming to our hospital, you are lucky enough to, because like this I have to motivate them to for retaining and all. You are lucky enough to be appointed in our hospital. This 3 word is world level famous word. Wherever you go, you will be known well, you will be adopted and easily will be recognized. Then I tell you are working in NABH accredited 250 bedded medical college attached hospital. We have 2000 bedded hospital. Like this and all I have to tell. They will think that okay, because many nurses may not know the value where they are working. So as administrators, we have to tell each and every new recruitees what is the good in our institutions. And non-nursing activities, that is also sometimes. Since we have the teaching hospitals, many times we may experience to meet inspection committee, examination people, all those things. According to that, we can't expect the example other people to come and arrange the wards or making neatness of the wards and all those things. So we nurses have to do those things also. So that is also a big challenges and problems. And a healthy working environment. So always we have to keep the, wherever the nurses are working, that environment should be motivational environment, giving more opportunity to grow them professionally. So that we have to maintain. Then problems we are seeing means long working hours. As I said before, 8 hours duty means they finish their duty with 10 hours. So that is also one drawback. And a lack of sleep they may have, because night duty means they go out of ward 8:30 like that. Then shall I go for need is there, that really the nurses will have more motivation. So supervisors, ward managers, not only correcting them and guidance is more important than correcting. They need a good support and stress as caretaker, that is family also they have, so that is also they need to be take care. And strain from patient care, that is also is very important. Some patient may be more cooperative, some may not. So those things we have to follow here. Why to invest in nursing? 70 to 80% of essential health care is provided by nurses. Isn't or not? Isn't or not? 70% to 80% of essential health care is provided by nurses. Work on a frontline worker 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. A profession respected by individuals, families and communities. Urgently need to examine the cost of care. Why I am telling you can invest? Madam discussed, if nursing group is more, so salary increasing rate also will take more charges on that. So I am telling, if your total income of the hospital, if you are taking, how much you earn through nurses means very well the management can spend amount on nursing service. So that is, you have to analyze the contributions of nurses and analyze the income, how much you achieved through nurses. You can correlate and increase the salary. The nurse administrator role in managing the nursing manpower, that is very big challenges. Organization of nursing service in hospital, have a strong supervisor with the formal power. See, I can't go and correct in each area. I should have a strong middle level managers to advocate for both patient and nurses. Adopt the ANA principles of nursing staffing. We have to follow a standard staffing pattern. How much number is for this, or what is the nurse-patient ratio, all those things. Require hospital to report nurse to patient ratio publicly on regular schedule. Then only we also have more conscious to maintain that nurse-patient ratio. Establish protocol to prevent error. That is very, very important. And establish a more effective standard hierarchy. Reporting hierarchy also very important. Providing opportunity for education and career progression. Require hospital to collect and report better data related to quality of nursing care and patient outcome. Encourage hospital to improve working conditions. Then essential element, good nursing service department, as what are all elements they should have means a written statement of the purpose and objective. All nursing departments should have this. Organizational plan and administrative policy manuals. Whoever the new nurse comes, they should have the reference manual, what to do, how to do, all those things. And nursing practice manuals. It should be easily accessible to all new nurses and what nurses are working previously also. Nursing service budget should have. Many hospitals, they may not have the budget separately for nursing. Staff planning is very important. Nursing service administrative meetings that has to be conducted at least monthly once to analyze what is the problem the different area nurses are finding, or what is the problem they are having interdepartmentally. And a personal record they should have. And a plan of nursing appraisals that every yearly once or 6 months once, according to the policy we have to conduct. Advisory committee we should have. Then only what we are doing is correct or not, where we need correction, what is the suggestion from other committee members. Those things is helpful for us to lead the department. Adequate facilities and supplies and equipments that should be there. Written job description and job specification to all nurses should know. In-service education of nursing personnel, periodically we have to conduct. Scheduled in-service education program, all the nurses need to be know also. Meeting with other department peoples to identify the operational related problems. Nursing manpower management, initiate a set of human relationship at all level of nursing personnels. That is very, very important. We have to have a good interaction with all the level of people. Establish adequate staffing pattern. Where is required more, where it is not required more, those things we should analyze. Develop and implement proper communication system. Develop and initiate proper evaluation and periodic monitoring system. Proper job description for nursing personnel. Assist hospital authorities for effective personnel management. I have taken one message that nurse administrators can fix the salary for nurses or higher different category before sending the minutes to HR. So those informations I am taking home today. Sharing nursing information system with other disciplines. That is also is very important. Formulate and interpret nursing service policies. Assist hospital authorities for preparation of budget. Participate in interdepartmental programs and other programs. Supervise nursing care given to the patient and all nursing activities. Formulate standing orders for the nursing care. That is very important. No need of each time correcting them and waiting for the doctor's suggestion or doctor's prescription. They should have the standing orders for the particular area where they work. Ensure appropriate allocation of duties and responsibility to all nursing staff. Maintain good order and discipline in ward and department. Responsible for health and welfare of nursing staff. Ensure annual and periodic health examinations and maintenance of health record of the each nurses also is very important. Organizing and conducting staff meeting once in 3 months, then only we can able to identify what their views and what problems they are facing and what is their suggestion also is, their suggestion is very important for us to change our working pattern. Facilitate evidence-based practice, that is very, very important. How can nurses shortage be reduced? Promotion of a positive image of nursing as a career for men and women. It is equal. It is not only the women's work. Adherence to the WHO code for practice. Administrators should begin by figuring out what separates their facility from all others. So just now I told, no, why you have chosen PSG is, these are all reason. Why you are choosing this word is, this is the reason. So like this we have to promote the people and tell the information to the staffs for retention. And a framework to guide RN salary scales and benefits. Framework to support good human resource management practices and equality standards. And all fair treatment from the HR is needed for all the employees. Interprofessional standards for collaborative and teamwork practices. Framework to support recruitment and retention of nurses. Quality training offered to nurses to retain the qualification levels desired by the hospitals. So where the nurse is working, in that area specific training is very, very important. That need to be identified and give the training. The best nursing talent is how to treat your employees and how you treat your patient. That they should have in their mind. How we are treating the nurse also will treat according to that to the patient. Transparency, an administrator that is open and clear about what is happening in the facilities, what is the strategic goal. All the administrators should reveal all those things to the nurses. Appreciate, going that extra mile to ensure employees feel appreciated for their work. Communication, employees need to feel like that administrator understand what they do and why. Example for nursing, they are doing patient care and safety of patient. Flexibility to manage their working schedule. If discussed, if one girl is coming from far away, means changing their working time 9 to 6. If one girl is pregnant, means in 3rd trimester, means giving them in less man-resourced areas. So like that we can modify the job. Organization need to cultivate a work area in which staff want to work in order to promote staff retention. Attracting qualified nurses is one of the most important steps that can be taken to ensure a high standard of care. Only we have to tell that qualified nurses only will take care of the patient quality. Those things we have to emphasize the graduate nurses and registered nurses. Other recruitment strategies include offering incentives and flexible schedules, educational incentives, etc. If they are qualified from general nursing to postgraduate nursing, according to their degree completion, we can give the educational incentives. Employees are incorporating financial incentives as well as offering financial rewards to encourage nurses to work more, extra working, or they have done very good job in especially in particular scenario or particular situations, how they handle. According to that we can reward them financially. And hospital must focus on recruitment, finding way to do in the best prospects and keep them also. Not only the recruitment itself, the HR or nurse administrator role is completing. We have to find way to retain them for with us at least 2 to 3 years. Acute shortage arises means there is a simple management from nurse administrator side is just deployment, calling in any on-call staffs. All critical area they should have a on-call staff. Any number increases, finding demand, we can call a on-call nurse and call in off-duty nurses. They may be leave on the day. We can call them for job and reassigning staff from non-impacted area to an impacted area. Where less worked area to more demanded area we can transfer or reassigning them. Offering overtime to staff on or off duties. So that is also we can manage when we really faces acute shortage. Conclusion, only A, B, C. What is A? Accept yourself. Now the scenario in all hospital is shortage of nurses. Accept yourself. There is a shortage, not only your hospital, all the hospital worldwide. Believe yourself. You can do your best for your patient. You only able to manage the situation in your particular assigned area. See, whatever you are doing with the patient, do with commitment. Give care. Give care with commitment. That is ABC. As administrator, we are also know that the problem the nurses are facing with this shortage period. So I am requesting all the nurses to follow this ABC with your smartness. That is very important. Thank you. Any doubt? Any doubt?
Thank you, ma'am. I request our Chief Nursing Officer, Dr. J. Karpagam, to honor Dr. Anuradha with a memento. Now I welcome Mrs. Girja, Chief Nursing Officer, GKNM Hospital, Coimbatore. Ma'am has more than 25 years of experience, both India and abroad. When we decided this topic, we did not have any second thought, as medication error is one of the quality indicators which can lead to sentinel event. Ma'am, you are the right person to highlight on the medication safety in nursing.
Good evening, one and all present here. The medication safety in nursing, safety is not expensive, it is a priceless. With these words, you should know how much important administration of medication, how much important for the safety medication administered by the nurses. Not moving, ma? Yeah. So, nurses has major role and responsibilities because they are the one deal direct patient's care and administering the drugs. They are the final person to check whatever the they are the final person to check and see whether medication is prescribed properly and dispensed from the pharmacy before administration. Nurses have accomplished administration including the patient and the attenders. You may be wonders in this forum why HR and other MBA also need this drug administration, because nurses nowadays they involve to have the medication safety, patient and the attender. They educate the patient so they'll have a better and it helps in taking precautionary steps and to avoid the patient adverse reactions, overdose, even death. We all know the opioid and antibiotics is not used with the cautious, we can lose our patient. Okay, start with the basic. So before starting medication, you should see the completeness of the order and whether all the rights are there, and the element anything is not there, you have to ask the practitioner. You can counter check with the doctors and check any medication allergy or any contraindication for that particular patient. Even if it is not mentioned in the case sheet, nurses can ask the patient, are you allergic to any drug? Or if the patient is not knowing also any rashes, some simple way of patient understanding level, we can ask, not always going by the record. So we can extra food you can put and you can ask the question so that we can safeguard our patients. Prepare medication at the only one patient at a time and educate the patients why you are giving medication, what are the side effects, what is the precaution they have to take, if you take, and it can be avoided. Encourage the patient to speak up something seems amiss. That means something wrong. The patients are also very well versed about the drug, action, everything. If the patient is caution, tells us, sister, not like this or this dosage, something is raising the question, please give attention to that so that we can promote safety of the drug. And we have to follow the rights of the medication. So always we have to minimize the distraction and interruption. Know some of the interruption and distraction, some like when you are performing, when you are, if you don't have the lack of attention, forgetfulness, and all this can causes compromise the medication safety. And you should have all the supplies. If you want to administer the drug, you should have everything. Each and everything you should not go for that. That also can cause compromise the medication safety. And you have to, some of the hospital, they follow no interruption zone. Then if it is that, so it is mainly recommended by the Institute for Safe Medication Practice, enhance the patient safety. That means that when they are preparing the medication, that will be written as a no interruption zone. So the nurse can concentrate, she can avoid medication errors. So in this, that is a short form, it is called NIS. So that can be, we can say that chemotherapy preparation cabinet also. Or what we use day to day life is a medication trolley. That should. So sometime whatever you need for PP, you have to use to protect the patients. For example, when you are giving chemotherapy, preparing the chemotherapy, you need to wear PP. Or you are giving preparing medication for the neutropenic patients, you have to use appropriate personal protective equipments. And always check with 2 nurses when you are administering high risk drug. And when we have to have extra caution when we are stressed, during emergency, you all know that during the code blue tired, or peak hours, that is during the night duty time, after 1 o'clock, sleepy mood, so there is a chance for, that is an interruption chance for compromising the medication safety, or especially when supervising the inexperienced personnel. So we have to monitor and modify the schedule. That means if you want to administer QAH injection, we have to schedule that time the nurses have minimum distraction. For example, QAH better to give at 6 a.m., 2 p.m. and 10 p.m. If you give like that time, during that time, you are not delegated to any other care. Be familiar with iAlert, that you all know very well. And this Institute for Safety Medication Practitioner facilitate mainly the sound-alike, look-alike, all this thing you all will know. And we are separately keeping, and drug with different doses are kept apart. That is same drug only, we have to keep in different section. For example, is Emiset, it's available 4 milligram and 8 milligram also. So if patients receiving opioid drug, you have to monitor, we all know very well, respiratory rate, sedation level and SpO2 level. And anything reaction occurs, you have to respond immediately, stop and communicate and take care. And be familiar with the antidotes, that also you all know. Some of the antidotes, reversal agent and rescue agents. Rescue agents is benzodiazepines, that you all know in case of convulsion patient will use. So we should know where the medication is stored. By knowing this, you can tackle the emergency situation. This is another new one, reconcile. This chart is mainly helps in reduce the medication, risk of medication error, inclusion of this omission, duplication, drug error and drug interaction. I'll show the chart how it is. So in this model for reconciliation chart, when the patient is getting admission, that time the nurse will write what are the home medication patient is getting. With that, the doctor also will come and see the patient. In addition to that home medication, whether he want to include anything, that he will write it. When the patient is transferred from in case of patient is sick, if the patient is transferred from ward to ICU or ICU to ward, this chart will help in duplication and dose, underdose, all this thing previously what I discussed. And be familiar with medication you administer and safeguard that protect your patients from medication error. And already I said we have to educate and we have to give sometimes written instruction to our patients at the time of discharge. Importance of medication safety. So first one is a maximize efficacy. If you start any medicine, that for example when you are giving any antibiotic, that time we have to flush that to reach the full dose of the patient. That's why then only maximize, the effect will be maximized and disease process is controlled. Avoid toxicity, certain drugs, digoxin toxicity, we should know it. Sometime we will follow 5/7 alternate days or smaller dose every day. That we should know it. Identify therapeutic failures. If patient has fever, why after starting this particular drug also not reducing? So we have to see whether there is a non-compliance, whether it is given regularly or subtherapeutic dose, whether it is inadequate, like that we have to analyze. Facilitate the therapeutic effect of drug by achieving the target level drug concentration. This is mainly after starting some of the drug like aminoglycoside. Some institution they have, after giving this injection, they will check after 24 hours concentration level, whether that efficacy level, therapeutic level, whether it is maintained. If not, they will adjust the dosage. And we have to identify some of the poisoning, drug toxicity, drug abuse. You all know very well the example. Nurse's entanglement, that is your involvement. Administration of medication is a basic function for the nurse. You should possess the required knowledge and skill, and safe and accurate administration should be used to prevent the harmful effect. And you have to have the good decision making skill and clinical judgment. Mainly here I can give the code, the insulin. If the patient blood sugar is low, insulin is more prescribed. You can think whether it is appropriate. You can get the help from the, we can inform the doctors and they can adjust. Or if the glucose level also normal, insulin also it is a required dose is given. You have to observe whether the patient is eating adequate food. Otherwise patient will suffer with the hypoglycemic attack. So the clinical judgment is more important. And nurses should ensure the full understanding about the medication and its safety. We should aware of that. We all very well we know medication management process, prescribing, transcribing, dispensing, administrating. These are the errors can occur. I am not going into detail. And most common errors in drug administration in clinical practices. This also will deal one by one in next slide. So name alert. Sometimes we fail to use the name alert. If the same patient is there and checking the OP number and the initial, all this thing. So that we have to check all two identifiers. When you are administering medicine, always take the case sheet and administer, otherwise error can occur. The prescription error, it should have the completeness. Here it's lacking. The name, it has to be, drug name has to be written in the capital letter. It is not there. The wrong dose also, wrong dosage. And that is mainly in prescribing time and loading time and administrating time also. As I said, prescribing, see it's here, it looks like insulin, 5 units or 50 units. And that also, that is a prescribing error. Loading time, we have to load complete drug. That nurses should know how to load the injection. Otherwise, you will be loading less dose. Administering time also, when you are administering, you have to use 4C+, then only you can give full dose to the patient. See, not giving the complete dose of the drug. See, this is the wrong dose. That's it. It's not flushed and given. The loading also not fully loaded. Here also we can see the frequency is 2. It is given to Q8H. Later on they want to give the Q2LH. This also can make error. And wrong routes also. It's written injection, but that's rounded the PO, the per oral. And this is always, you all know very well, failed labeling also can compromise the drug safety. And when you are loading the multiple injections, you have to label first one and second one when you load multiple injection, every one you have to label, then only you have to go for the second preparation. And there is no authorized signature to carry out the order. And fail to use flushing agent. This flushing agent already I said before giving, whether any infiltration, whether line is patent, in between to prevent the interaction of the drug, after administration to give the full dose. So some of the factors that compromise the safe drug administration, just follow the rights. 2 stops should be involved in the high risk drug administration. Avoid interruption, abide the policy. The medication role should be well defined. Nurses should be well focused, and you have to identify some of the deviations. Not all the times they follow the rights. And single staff they will be administering instead of 2 staff nurse for the high risk drug. Distraction with the multiple work. So you will be giving medication, somebody will come for the round, somebody will ask the patient to transfer to investigation, all that things. That is also one reason. Negligent, the nurse itself, she is not following the policies, escaping the reality by being more confident. I know this one nice, that she have overconfident, that also can compromise the safety of the drug, and not dedicated to the process. So this also mode of the drug administration you all know very well. Now here I want to specify some of the important points. So always ensure the specific instruction regarding the particular drug, whether it has to be given empty stomach, before, after, any time. And never leave the patients, stay until the patient swallows the medicine. Any syrup you have to keep under near the eye level, and you have to see some of the tube feeding, that's a Ryle's tube, jejunectomy, position remember in the Ryle's tube, and ensure the complete dosage is administered. That is, you have to rinse the mortar and pestle and flush the tube with completely, then only desired dose will go inside. Entry coated layers should be removed before administration to avoid the obstruction. Intravenous injection, I want here you to remember, always think sterile technique, loading of the medicine, complete drug you have to take, and pre and post flushing. Intravenous, you have to calculate, prime the tubing and label it properly. It should have the self-explanatory. If anybody is seeing what drug is going, how many ml, what is the concentration, how many ml per hour has to go, that has to have. Caution with multiple infusion. For example, in 3 way, if you connect dopamine and IV fluids, it will be dangerous to the patient. So you have to always have the caution with multiple infusion. Ensure the infusion duration also, you have to make sure it has to go with the desired timing. Monitor VIP score, flush with the normal saline. Here I want to tell some of the normal saline, always when you start first dose of antibiotic, to achieve the therapeutic level, please infuse priming tubing how much it. For example, Bebron, we all know very well, 15 to 20 ml. You have to flush, then only the desired dose will go. The same thing if the costly drug, when you infuse, for example, albumin also we can take. The tubing, that extension tubing contain 15 ml. So that need to be flushed. There is, read the literature, it guides you. It's normal saline is, most of the drug is compatible except antifungal drugs. So that way we have to give full dose. Then subcutaneous injection. Here insulin, we have got the different strength, 40 units per ml, 100 units per ml. Please read. Nurses has to take extra caution when you are administering the insulin. Please read what is the strength, load it. Otherwise you will hypo and hyper can occur. When you administer the low molecular injection, again I want to stress here that it comes with the free-filled syringe, the air is there. Never expel the air. If you expel the air, the medicine will be wasted. It is a low molecular weight heparin. So always before administering everything you keep ready. Before removing cap, just give the gentle pressure, make it the air up. Then only you can avoid the wastage of the drug. It is costly. Please remember this one. That is a main, and pressure. That is, and grasping. This is a subcutaneous injection. We all know very well it is 8 to aid slow absorption. So you have to grasp in between the thumb and index finger to inject into the subcutaneous tissue. And intramuscular, here we should know the correct method. Patient position you all know very well. Here I want to tell deltoid is used best for any vaccine, to give the vaccine for the better absorption. That we should remember. When we are giving the intramuscular injection, please withdraw and see whether it is in the blood. Otherwise, we will have it is designed, this IM injection is designed only to give into the intramuscular. Intradermal, we all know 15 degree, and you have to see that wheel flare reaction is present, then only we know whether we have admitted in correct way. Nebulization also, here I want to know other thing, dilution duration we know. Never, if the doctor is, according to the patient, if the doctor is prescribed 2 type of nebulization, same frequency, that is Q4H or Q6H, never give both together. You have to alternate 3 hours gap to have the desired effect on the patient. And suppository, here also you have to make sure the dosage, the temperature of the normal temperature, lubrication, the sharp edge only has to be inserted in the left lateral, and during that patient, ask the patient to take inspiration, insert. And contributing points for promoting drug safety, initiate mandatory for the completeness of the drug order. Then only the nurse can avoid the medication error. Obtain clinical pharmacist guidance. Some of the institution it is initiated. Nurse can, if she has any doubt, she can get help from the clinical pharmacist. And another one is implementation of EMR, that is electronic medical records. Here, this one we have started in our hospital. We have finished OP and we are starting IP. This will help when the doctor is writing the prescription in electronic, it's there itself, it will not accept it is underdose or dose is not dose and frequency, whether the patient has any renal compromise, everything, duplication of the order, everything it will show, so it will pop up. So the nurse can have extra caution when she is administering the drug. And specialization of the specific ward. We all know privilege and credential can be given to the nursing, especially chemotherapeutic nurse, or in the ward also. If it is, we have to separate some of the wards. If it is pulmonology patients only comes, the nurse will have the adequate knowledge about the particular department, and drugs she will be well versed, so that she can avoid the errors. And we have to update the drug knowledge among nurses. Any new drugs emerges during the COVID time, we were administering remdesivir. That particular time, in mass way, we have to educate the nurses. What is the action? What are the precautions, side effect? How to be diluted? How to administer? That fast way we have to educate. The fosaconazole also tablet, it has to be given along with the ghee. These are the important drug knowledge we have to update to our nurses. Implement drug nurse practice. Already in Ramakrishna it is existing. And education on drug policies by the educators and the clinical pharmacists during the induction and CNE program. And we have to retain the experienced staff. We all know, because she can contribute. We all said the person should have the good clinical judgment and skill and knowledge. The experienced staff will have, she can contribute to the novice nurses. Now, the take message to nursing practice for the administrators, promote the completeness of the drug order. It's still we lack in reality practices. We have to go behind the prescribed person's dose is not clear, the frequency is not clear, all those things we have to, if they want to change the order, injection to tablet, they will not write another drug, we have to go. Nurses has to go behind that, but we all has to take effort to have the complete drug order sheet in our hospital. Ensure the availability services like drug formulary in the system, clinical pharmacists, supervisor support round the clock. If they have any doubt, in our hospital we have department-wise the clinical pharmacist. If the staff nurse has any doubt in the evening or night, she can call the clinical pharmacist and she can get the clear. And implement needs already we have explained. Execute training timing, time critical and non-critical. Time critical means the particular drug has to be given this time only. That is 6 p.m. anticoagulant. Non-critical, I said, we have to arrange a timing, different time which is not, distraction should be minimized. Like example, already I said, antibiotic, UATH, the timing also. So credential on specialty wards, chemo, if it's the oncology, you give the credential, especially how to prepare the chemo drug, how to administer the chemo drug. So that promote the safety of the drug. Minimize the non-nursing work. Today everybody spoke. So we all know what are the non-nursing job. As admin people, we have to try one by one, we have to reduce. We also started reducing one non-nursing job. When EMR comes, really it will help us. Most of the non-nursing work will be winding. And maintain adequate manpower. This is another factor. An instrumental role of the team leader or ward in charges. We always say you are the pillar of the hospital. Ward in charges are the pillar of the hospital. So ensure that policy, everything is followed by your nurses. Observe and correct the administration, drug administration practices, and scrutinize. That means check the case sheet. If the morning ward in charge is there, by 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock she has to check, and the evening by the shift in charge, night also one time, so that the medication safety is maintained, well maintained. Identify near miss, appreciate early report of error report, and then reinforce the drug safety. Obtain clinical pharmacist help. Any new drug administration already we have discussed. Next is the staff nurse. Hence, enhance thirst of knowledge on medication safety. You are the one, already we discussed in starting, you are the one at the end, the completeness you are checking, you are the one administering. So you should know it, what for you are giving, what are the precautions you have to take, how to administer everything. Improve the habit of reading drug literature. This is important, most important, you have to follow in your life. This, it will guide you. What is the action? What is the side effect? What precaution you have to take? How to dilute? What is the further dilution? How long you have to give? All these things will guide you. Drug literature. It will improve your knowledge also. Awareness on the cost of the drug. Always I'll tell this, my staff nurses, please know cost of the drug. If you know the cost of the drug, each drop is also how much important you will realize. So that cost will help how carefully you have to handle the drug, how that complete dose, that you will know that importance of giving complete dose. Boost up your assertive communication on drug order. Sometimes something is lacking, incomplete prescription. You have to have the assertive way to communicate and never compromise the patient safety. You should have the assertiveness, that also spoken. And documentation. This is also a major problem we will encounter. Always the nurse will give and she will forget to record. Please never forget to document it. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was so informative. I request our Deputy Nursing Officer, Mrs. Jayachandra, to honor Mrs. Girija with a memento. I request all the delegates to fill the feedback forms immediately and hand over to the volunteers.
We have come to the end of the sessions. Now we will be moving on to the valedictory function. I welcome our beloved Dean cum Medical Director Dr. P. Sukumaran, Chief Nursing Officer Dr. J. Karpagam, and our HR Manager Mr. Shekhar onto the dais. Now it's time to give away the certificates to the delegates. I request any one of the representatives from each institute to collect the certificates. May I request our Dean Sir to give away the certificates to the delegates. FIMS Hospital. FIMS Hospital. Any one representative from FIMS Hospital. PSG College. PSG College. Royal Care. Royal Care. FIMS Hospital, PSG College, Royal Care. FIMS Hospital. Yeah, FIMS. VGM Hospital. GKNM Hospital. Hindustan College. PSG Hospitals. Ganga Hospital. NG Hospital. NG Hospital. NG Hospital. Aravind Eye Hospital. Aravind Eye Hospital. Muthu's Hospital. Muthu's Hospital. Muthu's Hospital. Kumaran Hospital. Kumaran Hospital. PPG College. PPG College. PPG College. GKNM Nursing College. GKNM Nursing College. KMCH. KMCH. PSG HR Department. KMCH. PSG HR Department. KR Healthcare. KR Healthcare, KR Healthcare, One Life Home Healthcare, One Life Home Healthcare, One Life Home Healthcare, Hindustan Hospital, Hindustan Hospital, NG Hospital, NG Hospital, Ortho 1, Ortho 1, Sri Ramakrishna Women's Arts and Science College, Sri Ramakrishna Women's Arts and Science College, GEM Hospital, GEM Hospital, SREC Engineering College, SREC Engineering College, SRIPMS MSc Nursing students, Sri Ramakrishna Polytechnic, Sri Ramakrishna Polytechnic, Sri Ramakrishna Arts and Science College, Those who have not received the certificates kindly collect from the registration desk. May I request our beloved Dean Sir to speak few words.
எல்லோருக்கும் மீண்டும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். இன்று நடைபெற்ற இந்த HR and Nursing Healthcare Conclave 2021 இனிதே நடைபெற்று முடிந்தமைக்கு எனது வாழ்த்துக்கள். அதாவது ஒரு நர்சிங் கான்க்ளேவ் வந்து ஒரு இட்ஸ் மோர் ஆஃப் ஒரு ஸ்டேட் லெவல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் மாதிரி இவ்வளோ டெலிகேட்ஸ் around 610 delegates have registered today. இவ்வளோ பெரிய இது வந்து ஒரு 20 நாளைக்குள்ளே நான் மார்னிங்கே சொன்ன மாதிரி ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணுறதுங்கிறது ரொம்ப டிஃபிகல்ட். அதனால் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு வெற்றிகரமாக இதை வந்து நடத்தி கொடுத்தமைக்கு எங்களது ஹெச்ஆர் மேனேஜர் திரு சேகர் அவர்களுக்கும் எங்களது சிஎன்ஓ மேடம் டாக்டர் கற்பகம் அவர்களுக்கும் எல்லோரும் கரவொலி எழுப்பி ஒரு பாராட்டை தெரிவிக்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். நன்றி. இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய டாபிக்ஸ் வந்து நான் பார்த்தேன், ரொம்ப நேரம் பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். அதில் ஹெச்ஆர் டாபிக் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹவு டு ரெக்ரூட் த ரைட் பர்சன் ஃபார் ரைட் ஜாப் அப்படின்ட்டு இருந்தது. நான் வந்து இன்னொன்று சேர்த்துக்கிட்டேன், ஃபார் ரைட் சேலரி அப்படின்ட்டு. ஏன்னா இது வந்து ரைட் சேலரி மீன்ஸ் ரைட் சேலரி ஃபார் த எம்ப்ளாயீஸ், நாட் ஃபார் தி மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டு. மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ரைட் சேலரி வந்து குறைவாக கொடுத்தா தான் போதும்பாங்க, ஆனால் எம்ப்ளாயீஸ்க்கு ரைட் சேலரி வந்து. அதனால் எல்லா ஹெச்ஆரையும் கேட்டுக்கிறேன், இந்த மாநாட்டை நடத்தி கொடுத்த சேகர் அவர்களையும் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன், ரைட் சேலரி வந்து எல்லாத்துக்கும் வந்து கொடுக்கணும், இன்க்ளூடிங் எனக்கும் சேர்த்து தான் சொல்கிறேன் நான். அதனால் இது வந்து அந்த டாபிக் கொஞ்சம் அப்படி மாற்றிருக்கலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன் சேகர். அதுக்கப்புறம் அடுத்த டாபிக் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரீசன்ட் சேலஞ்சஸ் ஃபேஸ்ட் பை ஹெச்ஆர் ப்ரொஃபஷனல்ஸ். அதாவது சேலஞ்சஸ் நாட் ஃபேஸ்ட் பை ஹெச்ஆர் ப்ரொஃபஷனல்ஸ், இட் இஸ் சேலஞ்சஸ் ஃபேஸ்ட் பை எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் எகென்ஸ்ட் ஹெச்ஆர் ப்ரொஃபஷனல்ஸ். இவங்களை பார்த்தா தான் எல்லாத்துக்கும் சேலஞ்சாக இருக்குது இல்லையா சேகர்? அதனால் நம்ம வந்து I request all HR people, இது வந்து நான் வந்து not as a joke I am telling, really seriously I am telling. அதாவது ஒரு எம்ப்ளாயி ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியாக, எம்ப்ளாயிக்கு வந்து நான் அப்படி தான் இருப்பேன். wherever I worked in government service for nearly 33.5 years. I retired as Director of Medical Services and I was a Joint Director for the district here for 3.5 years. அதாவது எந்த இதில் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருந்தாலும் சரி, அது வந்து நம்ம இருந்த இடம் வந்து நல்லா இருக்கணும், கலகலன்னு இருக்கணும். அதாவது வீட்டிலேருந்தே புறப்படும் போது நம்ம வந்து நம்ம ஒர்க் பிளேஸ் போகிறோன்னு ஒரு சந்தோஷமாக போகணும். வீட்டிலேருந்து புறப்படும் போதே ஐயோ அங்கேயா போகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி நினச்சிட்டு நம்ம போகக்கூடாது. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு இடத்த பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு இப்போ முக்கிய பங்கு வந்து ஹெச்ஆருக்கும் அது பண்ணணும். ஹெச்ஆர் மேனேஜர்ஸ் ஆல்சோ, நாட் ஓன்லி மேனேஜர்ஸ், தி ஹெச்ஆர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆஸ் அ ஹோல். அது வந்து அடுத்த டாப்பிக்கில் நான் நினச்சேன். ஏன்னா இந்த மாதிரி கொஞ்சம் அவுட் ஆஃப் த வே தான் நான் நினச்சேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் அடுத்த டாபிக் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் ட்ரைனிங் இன் ஹெல்த் கேர் டு மேக்ஸிமைஸ் எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் ஒர்க்கிங் பொட்டென்ஷியல். இது வந்து இட் இஸ் ஓகே, இட்ஸ் அ குட் டாபிக். இது வந்து ஒர்க்கிங் பொட்டென்ஷியல் வந்து நீங்கள் எது எடுத்தாலும் ஒய் யூ ஆர் கம்மிங் அண்ட் ஒர்க்கிங் ஃபார் மணி தானே. அடுத்தது சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் ஃபார் அவர் ஓன் கான்சைன்ஸ், நம்மளோட மனசாட்சிக்கு நம்ம ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம். அதனால் இந்த ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் ட்ரைனிங் எல்லாம் கொடுக்கவே வேண்டியதில்லை. எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் ஒர்க்கிங் பொட்டென்ஷியல் மேக்ஸிமைஸ் பண்ணணுன்னா பே கொடுத்தா போதும். பே வந்து கொஞ்சம் அதிகமாக கொடுத்தீங்கன்னாவே எவ்ரிபடி வில் ஒர்க் டு தேர் மேக்ஸிமம் அப்படின்னு நான் நினச்சேன். அடுத்த டாபிக் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரோல் ஆஃப் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் ஃபார் மெடிக்கல் அண்ட் நர்சிங் ப்ரொஃபஷனல். இது வந்து ஓகே, இது வந்து பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் அப்ரைசல் பண்ணுறீங்க, அப்படியே வந்து யூ ரிவார்ட் தம் வித் இனஃப் ஆஃப் ரெம்யூனரேஷன். அதுவும் அதே தான், எவ்ரி திங் கடைசியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட் கம்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்டாண்ட்ஸ் தேர் ஒன்லி. அதுக்கப்புறம் அடுத்த டாபிக் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரீசன்ஸ் அண்ட் இம்பேக்ட் ஆஃப் அட்ரிஷன் இன் டுடேஸ் கான்டெக்ட்ஸ் லீடிங் டு ஹாவ் அ ரோபஸ்ட் ரிட்டென்ஷன் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி. I don't know what robust retention policies they have discussed and they have taken as a panel discussion today. And but one reason வந்து because last 9 years I have been the dean of this institution and I have been conducting exit interviews for almost every staff, and especially staffs staying more than 3 years, 4 years. I pity for them, I mean for the institution's sake, because they have So much experience, and even now, I mean, the present time, more than 2 years is a very good experience. And they are going, why they are going, and see, most of them, 90% they go for better opportunities, mainly abroad, especially from our hospital where I interview all the candidates. They are going for better opportunities abroad. And previously they have been taking nurses from India with more than 2 years experience only, but now even with 6 months experience they are taking. And their salary, they have hiked also from 60,000, 70,000, now it has come to 1.2 lakhs. So definitely they have to go. We don't stand in their way to go. So at least when they finish their graduation, they let them stay here for at least minimum of 2 years and serve back to the institution. எந்த காலேஜில் நீங்கள் படிச்சிருந்தாலும் அந்த காலேஜோட அட்டாச் ஆகிருக்கிற இன்ஸ்டியூஷனுக்கு அட்லீஸ்ட் 2 years you serve to the institution and then advance in your training and experience, and then you can go. No institution will stand in the way of your betterment in your career for the future. அது ஒன்று. அதுக்கப்புறம் marriage, because by the time the staff nurses finish their graduation, they will be 21, 22, and the next 2 years, they will become 23 or 24, so the marriageable age. So parents are worried, and definitely they will go for looking after counterparts, and definitely that marriage. So marriage invitation, anything attached with the resignation letters, we used to bless them and then send them very happily. So like that, 90 to 95% for betterment abroad and for marriage. And only very few, less than 2% of staff nurses only, they leave for some other hospital locally. And even then, those staff nurses, we try to convince them to stay back, and we'll promise them more salary, and whatever possible by us, definitely we'll do. That's how we deal with staff nurses going out. So that was one topic. And so these were the topics discussed under the HR. அப்புறம் நர்சிங்கில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, why nursing excellence? Probably our Sri Ramakrishna Hospital was the first hospital to go for NABH excellence, certification for nursing excellence. Probably this is the first institution in Coimbatore, I think. And give them a big, very big hand for CNO and their team. We have excellent team of DNOs, 6 DNOs like 6 pearls, and they are the strong pillars. Like Ayirangal Mandapam, there are Arugal Mandapam. So these were the the great support to our CNO in running the institution, the nursing, running the nursing department. So ultimately we got our nursing excellence. And why and all you would have discussed, I don't want to go into detail. And perspective of on future of nursing. Future, nobody need to bother about the future of nursing. ஏன்னா இப்போ நர்சிங் தான் ஃபியூச்சரு. more than the doctors, nurses have very good future. Everywhere, anywhere, any corner of the world, you have the best future, I can say. And you have the best opportunity. நீங்கள் வந்து டிகிரி முடிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே ஒரு 6 months முன்னாடியே you are offered a job. ஒரு BE graduate ஒரு 5-6 years முன்னாடி இருந்த மாதிரி நீங்கள் டிகிரி முடிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே நாங்கள் வந்து கேம்பஸ் இன்டர்வியூ, ஆன்லைன், on-site interviews we are coming and doing, and off-site interviews also we are doing. And we give offer letter even 6 months earlier to the exams. Like that, job opportunities are available in plenty for nurses, even locally within our district, state and India, anywhere India. Recently, yesterday I received one resignation letter from our staff. She was offered, I think 70,000 rupees. 70,000 rupees in India, in one city. for a staff nurse 70,000 rupees, just like in Dubai. In India, she has been offered and she has attached the salary slip also. So you need not worry about the future of nursing. You can still encourage others to take up nursing degrees. And nursing empowerment for quality improvement, and definitely this is one of the very good topics, because nurses need to empower yourselves and to improve the quality of the treatment more than the doctor. Doctor stays with the patient for 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes only, but nurses வந்து 24 hours patient கூடயே இருக்காங்க. So how nurses treat the patient, and now how nurses are equipped with knowledge and implementation of their knowledge towards the patient depends, and ultimately that results in good quality of treatment and good name to the institution as well. அப்புறம் அடுத்த டாபிக் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எஃபெக்டிவ்னஸ் இன் ஹெல்த் கேர் கம்யூனிகேஷன். அது வந்து டெஃபினெட்லி கம்யூனிகேஷன் வந்து நல்லா இருக்கணும். நான் இன்டர்வியூ பண்ணுறேன், ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டாஃபையும் வந்து இன்டர்வியூ பண்ணும்போது around 20%, 30% only they effectively communicate. அது வந்து probably as they are freshers, definitely they will have some hesitation. ஒரு அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் இருக்கும், அதனால் வந்து ஒரு கம்யூனிகேஷன் இருக்கும். லிட்டில் லேக் ஆஃப் கம்யூனிகேஷன் will be there. ஆனால் ஒரு 2 years 3 years ஆகும்போது ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து when I interview staff nurses with 3 years 4 years experience, they talk very nicely. They have that boldness, how to talk with people and all, they know. So most of the nurses with experience, they talk and communicate very well. So you need not worry. Initially there will be some hesitation and later you can pick up. And lastly, nursing shortage also, I told the same thing only. Everywhere, universally, this is a problem for all the hospitals, because we need more nursing colleges, I guess. In Tamil Nadu we have plenty of nursing colleges, whereas in northern India it is less. And even if we have more nursing colleges, nurses will have jobs. You need not worry about your job opportunities. And lastly, Mrs. Girija talked very well about, because I was here for halfway through the topic, and she spoke very well about the medication safety in nursing. That's also a very good topic. And all these topics are good topics, and most of the nurses were taking notes also. That's a good habit. And I think when I see this attendance in large numbers, அதாவது இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கான்க்ளேவ் நடத்துறதுக்கு அதுக்கு வேண்டியே எல்லாரும் வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்த மாதிரி இருக்கு. I think I would request Segar and team, HR managers of various hospitals, to conduct this event as an annual event regularly from this year onwards, so that both the departments will get benefited in future. And with this, I congratulate all staff nurses and their leaders for coming to this conclave and making this grand success. And I also thank for choosing Sri Ramakrishna Hospital as the venue for this conclave. And finally I thank the organizers of the meet for giving me this opportunity. And I think food was served during lunchtime, was a palatable food only, and but because it should be a working lunch, it was a simple lunch. Probably next time we'll have a grand lunch for the next meeting. So with these words, I thank once again all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request you all to stand for the national anthem. Thank you to all the resource persons and the delegates. Hope this conclave was informative and helped you to empower yourself. Hoping to meet you all next year. Thank you all once again. I kindly request you all to have refreshments served